Hello, everybody. Wish you all a very good morning, folks. Let me just look at the participants. We have got Mati is here, Ashima, Bill, Sarat, Venkate Natesan, and Igor. Good morning to all of you, friends.
Morning.
Morning.
Can you just confirm if you can hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Bill. It's really Sean.
Guys. Sandra, you're there, Sandra? Maybe you can put it in the message if you can hear me. Because
Yes,
I'm not.
hi, Venkata.
That's what I was confused.
Everyone.
Yeah, sorry. I am on mute. Apologies,
Sorry,
guys.
yes, hi.
Hey, great. We can hear you. It was my mistake.
Hello?
I kept it on mute, so that's the reason. Can hear you loud and clear, dear. Perfect. Great. Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you, Venkata. I think that should be Vishwanath. That's great. Venkata Anchi, I think that's Vishwanath, right, Venkata?
Yes, correct.
Hey, great. So just got the list of the participants. So Sean is here. Sharath is already there. Brandon is still not come. He should be coming in soon. Ashima is there. Vishwanath is there. Igor is there. Maki is here. Akhil is missing. Hey, Sandra. Others were not able to hear me. Now they're able to hear me. So that's the reason, Sandra. No worries at all. I'm all set. And we have got Venkata Natesan also there. Fantastic, folks.
Okay, thank you, Venkata.
Hey, great, thanks. So let's get started, folks, with our day 2 of our session. And yesterday there was some questions as to how the data would be distributed between the different cores and which core would be taking a lead on that. I know that would have been a little bit tough initially to start with, but then I looked at which is a very easy document which would allow us to answer that. And this is the link that I have given. If you look at waiting for code, they will really give you a good way to discuss. Of course, there's a lot of other things also involved in this, but this should give you a fairly good idea about how shuffle happens and how a particular core will be taking the responsibility of doing this. So my suggestion would be to just go through this. And what they have also done is that there were different types of shuffle managers that they were using. As of version 2.0 onwards, they're not using the hash shuffle manager, and they're doing the sort-based shuffle manager. So a very detailed explanation about how the things would be happening, how each of the components would be taken, and that is what is explained to us in a nice fashion over here. So Vishwanath, we had a small doubt yesterday as to how that would happen, and this is the detailed example of how that would happen. I've given you a couple of other links also. So this is talking about when does shuffling occur in our Apache Spark. So I'm just copying that link too. So if you look at this, so this will give you a very good idea as to when does shuffling is triggered. Shuffling typically triggers when the data needs to be coming from multiple cores. So that was at a very basic level, but this talks about a little bit more detailed about it. And the last link is this particular big data blogspot, which will also help you how to do the performance-based shuffling. So let me go back over here, put in this link. So these 3 things should give you a fairly decent idea about what is shuffle, what are the various shuffle managers that is there, and how does your hash shuffling happens. It gets a little bit deep into it, but then that is what would be helping us to understand what it is. So we have got both the hash shuffle manager and the sort. Hash is what was there in 1.6, and they have moved down to sort in version 2 onwards. We're using 2.3. So a very broad idea about all those things have been mentioned over here. At a very brief, just to summarize how that would happen is, based on the sorting mechanism, it will ideally pick up a shuffle. So see over here, there are multiple RDTs and multiple cores. They decide how the shuffling is happening, and then our reduce by key or the other operations would work, Vishwanath. So take some time and go through this. This is going a little bit deep into it, so not going too deep in right now, but then this will give you a fairly good idea, Vishwanath. Fair enough, buddy?
Sure, yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. Perfect. So that is what we had for today. And yesterday I had given you the link for Eclipse for our Windows users. I presume you have downloaded that. For Mac users, I have given the right Eclipse version. So Eclipse Mass is what we would need. And that is what I had given it over here. So you can just go ahead. I presume you might already have Eclipse. If you already have, nothing to worry. But if you don't have it, that's something that we will have to set up and get it ready, buddy. So all the Mac users, please download Eclipse from this version. So with that, let's start with today's thing. Let me go back and look at the participants. I think only one person is still left. Others, almost all others have made it up over here. That's perfect. I think it should be two who is missing. So we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's right. Two people are missing. So they should be coming in very soon. So it should not be a challenge. So let's go ahead and start with this. Before I move on with day 2, any questions on day 1 wherein we had it out? So what did we do yesterday? We set up our environment yesterday in our system so that things would all be okay. Kalyan had set up Hadoop in his own environment. That should be fine. I think Kalyan is missing. Thinking of the participants, yeah, that's what I thought. Kalyan was missing. So then who else is missing? We have got Brandon. Yeah, Kalyan and Brandon is missing, and I think that's it. So other than that, we have got the other people over here, and I checked up with the team. We ideally have got 10 participants in the training. So Kalyan and Brandon is missing. They should be coming in soon. So let's go ahead. So any doubts from yesterday's session? So are we clear on what we have done? Igor, Mati, and Ashima, are we good as of now, dear?
I'm totally good.
Yes.
That's great. That's great. Was it Mashi or Ashima who had answered? Sorry,
This
friend.
is Ashima.
Okay, great, great. Mati, you had sent me some messages yesterday, but then I presume you're okay with what we have done till now. Am I fair in assuming that?
Yes, Venkat. I'm good. I'm good. Like I as you provided the document today, the one which we asked the question about, like how the reducing shuffling happens. Then I will go through those documents. Then I will be all right. That's good.
Definitely, sure, sure. You're most welcome, friend, because I sincerely believe whatever we have learned till now, let's try to strengthen those things and build on top of that. Akhil is there with us, so that's great. Hey, Akhil, we have shared a couple of documents from yesterday's questions that we have answered. I have opened up the links, look at that. And all the others, please also download the day 2 RAR file, which contains the Java codes, what we're going to do. And for Mac users, you'll have to download Eclipse also. So Akhil, all good as of now, Akhil?
Yeah, all good.
That's great. Then we have got Bill, Brandon. Hey, Brandon is also here. That's nice. And Sharat, all good as of today, Bill, Brandon, and Sharat?
Yeah, this is Sharat. Yeah, it's all good. Thanks.
That's great, buddy. Any questions from
This is
yesterday, Bill?
Sean.
That's good. Great. And Brandon, all good, Brandon?
Yes, Venkat, all good for now. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. And then we have got Vishwanath and we have got Venkateswaran Nathan. Vishwanath, all good till now, friend?
Yep, yeah, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. And our last colleague, Venkateswaran Nathan.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah.
That's great, friends. So again, the purpose over here, friends, is in case if you have any questions, any doubts, if I have a ready-made answer, I will definitely give that. Otherwise, I'll just say that, okay, I needed to get some input more on it, and I'll definitely go back and give you the input as to what is needed, friends. So please put in your efforts, and you will be able to understand this. So today, let's move on. So let's just to summarize what we have done yesterday, just to summarize what we had done yesterday, because I had thought that we might just go ahead with a little bit of one basic Java code, but then we couldn't do that yesterday. Spend a little bit more time in Scala, but that's good. The concepts are clear. So what we did is first we saw the environment setup of doing the VMware on all the participants' machine. Putty was set up. WinSCP or FileZilla was set up in our environments. Then after that, we started our Hadoop daemons. Then we went on to our HDFS basics and saw the web pages. How do we go ahead with it? Then we saw how to do the file ingestion into HDFS. After that, we moved on to what is Apache Spark and how do we work with it. Then we saw the architecture of Apache Spark, just once again, architecture of Apache Spark. Then after that, we moved on to our Scala-based computing. Just once again, this should be E. Small error in my numbering, EF, and this should be the last one. We saw the word count example. Okay, let me increase the font of this to about 125 so people can see it clearly. Then we saw the word count in our via Scala coding, word count via Scala coding. Perfect. So with that, let's start with our day two, friend. And like I had mentioned, if you can set up your Eclipse for Mac users, you might have to, I'm sure you would have some version of Eclipse that should be good enough. Or if you want to download, you can download the Mars version of Eclipse. That's what I am having. And this is the file, that RAR file, very small file. This is the file that we will be having it for today. So if you go back over here, this is the file that we will be having it for today. And let's start with the coding, friend. Let's start with it. Let me scroll up. So this is where we had stopped yesterday. Starting up with our Eclipse, we saw our code wherein we saw what was map, applying some business logic to every element in the collection. We did a flat map. That means flattening the results, doing a map and then flattening the results into a single array. Then we did a reduce by key, which will do two things. It will do both these shuffling and the reducing part of it. Then we did a collect, and then we did save as text file also. So I think I should mention that here also. Just once again, let me go back to have a look at the code, copy paste the code that we did yesterday. There we go. So this is where we had saved it as a text file. Let me go back over here and do this also. And I think the variable over here is called as sum underscore each. So, or else I'll call this as count just to be consistent. Once again, Control Z. Sorry, I should read Control V. This should be count. Let me just make this as count so that we are correct in the assumption. And this is also count. Count dot collect. There we go. And what we saw here was when we executed the save as text file, after doing the count, we saw that stage one was not getting executed at all. After doing the count, we saw that stage one was skipped. So that's the learning that we had from the Scala code. Okay, and this is how to set it up in our Windows. Don't worry about it for the time being. We are going to work with our Eclipse environment, and let me start with it. Let me say save. Let me minimize. Let me start with Eclipse. I already have Eclipse downloaded and installed. So I'm just going to start with it. I presume you would have had the Eclipse software getting downloaded. This was the Mars version for our, hey, one more thing. For our local users, I've given this Mars version yesterday. Okay. So if you, just once again, let me go back and check the version that is what I had given to my Windows users. Just once again, let me copy this and check which is the version that I had given. Whichever version would work, friend, because I just require the basic Eclipse. Okay, I've given you the Scala SDK code. That's okay. Should not matter at all. This is again Eclipse only. So whichever version you have, that should also work, because we are not going to work with Scala in our example today, friend. We saw one basic example of Scala. That is what it is. Today we will focus on the Java part of it and see what the things are. So this is what we had started with yesterday. What is introduction with Scala, the first 3 points we saw. And today we are going to work with our Spark core. We'll work with the various transformations and actions. And that is what I had given to you in the document. So let me start with the Eclipse that I am having, friend. So you can start with the version of Eclipse. Let me go down and start with the Eclipse that I have. So there we go. And let me start with the Eclipse. Now, when we go ahead with Eclipse, I just wanted a viewpoint from the participants. So when we go ahead with it, Sharat, do you typically use Maven as a way of setting up Eclipse, or you build all the dependencies in the jar file and you have given to it? How do you work with it? How do you normally do, Sharat?
I use my own file usually, and I define the dependencies in my own file, POM file.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are two ways of doing it. So what we will be doing is we'll be seeing an example of Maven also, and that would be a little bit later on in the code. And see over here, example 1. Then we do have a Maven example, just once again, because that's what I presume some people do it with. Yeah, there we go. Example 7 is where we are seeing with Maven. In the first example, what we will do is we have already extracted all the jar files in our Spark software in our software directory. So we will create a folder called as Spark jars and ensure that all the jar files are copied. So to start with, in the first example, we will have all the jars provided to it in the first basic example. Then because in the real world, what will happen in Windows, you will go ahead with this compilation. Then you will move the jar file to your Linux, and then you can go ahead and run that. So people work in three ways. One is in this particular fashion with all the jar files being given. Second is they will run with everything that is pre-compiled for you, that is in your Windows itself. The jar file is created in Windows, and some people do it the third way. That means they will move the whole project files to your environment, real-time environment, and then they will do an MVN clean. That is Maven clean and Maven built and all that. So I'm giving you the first two ways of doing it. The very first example is we are going to see the way how we do it in our Windows. So this is what is our Eclipse started. So just wanted to check, friends, were you able to download Eclipse and did you start off with Eclipse and Windows, friends? If yes, just give a quick yes in the participants window, friends. That will help me a little bit. Like what you did yesterday, raise your hands in the participants window, right? If you can do that, that will help me to see. Yeah, great, Sharat. Thank you. Others, if you can please do that. Okay, others I think are, okay, great. Thank you, Bill. Okay. I'll give a couple of seconds more. Thank you, Ashima. Igor. Okay, we have got 4 gone. Others, if we can have this downloaded and get it done. We have got Venkatanathison also. Thank you, friend. Mati, is it having a challenge in downloading the file, or you're able to download it, Mati? Please let me know.
Oh yeah, I am able to download. I am able to set up Open Eclipse. But I said yes in the chat.
Okay, okay, you just said yes, right? No, thank you, dear. So thank you,
No.
Akhil and Brandon and Kalyan has also come with us.
It's still downloading.
Still downloading. Okay. Let's
Yeah,
wait
me
for a
too.
couple of-
I'm still downloading.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. No worries. And Vishwanath done or having some small challenges. Thank you, God.
Yeah, I'm able to download it.
Okay, okay, great. So let me just walk you through while the time you do that to see what we need to do. So as usual, we will create our, import our necessary libraries. So you see that we start with, whenever we start with our Java, we will have to have something called as a Java Spark context. So that is what is the context that am I doing. We start with something called as Spark conf, and we initialize the Spark conf. So please remember, in a REPL, these variables are available for you by default. So let me start with my stuff today. So we are going to talk about working with example 1, the Java code in Eclipse in Windows. So the first thing is when we did our REPL way last evening, Okay, it implicitly created Spark core, that is the core environment, and provided the Spark context variable as SC to us. So that's the reason why we went yesterday and we directly did something called as sc.text file, because that variable was already there. But when we talk about our Java way of doing it, we will have to set it up explicitly. Okay, so in Java, we will have to instantiate Spark conf and conf, and via that we will have to set up our Spark context. Okay, and that's what we are doing right now in the code. So let me go back to the code. So I created a Spark. Yeah, was that for me, dear?
Yes, yes. So you mentioned about like we need to initiate everything. This is for Java 8, right? Java 9, it has an interactive way of doing similar to Scala. That's what you mentioned. Am I right in that assessment?
No. It was from Java 7 and Java 8. In Java 7, there was no lambda expressions. Java 8 is talking everything about lambda expressions, and we are sticking down to Java 8 as of now. In Java 9, they have got a Java REPL also. You can start, see over here. So you can actually start it in a REPL mode. Let me go down and search for Java REPL.
It's similar to yesterday's Scala's REPL.
Exactly. See here, not REPL, it's called as JShell. So in Java 9, you can start with JShell. Some of the basic variables are loaded for it, and I can do it in an interactive way. Unfortunately, in Java 8, I don't have the interactive way at all here. Okay?
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Yeah. So let me go back, and let's go back to the code over here. So we start with a Java Spark conf, and I start with something called a set master as local. So this is where the, okay, Igor had a question. Go ahead, Igor.
No, I don't have any questions. I just lowered my hand and that's it.
Okay, I'm sorry. It showed me as you raised your hand, buddy. So that's okay. I will just go to Sean and lower his hand also. So all hands are lowered. No problem. Because when I minimize that window and explain, a pop-up comes to me here. So that was the case. No worries. Yeah. So coming back to this, so we instantiate our Spark conf, and I say set master over here. So depending upon the set master, if I say local, okay, tell me how many cores will I give it by default if I say local, or is there a way of specifying the number of cores? Is it advisable or is it not advisable to set the number of cores? What do you feel, friend? Anybody?
I think it by default it will take what is your core assigned.
That's correct. So what is Spark going to do is it's going to eagerly look out for all the cores. But then when you are working in a real world development environment, some applications have to use some existing cores. So let me give an example of how it would work. Let's say you have got JP as an organization, just as an example. You have got JP Morgan Chase as an organization. They have got separate lines of businesses. One business is called as asset management. Another is called as, suddenly I forgot, asset management. Then we have got, let's say A1. Suddenly I forgot. They were separate line. CCB, that's right, commercial banking. Then they have got CIB, that is investment banking. Okay. And then they have got general services. So if you're working in an organization like JP, and they would have a centralized cluster where all the different lines of businesses would be doing, and each individual department, and of course sub-departments and all that, will be given some basic number of cores where they can run this. So since this is going to be 4, let's say all of them is given 25% of the number of cores that is available for us in the cluster. In case if asset management starts off late in the night and there is nobody else in CCB, that is commercial banking, your investment banking and your general services there, they will get 100% of all the cores. But in case if everybody is available, each one of them will be getting 25% of the course that is available. So we will have to ensure what is the utilization of the cluster among the different lines of businesses. So when you set up an enterprise account, this is something that we will have to see how are they going to use the data, what is their need for using the data, etc. So since we're doing a sample example, we will assume that when I start with Spark, it will take up all the cores. So by default, Spark will pick up all the cores available. By default, Spark will pick up all the cores that is available. And this can be configured via the set master way of doing it. So if you see the example, I have just said set master local. That means I'm giving only one core to it. If you want to get more cores, you will have to say over here, just once again, I need a single core. Just once again, dear. Yeah, there we go. I've got a single quote. I'll copy that single quote and let's go back over here and write it. Sorry, something else came. The single quote didn't get copied. I'll copy it right now. Control C. Let me scroll down. Yeah, there we go. So I will just say set master local, and when I say start, it will pick up the available course, all the course that is available. Okay, this will pick up all the available course. If we say only local, like what I'm doing in this example, it'll give it only one core. Okay, so that's our example that we will be seeing. In the Spark conf, other than setting the master, you can also give the application name. That is what is going to be called as word count. So first I create the configuration object. After that, I go ahead and create a Java Spark context object, and I will pass to it the configuration variable that I created earlier. Then I will go ahead and distribute the data into a Spark RDD across the different cores what I'm having. So I'll go ahead with Java RDD, and then I have to specify via generics what is the type that am I going to pass to it. I'm going to pass a string, and like what we did yesterday, sc.text file, and I will pass on the file name. So let me just go back and start with my image. So I'm starting with my image over here, because to be very frank, I don't remember what is the name of the file. I think it was called as words only. Once again, we can go back and check here. If it was called as words, keep it. Yeah, it was called as words indeed. So we can simply go ahead with this. Okay, so I already have got 3 lines in my code. How are you? I'm fine. How about you? So it will be loaded and everything will be stored in a Java RDB. Then what did we do yesterday? We saw in our word count in Scala that I had first splitted, then I had added 1, and then I did a reduce by key. So I'm going to do the same thing in Java. So the first thing what I do over here is I will do a flat map like what I did yesterday. So I will simply say text file dot flat map, and I will put in a variable over here, and instead of equal to greater than what I did yesterday, we will, let me increase this a little bit more, that's better. I will just put a dash and a greater than symbol, and then I cannot simply put it into a normal iterator. I will have to use my arrays.asList method. I will split it based on the comma, and I will have to call the dot iterator method. So that is what the flat map, what we did. We're splitting everything based on the spaces and putting in a comma. Then I will call a method called as map to pair. So that is what is the method called as map, what we did yesterday. So we did a method called as map, wherein I put a 1 to it. So instead of that, we will have to use a method called as map to pair. And the same way I'll put it. So here we are using from, so you might be thinking I'm using Java. That's correct. But then there are a lot of Scala-based methods that they have given to us also. So there is a very interesting class given to us called as tuple2. And you see here, that's how I'm putting this, scala.tuple2. Okay, so and the arrays is this as list method that I did, and then I will, since I have already said it in the beginning that it is going to be a string and an integer, I don't have to give the value of generics. It'll already infer it from the variable that I have set, and I will say the word comma 1, and then I will do a reduce by key. So I could have actually done it in multiple Java RDDs. So instead of creating multiple Java RDDs like I did yesterday, so you saw that I had got something called as tokens, then tokens underscore 1, and then a count. So what I did today was that instead of doing everything line by line, I will do it in one operation itself. I will just see here how I added all the values, the same explanation of what I did yesterday. Okay, I did everything by multiple dots. Okay, and that will return me a Java RDD where it will have string and it will have the integer, which is the counts variable. And then we can go ahead and do a for each loop and print it out for us. And of course, I will go ahead and print out the variable also. So I will just say total words, whatever is going to be this, and then I will go ahead and say counts. In addition to that, I am going to save this also. So, hey, I'll just get back to you, Venkata. I just saw that Dada, you raised your hand. I'll just finish this and come back to your friend. Then I will save, sure, thank you, friend. I'll save it as a text file so that the complete contents get returned to a file, friend. So this is the way how I will go ahead with the code. So now over to you, Venkata Nadesan. Please go ahead, friend.
This is Vishwanath. So my question is, the Java code, you're doing all these different tasks in a single operation, right? Flat map, then map to pair and reduce by key. Whereas yesterday we did a separate task. So will it still do this work in multiple stages if you do it through this program instead of?
When I'm doing this in program, internally it will create multiple objects, although I'm saying dot, but then I'm not explicitly creating an object. So what it will do is that if you look at the code, I could have done it in multiple ways. So just once again, I'm just going to copy this and show how I can do it like this. Or I could do it in this fashion also, like what I'm going to do it over here, just once again. So internally, yes, it will create multiple lines, but then after we finish with it, it will all be coming as one. So this is what I'll be doing.
I think the question is related to stage, multiple stages he has. Like yesterday we saw stage, 2 stages, right? Venkat, like I think he's asking about the stage.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm, Vishwanath, were you talking about the multiple stages or you're talking about multiple objects being created? I assumed it was multiple objects, my dear. Was there a difference in the assumption?
Yeah, I was referring to the stages.
Okay. In this also, yes, it will create multiple stages. So there's a little bit of a difference again in the stages over here, because when we talk about a REPL way of doing it, you'll be able to see the stages. By default, it starts your Spark context and all of those things when we do the code. So just once again, where is my example? Yeah, this is the example. And once I finish with this, the complete thing is closed. So there is no stage available for it. So we will have to start with the stages in a different way. So we will have to start like the way how we started with the history. Once again, what was it? Java history server, MR tab. We did this, right? So we started with the history server. Yeah, it was called as job history server. So we will have to start with the history server to see that. But then, yes, in that also we create multiple stages, Vishwanath, if that's what you're talking about.
Okay. I think when we run it on the server, probably it will show up, right? On the web console, we can see what will pass.
No, in Java, there is no web console because we have programmatically started everything, right? So if you go back over here, let me go down to the right code. Just one second here. I think it's, yeah, get this example. So when we run this, when we compile this and when I run this, you will not see the stage running at all, because stage will come only when the program is running, right? So in the REPL mode yesterday, we were able to see the stage. And that's why today we will start with a history server so that we can still go ahead and see the stages.
To the history, yeah.
Okay? Yeah, so we'll see how the stages are coming, and you will be able to see, yes, the stages will still show it as 3 things, so that it will tell you step by step what is happening. But then the only thing is the way how the DAG looks like in your Scala, like how did you do step by step, don't expect the same thing to happen when I do it with Java way of doing it. The way how it happened in Scala yesterday, it need not be the same, because there will be a little bit of a difference, but we'll definitely go there and have a look at it to see how the stages looks like.
Hi, Venkat, this is Akhil. I have a question. So here you have set the set master, right, as local. Is there any way that we can define number of cores that we need if I need only 3 cores?
Yes, friend. So once again, let me go back to this. See, I said local star, right? There will be a number here.
Okay.
Star means it will pick up all the available cores. If you give a number, it will only specify that much number of cores. So when in the current example, we are running it inside the cluster itself. In the later example, we'll be running this in my Windows itself. So at that time, I can say local Java 8 also, because I've got 8 cores, right? So I can pick up all the 8 cores and it will work with it, right?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So this is what we will be doing in our first example. Okay, so once we do all of these things, we will, okay, after we create this code, it will give you a lot of errors because we need the necessary dependencies. So let me tell you what dependencies we would need and how do we go ahead with it. But before we go ahead, I just wanted to confirm if anybody has still not got the Eclipse downloaded, friend. If you have got the Eclipse downloaded, we will start off with it. Just checking up. In case if you don't have it, please let me know. I presume you would have it. So, okay. So sorry, I got confused with Venkata Anche. That is Vishwanath, and Venkata Natesan. So that's why. So I was wondering. Yesterday I put it as Venkata only, right? So I was confused with that. So that's why Vishwanath. No worries. Okay. Yeah, that's great. So nobody has got that. I think all of you would have got that. So that's great. So let's create a new project. A normal project, I will say file, new Java project. Okay. And I will give it as example 1. That's the first example. What am I doing? And I'm going to use my Java 1.8 and I will say finish. So I will have the example over here. Let's create a package. I will say new, my package. You can give it whatever name that you would want. I am just going to go ahead and say com.evenkat. Okay, you can put in your first name over there, friend, and I will say finish. And then let me create the Java code. The class name over here is going to be called as word counter. So let me create a class for me, right click, new class, and I will give it as word counter, remove the space, and I will say finish. So I should see the empty word counter available for me. I've deliberately increased the font so that you can see it. I've also specified the line numbers. I'm sure you would know this. Just right click on this and you will be able to get the line numbers and all of that. Okay, so no worries. So we have got all of those things ready. So I've got the class. Now let me go ahead and put the necessary imports statement from the code. So let me go back. Just doing it step by step for the first example, friend. After that, you would know the Java part of it, so there should not be a challenge. So let me go ahead and I will put all the necessary imports. Of course, giving me some errors because I don't have the jar files that is available. Then I will continue with my code and I will copy the complete, once again, I think I have got public static void main. No, I'll copy the complete public static void main code and put it into the file. So Control C. And let me go back and please ensure, friend, if there is any doubt what you're having, please let me know, friends. Okay, so any method, any line that is not clear, we try to give proper documentations, but then in case if something is not clear, please communicate, because at the end of the day you will be writing this whole code, friend. So I have got everything ready. Okay, so now what I need is I'll save this, lot of errors. I would need the dependencies. So this is what I will be doing. Let me go back. Yeah, good. I have already logged in. So let me go down to not root. Password would be Hadoop123. I have already logged in. Then I will start with my putty and my Vinicity also. Real quick, just give me a sec. So start with my putty window and the ZLearn. Let me copy the IP and I'll say open. So whatever we configured yesterday that is coming. Hey, one second. Let me permanently make it as a bigger font. So let me go down to my font and I will change it to 12. So that reasonably bigger, and I will save it permanently. Okay, that's good. So that I don't have to do it every day. Should I have to do it twice? Okay, so oops. I don't know what's going wrong. Let me fix it. So GLR, let me go down to my window. That's surprising. I don't know why the settings went off. Let me quickly do this. Increase the font to 14. Change the colors. Let me save this permanently. And copy this, put it over here and start with it. Brilliant. Not root. Password is going to be Hadoop123. We are all set. Let me start with my this also. That is my Vinicity. So my Vinicity is also ready. Let me just say login. Yeah, brilliant. Everything is ready. So let me go back to my, okay, I need, oh, these are the steps that I would need. So I will just mention it in the document. In fact, I'll remove this because my doubt was that you're asking me if I split it into multiple lines, would there be a difference? So that is what it was. Now we would need the jars required in Windows. Okay, so jars required by Spark in Windows also. So the following steps needs to be done. Following steps needs to be done. So first step, let's create a new folder called Spark underscore jars in Windows. Inside the Spark folder or whatever folder wherein you have got your programs already set up. Okay, so if you see over here, let me go back. I have already got my Spark jars 2.3.0 because we play with different versions. So I say that this is the Spark jars folder that I have. Then what we will do is step number 2, go and copy, or I should say copy all the jars from the lab software Spark folder / jars to this new Spark underscore jars folder in Windows. Okay, so this is how you'll be doing it. Let me go down to my lab software Spark. I'll go down to my jars. I would need these jars. So let me go down to my D drive where I've got everything ready. I'll go to Spark with Java. I'll go down to my Spark jars folder. I will drag and drop all these jars and put it into my Spark jars folder. Okay, so that's what I have done. Okay, so C227 files were there and all the jar files are kept over here. After doing that, the next step is we will add the jars via my add external jars method, add external jars to the project so that the compile time errors would go away. Okay, so let me do that right now. So please create a folder called as Spark jars in Windows. Then go down to your Vinicity. I would say via Vinicity or FileZilla. Copy all the jars from your jars folder in your Vinicity from your project what I have given to you image to this new Spark underscore jars folder. And then we will add it via add external jars. So let me do that right now. Right click, go down to properties, go down to Java build path, and then say add external jars and point it to all the jars in the folder what we already have. And we will just say, okay, I'll just say apply and I will say okay. So now you will see that all the errors have gone away. Okay. So there is one error that is in line number 22. I think it's a documentation that I have added. So just put in that slash also. So you should see no error in our code. Of course, it will give you an error that we didn't close our SC. So always a good practice at the last of the line would be to say sc.close. So I will close my SC, that is Spark context. And now I've got no errors, friend. I'll just wait over here so that all of you have done that. Any issue, please let me know. So I have added all the jars and you will see the reference libraries where all the jars are being added. Okay, and it should compile fine. We'll give you about under 2 minutes. So please go ahead and ensure that all the codes are already done. So this is what we will do. Step number 4 would be add jars to my project via add external jars. Okay, and in case if you expect that at runtime I don't expect the jar file to be there, you can say add jars. So just wanted to check with you friends, any of the Java guys, you do add jars more or you do add external jars more? What do you typically do in your project at your organization? Anybody friends?
We do Maven, so we don't
Yeah.
add jars.
Okay, okay. So that means the you have got a now all of you are at different locations. Do you have a centralized library where the Maven files are downloaded for you, or you do it individually? How do you do it?
No, we do have a centralized repository for safety.
Okay.
So we'll be downloading the jars from that repository.
Okay, okay, okay. So that's good. So here I showed you how to copy paste the jars. Via Maven also we will be seeing how to do it. That will be at a later example. So the steps are the same. Only thing is that I just showed you how to add all the dependencies at compile time, because at runtime I do have those files. So I just need to say add external jars. You can, when you say add jars, I'm sure you will aware of it being a Java programmer. When I say add jars, all the jars will be added to your project and it will become a fat jar. So over here, it will only be a small jar file. Otherwise, it will become a fat jar. So I'll just say add jars via add external jars and ensure that there is no error coming now. And one last step that I did over here was we also wrote sc.close in the last line so that the never closed error goes away. Okay, so that's what we did. That's good. So I presume all of you have got this all correct. Now, what should we do, friends? I needed to run this. So we need to create a jar file of this and move the jar file to my programs directory where I've got everything ready. So let me go to the next step. What we will do, we will now create a final jar and move final jar called as word count. Let me just go back to the example. What is the jar that I'm expecting? Yeah, it is called as Spark Java.jar. Okay, so I will say final jar file as Spark Java.jar via. Okay, the steps for doing this thing is you will go down to the project and right click on the project and then say export. I'll write it down. Right click on the project. You will say export. You will say Java. Let me just go back and be very clear. Yeah, Java, jar, and next. And then specify the name of the jar file. Just once again, Java, then jar, and then specify the name of the jar file as, you can put it into a common folder. So I'm just going to say d:/. I've got all the things stored inside a folder called as Spark with Java. So Spark with Java. So all the jar files will be over there, friend. So that's what we will be doing inside. We'll specify the name of the jar. Hold on, as Spark. Sorry, the name of the folder should not be jar. We'll specify the name. We'll specify the destination folder. Destination folder for the jar as d:/Spark with Java / Spark Java.jar. Okay, let's do this. Let's go back to Eclipse. I will say d:/, or in fact, I will just go down to d:/ and specify this as Spark. I think it's Spark Java. That's correct. Spark Java.jar. Java.jar, and I'll say save. So this is what will come up as a file that will be helpful. Just once again, I'll just capture the screenshot in case if you would need it. Start asking it, not asking it, just show the desktop. Yeah, there we go. Let me open up my Faststone capture. Go back to Eclipse. Just capture this screenshot once. Go, Control C. Just go back and paste it over here. We want it to be small so that you would know that it is there. Okay, and then we will first let me finish that. I will just say finish. So jar is created. Then via BinSCP, we will move the jar file to lab programs. Via BinSCP or FileZilla, we will move the jar to lab programs directly. So let me do that. Go down to this jar file, Spark Java, go down to my programs, and I have the jar file over there. So I'll just show this to you. Control C, Control V, that's already done. Then we will execute the file. So I'll just wait till people have reached here. Okay, then we will execute the file in PuTTY window with Spark hyphen Spark hyphen, let me be dead sure. Spark hyphen submit, that's correct. Via Spark hyphen submit. Okay, I'll just wait. So anytime there is some confusion, please let me know, friends, so that you are clear on this. Yeah, good. All of us are over here. That's fine. All of our 10 colleagues. If there's any question, please let me know, friends. Hey, tell me, Kalyan.
Send me the
A little bit loud, buddy.
Can you hear me okay?
And now it's okay.
Can you send me the drive link, please?
Yes,
I don't
friend. I
have.
have. Sure.
Yeah, the one that you sent yesterday. The thing is, our
No.
laptop's restarted.
If you look at the cheat sheet document, friend, I have given, see, this is that link. I'll just copy this. If you open the cheat sheet in day 2, it is already there. See, this is day 2. I'll copy this link for you now.
No, I need the cheat sheet link.
You need the cheat sheet. Okay. So this is the link that you will have to download. So Control C. I'm putting it in the chat window for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Control V, and I should send this thing to everyone, and I'll press enter. Yeah, you should have got it now, friend. Let's go down. Good. And now we will execute this file in our PuTTY window. Then from PuTTY window, we will execute the jar as like this. So let me go down to my PuTTY window. I need to go down to my lab programs here, and the code that I have to run is called as Spark submit minus class, Spark hyphen submit minus class, the package name com.evented.word counter. So let me see this capital. Let me be sure of that. Yeah, it is capital. Then space the name of the jar file that is called as spark java.jar. So this is how you will run this. Let me go back and put it for you. There we go. You already have that, friend. And that should be it. Let me press enter. Of course, it will give you a lot of logs. Then we'll go ahead and fix all the logs so that it will be easy for you. So the program is running. I just wait. Yeah, there we go. A lot of infos will come. Then we will remove the infos so that we don't, for the first time, you have to see the infos. Oops. So for me, and then the same thing for me also, because what has happened is yesterday I've powered off the image. So my Java services are not running. So same way, see, connection exception, failed on connection, so and so. So if I do a JPS, I don't have anything running, right? So we need to ensure that. Let me put it. Ensure that the Hadoop services are on here. Okay, so I will go ahead and say, like what we did yesterday, start hyphen all.sh, which is a combination of start dfs.sh and start yarn.sh. See here, we have to start with start all.sh. So let me show this. There we go. And you can see that now it is starting with the name node, the data node. Yeah, hey, tell me, Mati, you had a question?
Yeah, so this start all.sh, these sh files are available when we install the Spark, or do we need to write this shell script?
No, once again. Yesterday, when I started my Hadoop services, the most important file was .bashrc. Okay, so let me show that file for you once again. So if you look at the bash rc, I have already written over there the complete path for it and all of that. So that is the reason I can run the start all from any location, and it will always point to the Hadoop location where the files are. So that's the reason why I can directly start with something called as start all.sh, and it will work by you, because I've configured the bash rc already for us. Fair enough?
Yeah, but this sh file, right? Who writes this? Like the code inside the sh file?
Okay. This is given to you by Hadoop itself. So
yeah,
this, yeah,
it
this
comes
is
along
there.
with the installation.
Exactly. So I'll just show that to you also. So let me go down to my lab, software, Hadoop, go down to your SBin, and see over here, I have got start all.sh. See?
Okay, got it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
No worries. We have to start one more component also, mr tab, and say start space history server. Exactly. So let's do that also. There we go. If you have suspended the image, you don't have to do this. If you have powered up the image, you have to do this. I had powered up the image. Yesterday, I told some of our colleagues to do suspend. In fact, I told you to do suspend. If you suspended it, you don't have to do this at all. It would have already come up from the saved state. Okay. Yes. So we'll do this. Now we have all the necessary daemons for us, and we will start with the actual code. Okay, so let me go ahead and do this. Okay, so let me continue with this. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, that's done. Okay, so now let me go back to my code. Let me do it clear, and let me run the job once again. So I think what might happen is when this job ran, see in the code what we did. So we had already said that a folder should be created, right? So for Mati and for me, definitely it will give me an error telling me this folder is already there. So it is advisable to remove this folder from HDFS, that is word count Java folder, before we run the code. So first, why don't we look at HDFS to see if the file is there, this folder is there, friend, okay? And then we will proceed. So let me not run this. Let me say HDFS DFS minus ls, and I will say slash. Let me see if the folder is there. And hold on, no, the folder is not there. That's good. So the output folder is not there at all because I only got a folder called as input. That's great. So the folder is not there. We can directly run the job. Let me go ahead and run the job. I'll press enter. Of course, with a lot of warnings, etc. A lot of info messages are shown. After some period of time, the info messages will be removed so that you can see all of them happening properly. We'll just wait. Yeah. That's it. And if you just scroll up in the code a little bit up, you would see that it is actually printing for you the messages that should be there. Just one second. See here. How are you? One. I am fine. And how about you? This is the message that we had. Okay. Now we will have to be a little bit careful with this. So this gives us a line count, and you'll have to go back to the Java code and see what went wrong over here to see this happening, right? So first of all, please confirm if you're seeing this, and then we will have to fix it. Let me see if you can go back to the code and tell me what went wrong, friends. I'll leave it here.
No, can you please ask the question again? I didn't get the question, sorry.
Yeah, sure. So when you execute the code, and if you see this, okay, you see this is the output. Let's go back to the folder and see the output. One way is because I did a sysout, right? See here, system.out.println. It showed me the individual count also. See, system.out.println. It showed me the individual count as how are you, I am fine, and how about you. The 3 lines come in like this. If you don't see that, let's go to HDFS and see the file. Let's do that. Just once again, I'm going to HDFS. The output directory is there. Now I will see what is the output directory. Once again, Nati, I can actually show that to you. So in the output directory, I've got a W count. So now I will do something called as cat. Cat is for displaying the contents. And I will say W count underscore, sorry, this should have been a slash. A dot came over there. Okay, and I'll press enter and oh sorry, that's also a directory because inside that the part file will be there, right? Yeah, I was wrong in directly doing a cat. You will see one more part file. See, because why only one part file? Because we said in our code as local. Okay. Hey, just once again, Bill, you raised your hand. Over to you, Bill.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm still trying to just get it to compile the original file.
So what, are you having some issues in compiling, or is it compiled, Bill?
So in the chat, I put the error message I'm getting.
Okay, hold on. Hey, that's okay. Hey, you don't have HDFS. So this error typically comes when you try to do it directly from your file. So are you taking it from HDFS or are you taking it from your local file system? This error is okay. You can ignore this warning.
Okay.
So it is just a warning it's giving you. It is fine. We will also see this warning when we are doing it in our Windows frame. Right now, I'm doing it in HDFS here, right? Bill, are you doing, Sean, are you doing this in HDFS or where are you running this, Sean? You are there, buddy?
I'm sorry, my phone's ringing.
Okay, okay. Okay, so let him come back. So let me go back to what we were doing. Let me cat this file.
I'm sorry.
HDFS,
My
DFS. Yeah, Sean?
I'm not that familiar with Eclipse, so I was just running it straight from Eclipse.
Okay, so you can't run it from Eclipse. You will have to create a jar file, like I had said. So,
yeah. So how do I start how do I initiate the creation?
I'll help you. I will help you, friend. So what I'll do right now is let me click on stop share so that I can see that is coming for you. So why don't you start sharing? I'll give you the step-by-step way of doing it, because I presume that it would be a Java thing. So that's the reason I went ahead with it. No worries on it. So please share your screen, Sean, and I'll help you with the steps. There we go. We started sharing. Yeah, the code is ready, friend. Okay, on the left-hand side, you see something called as package info.java. Please delete that. Yeah, above word counter. I don't need that. Delete that file here. Up. Delete this up. Little bit. Yeah, there below. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now you need to create a jar file. So right click on the word counter. Up, the package. Yeah, right click. Go down to export.
Yeah, I did this.
Okay, go down to jar, say next. Perfect. And hey, fantastic, you've done this. So it is there in working that folder. Say finish, because if the jar file is created, then I don't have to worry, Fred. Let's say yes, you're overwriting it. That's all. We won't do anything from Eclipse now. Minimize your Eclipse.
I don't have to build it, or it just automatically builds it. I don't know.
That's it. The jar file is created, friend. So I don't need Eclipse. I'll be executing it other than that. Very good. Now go to WinSCP. The WinSCP, so that you can move the folder to a location. Very good. Yeah. On the left-hand side, go to the place where you have kept it. I think it was in working folder. C drive. Can you click on C drive, right? Maximize it. On the left-hand side, on the top, just click on C. Below, little bit below. Yeah. You see C users already over there, right? Sean 49. You're there in a separate directory here. So yeah, click on that.
I know you can click on that. Okay.
No, you're still inside, Sean. You are put it directly in C Windows, right? Click on C. Click on C, friend.
Oh, this is cool. Okay.
That's it. Yeah, just say okay. This is perfect. Okay, you can type the path there also. Yeah, working. Very good. Spark training. Day 2. Very good. Let's wait. Go inside that. And your jar file. That's the one. Now on the right hand side, go to your home, not root, lab. Go to programs. Yeah, drag and drop spark.jar, java.jar there. Beautiful. Okay. So now go to your putty window. This is the way how we will execute this. Great. Hey. We have to come out of Scala. So just say :Q, colon and Q. That's the way how we semicolon and put in Q for quit.
Looks like it's a dead session.
Yeah, maybe you can close that. No, right click on the once again. That's okay. Oh, go to your desktop and start again. Perfect. Good. Open. Perfect. Not root. Hadoop 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. CD lab programs. Let's go to the directory. CD, yeah, lab. No slash, my dear. Directly lab. CD. No slash. Lab / programs. PR and yeah, enter. Brilliant. Do ls -l. That's it. See, the jar is there. Now say, just once again, let me get the path of how to do that. I already have it with me. You will have to just say Spark submit. Spark -submit. Submit. Space. the com.evenkat.word count, because I know that's what we have also kept. Yeah, dot word count, W capital and C capital.
Minus class.
Once again, okay, I missed it. Sorry. He is right. Thank you, friend. You'll have to say yeah, just say minus class space com dot. Yeah, after that, the name of your jar file, it's up. Just type space and S and tab, spark underscore java dot, and tab, put a tab. Yeah, very good. Just press enter. So this is how you run your Java code. Let's wait. Of course, it says class not found exception.
Maybe the package is different.
No, it may have not compiled in this jar. It would have just exported.
Okay, just go to Eclipse once. Just go to Eclipse once, friend. I want to check if the code is compiled. Yeah, it is compiled. Otherwise, it would have given me an error. Hey, there are two. Once again, no, it's right. Public class is there. Scroll up, please. You got it correct.
Check your build path.
Oh, it's word counter, not word count. It's called as word counter. Let's go back and see what we did. Up arrow. Yeah, it's word counter. That's what. Press enter. Okay, now it is going ahead. Okay. Okay. It's starting with the services. That's good. Okay. And it should finish and it should, yeah, now scroll up a little bit. That's where I was showing my code. Scroll a little bit up more. Maximize, that's okay. A little bit up here. You should see the word count. I'm just seeing that. Hold on. This is where you execute it. Come down. It's there in the code. Just once again. Back again. Where is that? Come down. There it is at the bottom. Stay over there in the middle of the page. You see how are you one, how up. Don't move it here. You moved it. Scroll up or down. Yeah, be there. That's it. So this is what we were saying. Okay, Sean, you are with us right now.
All right, great.
Yeah. Just stop sharing, buddy, so that I can start the sharing. Thank you. Great. So let me continue again. I started with my sharing. Okay. So guys, please tell me what went wrong here. The code was supposed to run, and hey, I was showing Mati, how do I check it from my file? So hdfs dfs minus cat, and I will check the contents of this file to see what is there in the file. Okay, and I'll press enter, and it'll be the same contents like what I had shown it to you. See here, but this is not what we want. Yesterday we saw that how came in as twice, and you came in as twice. Yeah, friend. That's correct. Why is it coming like this? What went wrong in our code?
Oh, I figured it out. Like we are splitting based on comma. So
that's
we should
correct.
be splitting based on the space.
So see over here, I did a split and I did not give a space here. Okay, so that's the reason. So give a space over here. Okay, it should work. And please compile and check again. Now, one more thing. When you run it for the second time, it will give an error that the folder is already there. So we want to delete this folder and then do it. So let me tell you the steps how to do that. First, I'll copy this so that you'll come to know how to see the file. So let me go back to the cheat sheet. And once the code is executed, we can see the output in the console also, like what I showed it on Sean's machine and my machine also, and also in the file that was outputted for us. But the contents, but the output came as like this. Okay. And now we will have to delete this folder, have to delete the wcount underscore Java folder from HDFS, folder from HDFS and ensure that we make the change in our code. So this is the change that we have to do. I'll just document it just once again. This particular line, Control C. We should ensure that there is a space, and I will just one second. I will put this in red. No, I will put this in underline, and I will put this in red. Where is the red? Highlight color. Rotating two windows for me. Just once again, friends. Highlight the color like this. Okay. So I've given a space. Okay. So ensure that you have done that. The way to delete the folder is like this. The way to delete the folder is, let me go back and delete the folder. Once again. Yep. So HDFS, DFS, minus RM, minus R. The folder I want to delete is output slash W account underscore Java. Okay. So this is what I want to delete, and I'll press enter, and you will see that the folder gets deleted. Yep. See here. So this is, I'll copy this, put it for you in the cheat sheet. This is the way how I'll delete the folder. Now we will re-execute the code again. Execute the code. Okay, that's what I will be doing to ensure that everything is okay. So the folder is deleted. I'll do clear. I will re-execute my code once again. So yeah, this is the way. So I re-executed Spark submit minus class. Yeah, the code got executed and the code got finished. But let me scroll up and see if everything is okay right now. Hey, sorry, I didn't see. Oh, my mistake. So after changing the file, we have to recreate the jar file. I missed that.
Yeah.
So yeah, so let's do that. So after changing the code, we should recreate the jar file and move the new jar to lab programs, and then we execute the code. So I'm sorry, I have to once again delete that file. Let's go down. Let me delete that file once again. Let me recreate the jar file. Right click on example 1, go down to export Java jar and say finish once again. I will overwrite it. Then via WinSCP, move the file to your programs once again. So let's see the time of this. Yeah, it is 10:49. That is my time. So this is the latest file. That's correct. And now let's run it in the putty window. So there we go. And we should have everything okay. Let's wait and watch to see what is happening. So when we do this example, I don't try to remember what we have done earlier or something. So depending upon what happens, it'll show us. So see, now it is correct. I'm getting the word count where how is coming in as 2 and U is coming in as 2. This is because I printed it over here. I can go down to HDFS and cat that particular folder also. That should also be okay, friends. So this looks to be okay now. So this is what the output is. Let me go back and re-execute the code again. And when we go about in the output, we will see the following being shown. I will just paste it. There we go. We can, of course, go to HDFS and do a cat on the file and see the actual contents also. So please go ahead and run this and ensure that you have got the output. Any doubt? I'm of course there to help you out, friends. So yesterday we did it with the Scala example. Now we are doing it with the Java example, and we will go to multiple iterations, the different methods what we are having, so that you'll be comfortable with it. And
so how can
Sean, the
we see
reason,
that job history, or how can we see the
great. So
yesterday we
two
were
things.
seeing.
I'll show that. I'll show that. So two things what we have to do after we see this is we will have to change the logging level so that we do not see info messages coming on the console. That's the first thing. And second thing, if we look at the 4040 page, it will give an error as that is not running at all. Hence, we have to do the steps. Hence, we have to do the steps for starting the history server. I'll show that to you, my dear. Okay, so for the time being, just wanted a small confirmation from the others that you have gone ahead and you can see in it. I will go to HDFS and do a cat real quick myself. I will do HDFS, DFS minus cat. And inside output, I have got something called as Spark -1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's how this is how the output file will be there in MapReduce also. Okay, the reason why you are seeing only one part file is because I said local. Otherwise, you will see multiple part files. So let me copy this and put it for you so that you can see that. I think I'll make it as 100%. That should be good enough. Yep. You can see that. So this is what I will see. The reason why we have only one part file is because we specified the number of cores available for us as 1. As we had said in set master, only local, which is a single core. Okay. So guys, just go ahead and confirm if you're able to see run this and see the output. And if you don't see it, please let me know. I'm there to help you out.
Yep, I have the output.
Fantastic, buddy. Thank you so much. Others also, if you run into an issue, just let me know. Ashima, all good till now, friend?
Yes, got the output.
Okay, perfect, perfect, friend. Just a minute's time and then we'll move on. And we will follow a small decorum, friends, in the other sessions because we are going to be there together for the next 3 days also. In case if you don't get an output, please shout back at me so that I can go to the right person. So because it will take a little bit of a time to ask anybody, everybody, not anybody, ask everybody if it is working. So if it's not running, friend, please shout and I will make you as a presenter and we will see that. So looks to be okay. So you can see this. Now the question comes, even before we go down to these things, we have to see how we can specify the number of cores. So the question to everybody is where we can specify the number of cores for the project. There are multiple places where we can specify the number of cores for a code, not for a project, for a code. So can you please tell me where all can I specify? We can actually do it in 3 places. So that depends upon the order in which you are specifying it. So anybody, friends, where all can we specify it? The number of cores that we have to give. One thing I showed you, we can specify
Set
it
master.
in the code itself.
Set master.
Very good. So one is in the code. Second is one of our colleagues said set master. What is the third way? In fact, that is at the highest level where we can set the number of cores. That will be there in the configuration file. So let me explain that, and then we will try that example before we go down to our first break. First, we can specify this via configuration files. Okay. So friends, I forgot, where are these configuration files, friends? How we can set it via configuration? Anybody, if you can help me out? Which file should I see? That's what I was coming to it, to be more specific. Anybody, friends?
Inside input folder.
No, it won't be in the folder. It will be there in the configuration. That means it will be for the complete Spark. That means for all the applications in Spark. This will be for all the applications in Spark. So this will be there in the conf directory. So let's go back and look at it. I'll go to my WinSCP. I'll go down to my lab, software, Spark, and conf. And you see there is files. There is something called as spark-defaults.conf. Of course, .template word is there. That means this is just for our information. So you can specify that in the defaults.conf. Okay, so let me open this file. And you can specify it over here. Okay, so by default, it is going to pick up all the cores. Okay, it has given some examples and saying how we can specify the master, okay, the event log and all the others. Okay, so you can specify a parameter and then do it here. So let me just go back and say that it is in a file. This is in a file called spark-defaults-conf file. The second way how you can specify is what one of you rightly said. We can specify with a -- master at the runtime when we are executing the code. Okay, but for this thing to happen, we should not have any configurations at the Java code. Because if you have it at the Java code and you give it at runtime, the Java code will have more preference. Okay, we should not have any configurations in the Java code. And the third and the most restrictive way is we can specify this at the Java code itself. Okay, via the set master, command. So let's go back and see whether this would work. So the last example that we're going to see before we take up a break is we will change
Second one is the command line, right?
This is the command line. That's correct. At runtime, that means what I meant was this is the command line. Okay. So the second thing was the command line option field. Just to be more specific. Perfect. Because in my mind, I knew it was a command line, but then good thing you asked me, friend. So this is what I want. In case if there is any confusion, but get it clear so that I will make it as specific as possible. So now what we will do is we will change the Java code and remove the set master line from the code. And we will, so once that is not done, that means I have to do it in step number B. Okay, so this is the most restrictive C, above that is B, and the most broadest is what is A. I can override it in these three levels. And we will specify this at, once again, specify this at the command line level. So let me go back to the code. First thing what I'll do is I will remove this set master. So I will just put, and I'll just press an enter for this so that it will come as sparkconf.set app name. And in fact, you haven't seen this app name until now. I'll show that to you, friend. Okay, so the set master is commented out. Okay, let's recreate the file, the jar file. I'll go down to my export, Java jar. I will say finish. I will overwrite it. So I will just write it over here. So ensure that we recompile, oh sorry, we recreate the jar. We recreate and copy the jar into lab programs before we can test it out. And one more thing, you will have to change, before doing this, you will have to change the output folder because you already have that output, right? Before we can test it out. And we should also change the output folder where we are storing it. So this is very, very crucial. So I will put this in underline and bold so that you can see it. So let me do that. Let me go back to the code. So what am I going to do is I'm going to save it in a file called as wordcount1_java. Okay. So that's the new folder that is coming. Let me recreate the jar once again. I will export and I will say finish. Let me move the jar once again. I'll go down to my programs and Spark jar. Let me drag and drop it. It's 11.2. That's great. And let me run it now. So the way how I will run it right now is by passing on a parameter called as --master. That will be after the class level. I will say --master local, and then I put a star so that I will pick up all the cores, and I have got 2 cores, friends. Okay, so it will give me 2 files, and let me press enter. So the only changes that we did is remove the local, put in --master, executed the code. Let me see if everything goes on fine. Should be, that's what I presume. That's it. Okay, so it is created. You can see the file also here. The output file is what I meant. Okay, and if you look at HDFS, you will see the new file also. So HDFS DFS -ls/output. I press enter and I will see output1_java there. Fantastic. You can see this. Let me go back and run this. And let us go inside the word count _1.java wcount1_java to see if there are multiple files. And yes, you would see that there are multiple files. Let's confirm that. It's DFS -ls/output/wcount1_java. There'll be 2 files. Good, because we had 2 cores. There we go. And I will paste it over here. That's nice.
Can you paste though the executing step?
Sure. Let me do that. So the executing step that we will have to run is this one. Just once again, friend. Up arrow. Yeah, this step. So it will be, yeah, it's already copied. And this is the step. Okay. So I will remove the bold from here. Yeah, there we go. So that's your command here. I'll remove the underline also. Control U. Yeah, that's perfect. So the only thing I have to add, Sean, is this line. After -class com.evenket.wordCounter, give a space and say --master local star. That's all. I've kept it in the screen for you. And you will see that there are 2 part files. And of course, if there are 2 part files, we know that the data would be split between them, and we will see that. So this is how in the 1.5 hours of the morning session, we had done the first example completely. And of course, there are further things to be done. That is changing the log level and the history server. We will continue on with it after the break, but I'll just wait. Sean, just confirm to me once this is done and you're seeing that there are 2 part files created for you. Others also, please let me know if there is an issue. I'll wait.
I'm checking right now. Instead of doing star, I put 2.
That's also okay. So instead of star, if we had put, because we had only 2 cores. So if we had 3 and if we had put, you would have seen 2 output files. Imagine if we had 3 cores, it would have given me the 3 cores. That's the only difference over here. Were you able to see the 2 part files like this, part 001 and part 000 and 1, 4 zeros and 1, Ashan?
I'm looking right now.
Okay, sure. Others, I presume it's been done for all of you. Any issues? Let me know, friends.
So what is this underscore success? Is it a file?
Hey, good. So that is just a flag. It's a 0 bytes. There will be a failure in case if the code fails. It's just a flag to the system. This is coming more from MapReduce because this is actually the MapReduce code that is being running. Yes, they changed Spark to add new things, but then because it's an open source, whatever was existing, they took it over. So this is historically from the MapReduce world, just a flag telling you that the code went through fine.
Okay.
Good. Others, I presume this is done. Sean, were you able to see the files frame?
I'm just having a hard time with.
Okay. Take your time. No worries. Yeah, no worries. Because the other small challenge what you have is you have got lesser memory frame, so it will go a little bit more slower than what it normally would be.
Okay. No, I got two. I was able to use 2 cores, so it's good.
Yeah, that's perfect. So you would have seen 2 part files. That's lovely. So others also you should be able to see. So let's take up a quick break right now, friends. It's about 11:08 and it's about 10:38. So almost 10:40 by the time you finish. So we'll start back again at 10:55, friends. Okay. So let us take a break till 10:55. Okay. So I'll just quickly log off right now and mute myself, and we will come back by 10:55 with all the things. And any doubts you have, let me know. I'll try to log in about 5 minutes early so that if you have a doubt, I can help you. Okay. So see you back in about 15 minutes, friends. Thank you so much. Muting myself. Hey, folks, just to let you know that I'm back. We'll be starting up in another minute's time.
Hey Venkat, before we start, I have a quick question. Actually, I missed that part where we were making changes to the Java code for the master. I mean, what line did we change? Did we completely remove it?
Yes, that's right. So I'll just show it to you here. So let me go back to my Eclipse. So see what I had done. In fact, I'll just, so this, after Spark conf, I put a comment. So the complete set master is removed because I'm going to set that at the command line argument, right? So that's why I removed that line and I only had something called as app name as word count. That's what I did.
All right. Thank you.
Good. You're welcome. I'll just copy this in the cheat sheet so that that is also taken care of. I put it for you, Ashima, so that you can see that, and that's it.
Thank you. And one more thing, I missed the reason when you gave that why are we deleting the W count folder earlier? Could you please?
Because in Spark, what would happen is that if the folder already exists, it'll give an error. So let me run it again and show that to you. Because now the folder is already there. That is called as W count, right? So if I run this code once again, see what will happen. It'll say that the folder already exists. Let's wait. Let it go ahead. When it tries to save the contents, it will give an error that the folder is already existing. See, there it is.
I see. Okay.
The folder already exists exception. So that's the reason why we deleted the folder, because in HDFS, it'll always create in Spark, in HDFS, it'll always create a new folder. So if the folder already exists, it'll give an error here. That's the reason.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
I'll put this also so that it will be clear. we have to delete a existing folder in SDFS. I would say delete an existing folder in SDFS, or else it will give this error.
So now I'm having error the moment I change my code.
Right?
Do you have like a minute so that I can show you?
Why not? Why
Yeah.
not? Sure. Let me stop sharing.
So
Yeah,
I
I can.
changed here, and
Okay.
then I went to
One second, one second. You will have to delete that folder first. So see at the last,
Okay.
first of all, you don't have the line numbers. Do one thing. On the left-hand side where everything is, no. In the word count, go to the right, go to the right. On the left-hand side, the highlighted areas, a little bit to the
Oh,
left,
okay.
right click,
Sorry.
show line
Show line
numbers.
numbers. Oh, that's
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
No,
Okay.
no, no, no. That was only for the line numbers. Line number 38, you see that we already have a folder called as output. So if you simply rerun this, it will give an error. So go
I
to your
see.
HDFS and let's see if the file is there. Go to your prompt.
Oh, sorry.
This other one. Yeah. Say HDFS DFS minus ls space DFS space minus ls space slash output slash w count.
Output
Output.
slash W. Oh, tab does not work.
W count underscore Java.
W.
Underscore Java. Yeah, press enter. And this is just, yeah, see the part file is there, so you have to remove it. So HDFS DFS minus RMR. HDFS
I think I have it.
minus RM. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
That's the
this
one. Press enter. That's good.
Okay. Okay.
And now recompile and run it again. It'll work.
All right.
Create the jar again. Create the jar
create
again.
the jar again.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
All right.
Export. Yeah. Jar. Next. Yeah. Spark jar. Finish.
Alright.
Yes. Go to WinSCP and move the file.
That's 1059.
Yep.
Okay. Move it here.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Now run the code. Go to Putty again.
And this time we are doing the master local, right?
Exactly. So you'll see two part files. Press enter. It's running. Very good.
And then
Here, once again. It says.
yeah.
Hey, one second. I think you did HDFS DFS something. No. What is the command that you ran? Okay. Once again. Okay. Hey, you have to write com.ashima, not com.evenkat.
Oh, right. Hold on.
Just change that.
Okay.
Press enter. Good. It's running. Yeah, it went up. Scroll up. You will see the output. Scroll up. Little bit up. Hold. There you see. Now you will see the file. Go to your Putty. There it's come down. Come down. HDFS DFS minus ls.
Minus.
That's for listing. Minus ls.
Oh, minus ls slash
space
output.
Slash. That's correct. Slash w count underscore Java. You'll see two files.
W count underscore Java.
Yeah. Press enter. You'll see there are two files.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. So every time we will delete the output folder, what happens if we want to keep the old output as well?
See, in the real world, what would happen is whenever you're creating a folder, that will be based on a timestamp. Okay, so that's why every time new files will be created in the master folder. So we will never give an explicit folder called as wcount underscore Java. It will be wcount underscore some dynamic parameters. What is the timestamp and all that. So every time a new folder will be created and the old folder will be there as it is. In our example, we are just deleting the file. That's all.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I can stop share. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Great. So let's continue, friends. Let me go back. So we saw this example, and this was just to show how we can delete that particular directory. So now we want to test two things. The first thing that we want is we need to change the logging level so that unnecessary info statements are not coming. unnecessary info statements are avoided. Okay, so to do this, what we will have to do is go to the conf directory of Spark and rename the file. Let me go back and tell you which that file is. Go down to my software, Spark, conf, rename the file called as log4j.properties.template to log4j.properties. Remove the template word and rename the file log4j.template.properties to log4j.properties. Okay, that is nothing but remove the dot template word. So let me also do that. F2, rename. I'll remove the dot template. That's done. Then open up the log4j.properties and you will see in line number 19, the root category of log4j is set to info. We will have to change info to an error so that only the errors will be logged. The warn errors and all those things will be logged. So open the log4j.properties, log4j.properties, and change the line number 19 where the logging level is info, and we will change it to error. Okay, so this is the line that we changed. So I'll just copy that, Control C, and I have done this. And then we will also remove the directory in HDFS because it was set through the code. The directory that is there in HDFS is called as /output/wcount1_Java. And then we will simply rerun the earlier code and we will see that no logs are shown. I mean, no info logs are shown. No info logs are shown. So this is what we have to do, friends. So let's please go ahead and do that. We have made this change. So I will have to remove the directory. So I'll tell you the steps, what you have to do for removing it also. HDFS, I think I have written that earlier. So just once again, this is for just printing out, listing it. Yeah, there we go. So I want to say minus RMR, minus RM, space minus R. RMR will also work, and I will delete this particular directory. So I'll press enter, and I'll copy this for you. Yeah, the directory is deleted. So I've copied this and I will paste it for you here. It's there in the cheat sheet. Okay. And now we will rerun the log files and see what will happen. Clear? And I will simply run the code once again. There we go. And last time you saw a lot of infos coming. Now you see that there is no info coming. Okay. And it will give me the output of the code properly. See, and it will finish. That's it. So this is what is the beauty of changing the log level. Okay, so let me just copy this and put it for you in the cheat sheet so you can see this properly. So I'll just wait. So simply go ahead and test this out, friends. And in case if you want to try this at your own pace later on, please follow the steps that is there in the doc so that it will be easy for you. At any point of time, you can simply go back and simply follow the steps. This will be very helpful. So I'll just put this into bold so that this is what you will execute. Please run this and finish it and let me know. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Ashima.
Could you also please mention the path to the conf file, because later on we might forget that.
Okay, sure. Let me just put that line. So
thank you.
You're welcome. It will be there in my Hadoop conf directory. So Control C. I will put it over here, change the logging level, go to the conf directory, and I'll put it in the bracket. This is the location or the conf directory. Okay, so that will be helpful for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Control U. This is the directory. Another 2 minutes, guys. Please go ahead and run this so that we can see it. Any questions? I'm open. So after the break, this is the first thing that we tried, changing the logs so that only the info logs are done. After that, we will have to start with our history server. So I'll tell you the steps, what you have to do. So what I'll do, Ashima, is I'll just lower your hand so that...
No, I have one more question. That's
yeah,
fine.
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So what is a good practice? Shall we always make the changes like we did to the master level, or we should run? I mean, what is a good practice here? Because we modified the code and removed the master from the code.
No, there are 3 levels. See, I mentioned you there are 3 levels of doing it. So one thing, your organization would have something that is set up that will always be there in the conf directory. Then it will be up to you at the time of running whether you want to do it with a specific master or it will be there in the code at all. So in most real life environments, A is something that will be there at your organizational level. B and C is what you are having. In fact, you might not be the person who will be running the file. So step number B is given to the person who is actually running the file. It will be there in a dev environment, and then it will go to staging, and then it will go to production, right? So there'll be separate people who will be running the step number B who can do that. And you can specify that at the coding level also by doing it in the Java code. So the best practice is we will not change in the Java code, because once we set it in the Java code, nobody can overwrite it, right? So the good practice in the industry is never to leave it to the actual people who are running it by telling them to write the number of codes what they want, and they will overwrite whatever is there at the configuration level. This is what happens in a real world.
Makes sense. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let me continue, friend. Hey, tell me, Bill. Sorry, Sean. Please go ahead, Sean.
It's okay. So, but if you were saying that A is sort of the default and then B narrows it and C refines it even further.
Right.
But does it also limit? So if A only says you can use 4 cores, can you specify more cores?
Yes, you can do that. That's what. So A is at the first level, wherein if you don't say anything, we don't do anything in B and C, it'll follow what is there at the configuration level. Then comes at runtime, wherein you can change the master to whatever you're doing it at your staging environment and in your production level. And C is the most restrictive thing, where you're making something that is mandatory to be there at the coding level itself. So depends upon where you do it in a real world, like in JP.
I'm asking as like a support person, right? So if I noticed for some reason that too many cores were being used and I wanted to lower the number of cores,
you'll always do the B1, so that at your level you can change it to whatever master you want, so that I can see the output in that way. So,
but if the developer had put 16 cores in C, would it not override that?
True. So that means step number C, the developer will do it only when he have to really ensure it's as a rule that you will have to do it. Okay. So, but in the case of cores, the developer should not do that. So minus master is typically set master is never done by the developers, because this is to the runtime guys who will be doing it. So in all practical real world, the runtime folks will, just once again, throat is drying. On the runtime folks will make the changes in step number B. So B is what is always changed in the real world. C, A is at the organizational level, B is at the running level. And if something is done, ideally for set master, I don't see that developers should do this. But if they do it, then the others will not work. And if they do it, then it is something specific that they want to ensure that this program will be running always on these cores. So that's the idea. Make sense?
Thank you.
Perfect. Right. Just give me a minute. I'll just have a glass of water. Just once again. Back again, finished. Let me go down. So that was the rule. So now the next thing that we have to do after this is how do we see the Spark 4040 page when the Java code is not running. So for me, the Java code is not running right now. Okay. So first, let me get the IP address, ifconfig. Let me go to my browser and I will say :4040. Very similar to what we did in our Scala when we were doing the REPL. So I'll simply complete and it says unable to connect. So when you're doing Java, you will always need a history server. Okay. So is when the Java code is not running. So we will always need a history server to be started when we are running with Java. So the steps for that would be, you have to do something specifically. Let me open up the cheat sheet, copy paste in the diagram so that you can see this. Let me go down to and start with the history server. There we go. Sorry about this. Start history server and Control C. Let me go back to the cheat sheet and run this. So this is what you will be doing. First step, create a directory called as Spark events in HDFS. Only when the directory is created can you go ahead and do the changes. Then in your conf directory where we changed remove the template word for our log4j. Similarly, I will remove the template word for defaults-conf and ensure that there are three line items, properties being set. The first property will be the file system log directory. That will be the directory that I created, Spark events. Then I will write my log, event log directory location, and I will enable the event log directory. By default, it is disabled. Then go to the Spark sbin directory and explicitly start my history server.sh. Remember yesterday when, just one second, let me get hold of the person's name. When Kalyan was trying it yesterday on his machine, he always did something called as // and run the sh file, right? So when you're inside a directory, you have to always write // and start the history server.sh. Then go to your JPS and you will see that the history server is running. Then start your Spark submit command once again, so the job would run. Okay, so before doing this, ensure that we delete the output directory. So the output directory that needs to be deleted would be the one that we did just right now. That is this one. So I will just copy paste this command, Control C. I will write this. Okay, we delete the command again, and then when we go down to your browser, the history server would be running on 18080 port number, and we will see everything running, friend. Okay, so this is what you will have to do. So detailed step by step is given as to what needs to be done. So please do that and confirm that it is running from step number A to step number F. I'll do it at my end also, and all of you please do it at your end also, so that we can see the logs coming in the browser.
Take one then.
Yeah, sure, please. So let me go ahead and run this at my end. Friend, I'm sorry, but then I just looked at the participants to see if they are asking me something. I saw a new guy with the name of AMNENO06 coming. I don't know who that person is, my dear. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's Akhil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Please put in your name, otherwise the person to be confused will be me, my dear.
Yeah.
That's okay. For the time being, I'll remember. I hadn't got any idea who that person is. No worries, Akhil. Thank you. So let me first create the directory in HDFS. Control C. Clear. ran the -mkdir command. Then the next step is I'll go to the Spark defaults.conf, remove the template word. There it is. Let me remove the template word. Open up defaults.conf and write those 3 lines in my defaults.conf. Control C, Control V. Perfect. I'll close my defaults.conf. Then start the history server. cd lab software spark sbin /start history server.sh. I'll copy this command in case if you need it. Good. Now let me do JPS. Good. The history server is running. Okay. Delete the directory and run the code again. This is the way to run the code. Go to the browser 18080 and we will be all set. Okay, I think we have to run the code after that. Just change the order of this. So just ensure this, friends, you have to first run the code and then go ahead and, go to the browser and then run the Spark submit. Okay, once again, hey, I didn't delete the file. That's why. Okay, no worries. So you see that for me, it is showing me no completed applications. I just refreshed it. Yeah, it was actually coming. It was just being a little bit slow for me. There we go. Yeah. Should come. But then you can follow the step. That should be okay. First, start the history server and then run the code. I'll wait. Mine is finished.
Hey Venkat, this is Vishwanath. This is not coming up for me. Should I share?
Okay. Yeah. Can I have the name again? I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Akhil, it was.
It's Vishwanath.
Vishwanath. Okay, great. So that should be Venkata. Okay. Yeah, let me stop sharing. Vishwanath, I'm seeing a blank screen. Okay, can you go back and go to the putty and show me that, do a JPS? JPS. Yeah. History server is running. Okay, go show me the defaults -conf. Go to your putty. Yeah, Spark, there only. Software, Spark, conf. Open that. I think something is wrong there, friend. Okay, no, you have got it. That means you haven't created the directory. Can you go to your HDFS and see if this directory is there? Go to your putty and then say HDFS, DFS -ls. minus ls slash what was the folder name slash Spark events. No, directly Spark events, one word. Yeah, press enter. Yeah, look, it's already shown to you also. See, local is there. That means it's there. Go back to the browser. If you're checking in IE, please go ahead and check in another browser. No, this is Chrome. Should work. Press enter once again. Yeah, it was just being slow. Something is hovering. See,
Yeah, but
it's connecting. Yeah, it's connecting right now. That's funny. It should not take so much time. I think the IP. Can you do IF config once again for me? Yeah, the IP is wrong. 213.128. Let's go back and check. Is that the IP? Yeah, it is right. Yeah. Just try it once again. Close this browser and open up another browser. Should not happen. I've never seen. Close this browser. Open up one more time. Yeah. Paste it. Yeah. Why am I seeing the hover glass? See, it's still hovering. Connecting.
yeah, the spinner is going on. The port is correct, right? Whatever I gave.
Yeah, 1808. It is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's weird. And do a JPS again in Putty. Once again for me. History server, is it down? No, it is running.
Do you want me to kill the job history server, because now we are not using any Spark shell or anything, right? So
No, that's okay. That's okay. That will be running on a separate port number, so it's not conflicting. That's for sure. There is nothing.
Are other ports working, by the way, for you?
Okay, go to the browser and say 50070. Let's check that. That's a good thing. Just try 50070. Ah, the other ports are also not working.
That network NAT.
Exactly. Thank you, buddy. It's because of that. Yeah.
You're in office today, Vishnath?
no, but I got into VPN.
Okay. So in safe. Okay. So Brandon, I was asking today. So let me give you this. So if you go to NAT configurations.
Yeah, can you go down to the VMware setting? You might have to power off everything and then do that. That's the only challenge.
Yeah, so yesterday I was at home, tried to connect to VPN, and that same thing happened to me. Even if I changed to some other connection, same thing's happening. So I just had to switch back to to outside the Safeway network.
Right. So let's do one thing. Just go to VM power. We'll fix it right now. Go to the VM menu.
So when if I edit VPN, will that work? I don't have to be in VPN now. I had to do something in the morning. You can get out of VPN. If that's going to resolve automatically.
One second, we'll just check it right now. Go to the VM menu, File, Edit, View, VM. The menu on the top, the fourth menu, VM. Yep. VM, yeah. Settings, the last one. And let's look at what is your settings. It is on NAT. You will have to change it to bridged. Okay, you have to power off your machine. You can't work like this. It might not work because it's still running, right? So you'll have to power it off and power on, and it should work, friend. Cancel, just power off. Say cancel. Power off the system, doesn't matter. Power off. In 2 minutes, we'll fix it now. Yep, okay. Now, once again, let it come, it's still not come. Yeah, now go to edit virtual machine settings. Yeah, that one, click on that. Change it to bridged. Say okay. And click on power on the machine. Yep. And when you do an IF config, you'll see that your IP is different. Don't show this hint again and say okay. Yeah, it's powering on. Couple of seconds. It should be all fine. The machine is getting loaded. Wow, it's taking a little bit more time. Okay, there we go. Not root, Hadoop 1, 2, 3. Also comes. Are you working on the same image, Vishwanath? Because yesterday, okay, waiting for network configuration. Okay, let's wait.
Yeah, it's same as yesterday. Same.
Okay, because the 16 GB it should be really faster than this. That's what I was wondering. Because it's network, that's why it's taking a little bit time. That's okay. We'll just wait for a couple of seconds. After that, it will come to the prompt. NAT will be faster. That is network access protocol. That will be faster. But since we are on a separate network, you said, and the ports was not opening, it happened for Brandon also yesterday. The same, or one of them. I don't remember whom I helped out. I think it was Brandon. So the same error. So let's wait. We'll give you the IP.
You need to disconnect from VPN just to be sure. The network will not get impacted.
No, that's okay. Should not. Because this will give. If you are connected via VPN, then you would need that IP to be there. NAT will work even when I don't have an IP also. So when you're running as a standalone, I think NAT should be the best option for working.
Okay.
Couple of seconds. Let's wait. While this is happening, Akhil, do you want to mention your thing? What was the case?
Yeah, just a second.
Okay. Ashima, you want to go ahead, Ashima? Even you had raised your hand. Yeah, okay. Now it came. Just log in. Yeah. Just 1 second, Ashima.
Yeah, I think I forgot my question. I'll raise it later.
Okay, that's okay. And yeah, give IF config. Your IP would be different. Yeah, press enter. No, wow, it's not even getting that IP. You'll have to go back to another mode, power it off, because it's giving IP6. It's not giving IP4. Power it off. Yep. Get to try something different. Power off. Okay. Once it goes away, go to your VM. Edit virtual machine settings. Yep, that's the one. Go to your network adapter. Change it to custom, the 4th radio button, and VMNet. That's okay. Yeah, click on the drop down and see what are the options. I think VMNet is okay. Okay. First one, yeah, and say okay. And let's see if this gives me an IP. Power it on. Because yesterday, I think, Vishwanath, you were there in another environment. That's why it was working, right? And when you connect to the office network, that's the time when it is not working. Am I right in the assumption?
Yeah, yesterday I didn't get into the VPN network. I was just on my home network. Today I got into
right.
VPN.
Okay. So I think that's what the case is, because once you get into VPN, it is requiring some other specific IP. Let's wait for a couple of seconds. So the options available for us is, can you go to the VM menu right now while this is booting up? I'll just tell you the options. VM, the last one, settings. And let this come. Yeah, go to network adapter. Yeah. So the first one is a NAT. That is when you're running on your own. The second one is bridged. Third one is your custom, what you're doing right now. Okay. In the worst case, we will go to the 4th option, that is host only. One of these things should be worked. When you say host only, it's a private network shared with the host. So that's the last option. So let's just wait and see if we are getting this. Or else you might have to come out of your VPN network and then try this out. So let's wait and see. This should normally work out. The reason why it is waiting for the network configuration is it's looking at the existing network and trying to give you an IP. Let me see if it gives you an IPv4. We'll come to know in a couple of seconds. You can say cancel. Because it's a network configuration, that's why it's looking for all the available networks and see how do I connect and which is the safest option. It will give you an IP. That is, it will give you an internal IP so that you can connect your files from the image itself. So that's the whole idea. Let's wait a couple of seconds. Okay, well, this is happening. Akhil, do you want to go ahead with your question, Akhil?
Yeah. So you mentioned that we have to run this history server only for Java applications, is it?
That's correct. Because when you are already running your other command, that means when you're running it in a batch mode, Hadoop will confirm whether you're running it in a batch mode or in a interactive mode. No, friend, even this is not working. So I think you will have to get out of your VPN and then try to connect, or else everything will work. Only thing is that the browser page will not work, my dear. So sorry, you'll have to do that, Vishwanath.
Yeah, I got out of VPN now.
Okay, so then go back to NAT and it should work fine. You can continue with that here. Okay. Yeah, power it off and power it on. So yeah, coming back to Akhil. So the history server is typically because when we're running it in a batch mode and you want to see that it is running, so that is the way. So even in Scala, if you're running something in a batch mode, you will have to go ahead with the history server, Akhil. So that's the whole point.
Okay.
So it's only a case required when you won't see the 4040 page running. So that is typically in Java 8, where first of all, we don't have a REPL mode. Second of all, we don't have a browser mode also. Whereas in Scala, you have got a REPL mode, you have got an interactive mode, like what we did in Java, and you have got a notebook also that is called as Zeppelin. Python has got a notebook called
Jupyter,
as
yes.
Jupyter Notebook. Unfortunately, Java does not have any notebook in the current version, friends. So that's why this is the only way to do it. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I think that should work by giving you an IP once again.
It's the same IP not before.
Yeah, that's right. So just say start -all.sh, and we have to start MR tab after this, and then you have to start a history server. Yeah, he started with the start all. So it is starting with those services. Just 2 seconds while that finishes off. I think that's your answer, Akhil. So let's go down to Ashima. Ashima, you have raised your hand.
Yeah, hi. So the question I have is, once I go to port 18080, I see the jobs and the count. So there are two jobs running, and actually 3 jobs running, but somehow it says the tasks are like all the 2 got skipped. I don't know, what does that mean?
Because you're running it for the second time, right? So yesterday we discussed, right? Something got skipped. The reason why it got skipped was that you had already executed it. We were trying to run it for the same time again, right? So that's the reason why it was executed.
Right, but if we are changing something and then running it, shouldn't it be not skipping it? I mean, I still want to understand the concept behind that.
No. What we changed was only the directory. The contents remains the same. Type MR and tab, Vishwanath. Type MR and then tab. You see the first one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Just copy that whole line. That should start HT server. So that's what is the question, Ashima. So when I run this, once this is finished, I will just go back to my machine and show that to you.
Sure.
So that will resolve it out, Ashima. Just once again. Yeah. I think you have to start with your putty because you can't copy paste in this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe you can continue with it. Can you just disconnect, friend, so that I can go back to my screen? Right now we are seeing a screen, friend.
Oh yeah. Let me stop.
Yeah. I think I can also stop it. Yeah, there we go. I stopped the sharing. That's perfect. And let me start with my screen. So coming back to this window, this is what you are asking me, Ashima, that when I go back to this local one, the first job that I ran, okay, and when I looked at this count, and when I looked at the DAG visualization, you say this was skipped, right?
Yes. Oh, that is the skip. Okay, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, whereas this is still there. Yesterday I said the same thing, right? So it's one
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
job.
Now I remember it. When I was looking at the, no, I know the concept behind it. I was not relating to the fact that it says 2 by 2 and 2 is skipped, because on mine it has 3 jobs, like run job with job ID 2 and then count and then for each. So I have like 3 running, whereas on your screen I just see only 2.
No, we didn't have a for each at all, right? So let me go back to the first one.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at. I see. Okay.
Okay, the same thing.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
Sure,
Got it.
sure. Yeah. And we had one more colleague, Mati. You had a question. Please go ahead.
Yes, actually, oh, 1 second, sorry. So the port number which you have chosen for job history, is it based on like yesterday the port number for job history was little different, 19888, and today the port number which we have chosen is 18080. What is
These are the default port numbers, dear. So we have for our Hadoop some default port numbers. So the port numbers that we had used in Hadoop was 50070. That was for the name node. Then we have something called as 50090. That was for the secondary name node. 8088. That was for the resource manager. And for the job history server, it was
19888.
Yeah, 19888. Thank you. I forgot about that. That was a job history server. Then for Spark, we had a 4040 as the default port number. 4040 was the default port number. Whereas for this one, it is 18080. This is for the history server of Spark. So each one of them have got their own port numbers, my dear. So that's the reason why this looks to be different. So Spark has got its own set of port numbers, whereas Hadoop has got its own set of different port numbers. These are all the defaults, and you can change it if you want it.
Okay, got it. So if we want to change, it has to be on the config.
Exactly. You have to do it in
the.
That's correct. Defaults conf properties file. You have to go ahead and make the changes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Perfect. That's great. Let me just go back to the participants. Akhil, I think it's answered, or you have got some other question, Akhil?
No, I think it's good.
That's it. Okay, so I'll just lower your hand so everything is back to normal. So let's move on, guys. So we saw the first thing after the break was we saw how to remove the logs. Then we went ahead and saw how to start with the history server and saw the different port numbers. So now let's move on to our next plan of action. So the first example is all done. Now, we might have to do this within our Windows environment and make this work. So that is what we are doing. In the first example, we saw how to connect to your local file system. That means we did file : // Whereas in the second example, what we are doing is we are going to the this one, the HDFS, and then try to do a login. So what we're trying to do is we are getting the logger level, and instead of doing it in the configuration like what I did right now, we can do it in the code, and we can execute all of these things within Windows itself, friend. I don't have to go ahead like what Sean did last time, right? We directly ran it. So see like this, right click, run as, and I can run it as a Java application, wherein it will be running on the console. So if you have to do that kind of a thing, there are some prerequisites that you have to do. So this is what we are doing. And you saw the error that came for him at that time. It said something called as, let me just go up in the before example one. We saw that it was giving him some errors that some applications was not running. To avoid that, what we will have to do is there is a file called as winutil.exe file. It's a very small file that you will have to download. So let me just go back and check if I can get this file. Download winutil.exe. Just one second. Let me see. There we go. So if you go down to Steve's GitHub account, you will see the winutils file. Just one second. Where in the world is that winutils?
Venkat, my system is acting up. I'm going to reboot. I'll be back in online in 5 minutes.
That's okay, Vishwanath. No worries, friend. Okay, thank you. So we wanted to check winutils. Just one second. You said it is available here, then okay, let me go to winutils. I don't want to go to Hadoop. What is this? Just once again. I think we're looking at a wrong file. Hold on. This is a separate winutils file. Once again, I'll try to put it onto the. I have got it already set up, so it's a very small file. Let me go down to Hadoop, C drive, Hadoop, bin. This is that 106 KB file. So why in the world is giving me this file? I can actually download this. Let me go out of this window. Just once again, dear, I'm trying to irritating. Okay, download. Because I found it very easily last time. Download, then utils.exe for Spark. That's what I wanted. For Spark, I'll press enter. That's right. If he also says go to that site only, that's correct. But why is it not getting it from the site? Because trust me, friend, yeah, there it is. Steve's. I also went to Steve's site, but then why is it not showing me the file? Just one second, friend. What the hell is this? That means something has got changed recently. I'm not missing something. Control F. There it is. This is the thing. Sorry, friends. Just give me once again.
I found one of the link.
Oh, friend, can you put it on the chat window, dear?
Yeah, I did.
You have done that. Okay, okay. Once again, dear. Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, Steve's site only. Let me go back and see if that is what. I think that is what we're looking at.
But this Hadoop version is 271. Is that?
That's okay. That's okay. Let's see the size of the file.
We have to download. Click on download.
Okay. I think it's the same. Once again, let me just be sure. 107 minus. Yeah, it's almost the same. So should not be a challenge. So let me just once again, have you sent it to me or to everybody? Yeah, you sent it to everybody. So if you look at the chat window, Mati had sent it across everybody. So that is the link that you'll have to download here. So download the winutils file from that particular link. And thank you so much, Mati, because I was trying to look at myself. It was giving me a hell lot of issues. So that was helpful. Let me close this. Close this. I don't need this. Yeah. So what we will do is we will download winutils.exe file from this location. Let me copy the location from the chat window. Control C. I'm putting it over here. Okay. And then we will follow these steps, friend. So first step, what you'll have to do is create a folder called as Hadoop, and in the bin directory, create a folder called as bin and put that winutils.exe over there. and then set up your system variable and say Hadoop home is pointing to your C:/Hadoop. Okay, that's the first thing that you will have to do. The next thing that you will have to do is in the path, you will already have existing variable. You just put %Hadoop home and then say /bin, because Hadoop home was C Hadoop, right? And inside that, I will put it to bin. Just do this much, these 2 steps, and then we are all set, friend. Okay, so please do the steps. So for me, I'll just show it to you. I'll go down to my control panel.
For Mac, is there any equivalent of this?
Once again, that's a nice question. For Mac, okay, you can actually do this. Hold on. It didn't strike me at that time when I created this document. For Mac, how do we fix bin utils.exe? Let me check that, friend. Windows 10. Okay. Running for Mac systems. It's showing me Windows. Okay, it's again Windows. It's showing me Mac, my dear. Okay. I think you'll have to set something called, no, hold on, set property.
Sorry, what is it used for, by the way, Venkat?
Okay, see what is happening is we have got this Hadoop that is installed in our image, right? We have got Hadoop and Spark, everything installed in our image. So when we come down to our local system and when we run this, like for example, I have got this particular code that I ran last time, right? I can say simply run this in my local system. So it will give me the output over here itself. The same code that we ran last time in HDFS, we can do this in HDFS. See here. So hold on. Of course, it's giving me, I can't run it on Macintosh, and that means I can't run this output and all that. But instead of output, I can directly give a local file system like this. What I'll simply do is I'll just comment this. I don't want to do this part right now, my dear. And let me run this. Right click. I'll just say run as. So within Windows itself, I can run this. See here. Hold on. What is the other error? It's giving me word count at 10, which is that line. Okay. The master URL should be set in the configuration. Hold on. I think it should run fine when I'm giving it like this. Okay. Let's look at the example where I'm actually trying to point to an HDFS location.
I think since are you passing the -- master in your command line?
No,
an argument,
because I'm running it directly right from here.
Then you should have it in the config, maybe in the conf where you commented out at master, set master. Is that the reason?
Okay, got it. So what has happened here is that because I have commented out this, you're perfectly right. So I will just say local and star. Okay. So hold on. I should put star over here. Sorry. Shift and this. And let me run this. Just give me 1 second, dear. This is surprising. I'll say okay. Okay. So now it is running. Okay. Very good. See how it ran, the same set of things what we had done last time. Of course, the info has to be changed and all that. We will change the logging level of info. So no need to worry. So what it's trying to do is, it says input path does not exist. File home, not truth, lab data. Okay, sorry. This was pointing to that data. So my mistake. So this should actually have been a separate location. So just give me 1 second. So I will give a location and show that to you. So since I was trying to do with an existing code, that's why it was giving me these errors. So the simplest way to do that would be to specify with your C drive, the location of the file. Just give me 1 second, dear. I'm trying to specify, either I can set it locally or I can give a particular file name also. Just 1 second. I have already done it with different ways of doing it. Hold on. This is that logger level. First thing is, if I set to this logger level, what will happen is that I won't see this irritating set of statements. See here, there are so many other statements that came, right? So all the statements will go away with that one line. Just 2 minutes, friends. So let me just fix this up. So let me go back. I will set my logger level right at the beginning so that I am keeping it at one level. Just one second, I need to import something. Hold on, let's go back to the cheat sheet. And yeah, log.level, I need to do that. Let me do Control C. Let me go back to my code. Let me run this. Okay. And the logger also, I would need to import log4j. That's good. So I've imported, yeah, that error went away. So then the next error, what I want to fix right now for you folks would be to set it to a particular file. I've already done that. It's weird that in this example, when I'm doing it, it's giving me this. Just one second. I think it's a simple C drive is from where I'll pick it up. So just one second, friend. Yeah, there it is. So this is the way how I'll pick up that particular file. There we go. Okay. I can just directly do it like this. Okay. So Control C. Let me go back to my code. Instead of saying text file like this, so I will just comment this particular line, Control C. I'll comment this line. I will give this next line and let me give the file name. Oops, sorry, Control Z. And this would be just the location of the file, my dear. So that would be, let me remove this, bring it down. Show it like this. Yeah, there we go. So inside my Spark with Java data, go down to my D drive, Spark with Java, go down to my data. Let me have a words file. Let me run it, and after that, I'll show you the steps, friends. Just give me one second. Let me just say words.text, and I'll say, how are you? I'm fine. How about you? Okay, just a simple line. Inside data, I've got words.text, words.text. That's all. Let me run this. So now it won't show me any of the info messages. See, all those things are coming. Once again, that's surprising. It should not show me this info messages. And see, the same word count what we did, it is giving me the answer, right? So see, I'm running this in my Windows itself. I simply ran this command within Windows. That's what we are going to see. So we were not getting any error called as winutils.exe not found. If I did not create that folder, it'll give me an error telling me winutils not found, my dear. So that's what we are doing in the code. So now let me explain from scratch. The first step, please download from the link that was given by Meti. So download that particular winutils.exe. You will create a folder called as Hadoop in your C drive /Hadoop, and inside bin, you will put that winutils.exe, set your environment. Okay, you are talking about Mac. How do we do it?
Venkat, it's okay. I'm good with existing one. I'm okay with it. Don't worry about it because I don't need it.
No, that's okay, buddy. But then it is possible in Mac also, because when you run this, so when you're simply running your files, you might get that. So this error was only to remove that winutils error. When you run it directly, I don't think so. You will get this winutils error also. So if you just go back to the same code, friend, and just ensure that you change your set master and point to a location in your system where the data file is, just run it and see and tell me what happens, friend. And then I can, depending upon your error, we will try to fix it up, friend. So can you please do that for me, friend?
Oh, you want me to do on Mac, you're saying?
In Mac only.
Okay.
You have got everything in Eclipse, right? So we will just run it in Eclipse and we will do that. So please do that. In the meantime, our Java guys will have to do this. You have got the location, what has been shared to us. So do this in Windows, step number A and step number B. And the next thing that you will have to do is you will have to change the code. Let me write it down. So go back over here. And yeah, we have downloaded that particular file. Make two environmental variables as mentioned in the document. That was this document, spark underscore java 1 dot topics, spark underscore java 1 dot docx file. Okay, so that particular, make the two changes, and then let's go down to this example and we will run this. So the only change that we are doing it in our example is we will run it without having Eclipse. So the beauty of this thing is post our first break, or our lunch break, we can actually stop the image. We really don't have to run with the image, because I have shown you how does Scala work with the image. How do you run a Spark submit with the image? You can remove all of that and do it directly with Java. Okay, with your Windows environment or your Mac environment. So we can directly do this without doing this. So then make the following changes in the code. The first change that you will have to do, first let me write the second change. This is how you will make the change. The first change is we should specify the master also. Specify, or we should uncomment the set master which we had commented earlier. Okay, we should uncomment that and give the value as local star. That means it will pick up all the cores that will be available. That is what is local star. And the second thing what we will do is this one. Change the Java RDD to a location. So you don't have to give it Spark with Java. You can give it any location wherever your words file is located. Okay. So note, this can be any location where the words.txt file is present. And then we can simply run it. So please do it like this and see if you're able to run, and see, this is the output what you should see. I'm seeing everything running in my local Windows itself. I'm not seeing anything in my Mac, in my Linux image. I'm seeing everything in Windows. Okay, so please do that, our Windows user. And let's go down to our friend. That was Sharath. Was that you, Sharath, who was talking to earlier, friend?
Yes, Venkat, yeah.
Oh, okay, great. So Sharath, I will just stop my screen so that, once again, you have got everything in the document, my dear. So I'll just try to fix it up for Sharath right away. You just need to do this much, friend. Okay. So I'll just stop sharing.
So the code, Venkat, is from the example 2, right? And we are creating a new project or in the same project?
No, once again, we are doing it in example 1 only, my dear.
Okay.
We are just commenting the code and making it in example 1. Okay. So this, yeah. So this is your Mac. Okay. So comment that, and yeah, that particular line commented. Yeah, paste it below that, and give the location of a file, friend. So you should not say file : // Where do you have it in your file system?
Yeah, I'm checking it actually.
Okay.
I remember when I put it. Let me look actually. I think this one, right? This is the.
Yeah, you can give. You will have to create a file. Just create a new file called as words.txt, like what we had yesterday. We had created, right? In this directory itself, create a new file. Spark training and day 2. Yeah. Words.txt. Yep. Okay. How are you? I am fine. How about you? That's it. 3 lines. Yep, good. That's it. Save that file.
Okay.
Okay. Can you do a ls to find out the actual path? Yeah, copy that. Go to your code and paste it. Yeah. That's it. Hey, the file name is not there. In day2/words.txt. Yeah. Words.txt.
Words.
That's it. Let's run this.
No class font.
Remove the set master. Remove the set master.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's basically no class found. So probably.
That's because the generated jar files are not there. So I said that they should be, okay, you're trying with an com.xml, okay. Remember last time I told you to drag and drop the jar codes? You have the image, right? So we can copy, create a directory where the dependencies will be there.
It is there actually. All beginnings are here.
No, you're trying with Maven, my dear. So, but then we had all the jars, right?
Okay, I'll run it and show it to you.
Yeah, you just run it and test it out, Sharath. No worries. It should work, my dear, because the other people will be using it like this, right? A couple of guys were using Mac only. So the only thing is you are done through pom.xml right now. So just try it the normal way, dear.
No worries. Yeah.
Can you just stop sharing, dear, so that I can start with my screen? Thank you. I think I will do that. So stop participant sharing. Let me go ahead with my share. And others, this is what we should do, friends. So run it with the same example. You will have a file called as words.txt. Uncomment the set master to say set local. And when you run this, we will see the output. That's what is the purpose that we are trying to do. Run the whole thing in our environment right now. So post lunch, we will stop the image completely and we can run it directly in our environment. We don't need the image at all here. That's the whole idea. Okay, once again, somebody has raised the hand, so let me just go back. So Bill, yeah, go ahead, Bill. Sorry, Sean.
Okay, so one thing for people to try is to, after you set your Windows variables, you have to restart Eclipse. So it recognizes.
Oh, yeah, that's where it was not working. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
But
that's new for me. Thanks, Sean. Because that's new. So in case once you set up the Windows variable, Eclipse has to be restarted. That's funny. Because invariably what I did is that we'll make the changes and then we will start Eclipse. But then I didn't expect that. So that's something new for me also. Thank you. With that, did you see the output? Did it run, Sean?
No, I'm getting I'm getting an error message about output directory file /output/wcount1_Java already exists.
Hold on. Let me just, I'll stop sharing. Can you just start sharing so that I can fix it up for you right now? Let's do it quickly. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And Mati, you had a question there. Can you just let me know what that was about?
Yeah, I'm actually getting after see, similar to Sean's error message I already have, but I deleted wcount1_Java, and after that I'm getting another exception. Once you are doing this, we will see.
No worries. I will check the exception for you. What you can do, Sean, is just say wcount2_Java in the code line number 37 /output/wcount2_Java, and then run the code. This should work. Yeah. There we go. That's perfect. You're running it in our, okay, it's launching word counter, building up the workspace. Okay, very good. You didn't put in that first line. That's the reason why errors are still coming. I'll do that right now for you. Once again, it's still running. Once it finishes, it will give you the output. So one more line is what you have to do. Let me just put it in the chat window. I did that. You did not. I didn't put it in the log message. So I'm putting it in the cheat sheet right now. The third step, what you'll have to do is have this set so that the info messages would be removed. Messages would be removed, and this is what you'll have to do. Okay, so let me go back to your screen. Yeah, I think it's, can you just scroll up a little bit? Sean, can you just scroll up? No, in the output window, down, console window. Yeah, see? So this error came because there are too many info messages. Can you go down to my cheat sheet? Put in one additional line that you'll have to add in line number 14. Go down to my Google Docs page.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah, put it in the first line. That's it. Save the file and run it. Hey, hold on. You'll have to right click on logger. You have to import something.
Right.
No, just select the logger. Don't right click. Just take a mouse over the logger. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's all. No, go to the logger. Take a mouse. Yeah, wait for a second. It'll come with the tooltip. Hold on. Yeah. Import from the bottom, the second last, log4j. Yeah, log4j. You move your mouse there. Just scroll up right till the top. That's okay. Go right till the top. I saw log4j was there. Yeah, that's it. And the level, take a mouse over level. Set level, and level is there. Error, wait. And this now again log4j. That's good. And now run this. Save the file. Save it. Yep, good. When you run it, we'll save it for us. Good. Now you won't see any info messages. This is perfect, and this is what I expect everybody to see. Let's wait. Hold on. That's because the folder was already there. That's why, see, output folder already there. So you can change that to a different level. That's okay. Or delete the file. Either option is okay. That's it. And this should work perfectly fine now. Because we can't run this multiple times because the file would be there. So that's perfect. And yeah, there we go. And everything is done for him. So this is the way how we expect it to be. That's great. Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Mati. Mati, you had a question. Was it resolved? Sorry, I have to make you the presenter. Let me stop sharing just once again. Thank you, Sean.
I think the environmental variables are not reflected for me. I should be restarting my system itself.
No. You have to just restart Eclipse. That's what Sean mentioned right now. After you make the changes, you have to just restart Eclipse.
I did restarted my Eclipse.
Okay.
I restarted my Eclipse after.
Okay, you have to write first one line. Go down to my Google Docs.
I did.
To my Google.
Logger?
No, the first line. Hey, that should be there in the first line. Go back, cut that line. And after public static void main in the very first line, paste it. That's good. Let's run it. Yep, good. Okay, what does it say? That's okay. We need to, that's fine.
I'm getting the log. No.
The error is because directory already exists. Yeah. So the answer to that is change the level. Come down, come down, come down. Yeah, make it as 2B, and that should be okay. Run this again, and this is working. See now?
No, it is telling me about some permissions.
No. Once again, hold on. Null, that's okay. Scroll up. Hold on. Once again. chmod. Okay, go up again. It's trying to connect. Go up still. Here, such a big error. Let's see what it will be there. Okay, entry in command line. Okay, what it's trying to do is that it is not talking to the file system. So the easiest way is we are not saving it as a file. Instead of saying output, we can save it to a local directory. So why don't you go to a type there, go to your Windows Explorer. Yeah, remove that, remove that.
I have
Yeah.
one already.
Give the path, fantastic. Paste it over here. Yeah, 2 slashes everywhere. Yeah, that's right. Data, output, and slash whatever is a file name. Let's call it as output dot something. Whatever. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Dot text. Yeah. Run this. So the problem was we were trying to connect to HDFS, and that's why the error. That's okay. WinUtils error. That's fine. Let's try to see. It's somehow expecting something to be there in that. So can you just show me the directory? Spark with Java data. Yeah, go to output.txt. Okay, nothing is there inside it.
Yeah, it is not writing. Maybe I have to give permissions. I gave the permissions to.
Okay.
I have to delete, right?
Yeah, and yeah, there it is. And just run this again. Because ideally that should work as long as you're writing it a directory. No, I think it's something. So let's not even write that file. We are just trying to show how to read that file. We will not even write it. So that should solve the issue, friend. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
See, the output is coming. RU, fine, and all those things are there, right?
Yeah.
So that is what is the output. So we will just see what has to be done. No worries.
Okay.
Yeah. Vishwanath, you had a question. So I'm just sharing my screen. So if you go down to spark1_dockets, do you see this? To compile in Windows, I have kept 2 screenshots. Step number A, you have to follow this step number A, Hadoop home, C:/Hadoop. Then you will have to, in the path variable, you will have to append to the existing path your bin directory also. And inside that will be your winutils.exe. I've given you a command from where you can download the winutils.exe, right? So this is the location from where you can download winutils.exe, Vishwanath.
Okay,
Yeah, just try that out. Sure, thank you. And Ashima, you had a question, Ashima?
Yeah, so I'm having the error on running the code, and it says that the input path is not specified correctly. So
okay, let me stop sharing. Can you start sharing so that I can fix it up for you?
So we are here, and when I run it, okay, let's go from the top so that I'll confirm if I'm not missing anything.
Scroll down in the output, in the console, scroll down so that I know what the error is. Come down.
So the error comes here. It says input file path does not exist.
Okay, in day 2, you don't have words.txt.
So I do, that's what I checked, and then I do have this.
Okay, it's in C drive. Ashima Spark is all in capital. Scroll down and see if that's the part what you have done. Yes, C:/Ashima Spark day 2 is correct, and you've got a file called as words.txt. Okay, minimize this folder. Let me look at the error now. Yeah, the one in the red. It says C://
So before that, it gives the warning at the top. So I was checking the environment variable where it says unable to load.
That's okay. That will always
okay.
come. Yeah, that's okay. This is surprising. You should not see this error. Okay. C:// Spark looks to be correct. And can you just show me the words.txt is in there in day 2? Can you go to your day 2? Yeah, that is it. W small, and that is perfect. Close this, and that looks to be okay. There's no space before that. Now text. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can request remote control so that I can get into your system for a second. Can you just say okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So what I wanted was, let me go down to Spark. That's correct. Day 2. Over here only, let's create a new file that is called as
Okay.
temp.text. That looks to be correct. And I'll say, how are you? That's okay. That's all I want. I'll close it and I'll go back to your code over here and I will say temp.text. Save that particular file and run this. That is very surprising. The file was not found. Same case
Yeah.
right now also. Okay. What's okay? Hold on. Over here, it was C with the small c. Don't really know if that would be the error. Let's go back and check. No. Let's go
So I'm
back.
gonna check the environment settings too. If you can.
Okay, I'll do that for you. No worries. So you have done the logger. You have set the local. I think as a good practice, we should have it as
Oh, this
sorry.
bar.
That's okay. That's not the error. So where is the star? Yeah, that's the star. So that is taken care of. Now go to your environmental variables. Go to your
It's
control
already
panel.
open down.
Remote. Where is it?
No, system. It's already open at the bottom. If you see, not.
No.
Yeah, the second last.
This one. Okay.
Yeah. So if you go to advanced system settings, yeah. So that's what I.
This is the path. That's okay. Yeah, dollar Hadoop home. Then you have got Hadoop home. I'll just say okay. Come on, move. I don't know why it's not moving.
Oh, it's again on mine. I don't know how. Can you try now?
Oh, once again. That's weird.
It's not moving though.
No, nothing is happening right now.
I'll
Actually, I'm
move
control.
it for you.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, the path. Show me the Hadoop home. Okay, you're not saying the user variables. Okay, where is Hadoop home? Yeah, there we go. Hey, H is capital. Okay, let's go to your Windows folder. Go to C drive.
Yeah.
Once again, that got created by mistake. Yeah, you go ahead and take over. Delete the new folder. I don't want that. Go to your C drive, the Hadoop folder. There we go. Hadoop is there. Double click on the fourth one. Yeah, inside that win utils. That's perfect. Close this. This is right. So you have got Hadoop home, and then in the path you have done that. Say okay. Say okay. Say okay. Close your Eclipse and start again. That's what Sean had mentioned, right? So after you make the changes.
So I just restarted it.
That's correct. So this should work. Let's wait for a couple of seconds. Yeah. Okay. And let me just check with Vishwanath. Vishwanath, you had an issue. What was that, Vishwanath?
Yeah, I made the code changes now and I'm running a job.
Okay. So just keep me updated if you face any issues, friend.
Okay.
Sure. So we are restarting Eclipse. Let's just watch. Okay, got started. And let's simply run this.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, it failed.
Scroll up. That's very weird. Scroll up a little bit. It's saying that I can't find that particular file. Okay, do one thing. Just say /input/ whatever was the file name. I think it was words.
Okay.
So no. /input. Don't give SQL and Ashima directly the HDFS path.
Where exactly are you talking about?
In HDFS, go down to your
Okay.
WinSCP. Yes. Remove all the others. SQL and Ashima, Spark to remove that. It was in the input directory yesterday, right?
Okay.
Yeah, remove that. Just say /input/ words. There was no text.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's run this.
And then I just move it to the...
No, nothing.
Nothing. Just run
Directly
it
run
from...
it. Yep. Windows itself. Yep. No. Go to Windows and run it. The same way as what we were doing before. Just run this now.
Okay.
The run. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, run
Oh, it's not coming though.
No, just click on that. No, you don't have to say drop down. Click on that. Yeah, click on that. Yeah. It saved the file. So let's see. Yeah, okay. Scroll up. Okay, so
does it have to be inside the Hadoop? No, right? I mean, it can be anywhere.
No, it can be anywhere, but then I was wondering what is
like
going
your,
wrong.
Your text file that name .text.
Okay, have you kept this .text? Can you just go back and go down to WinSCP, because I'm sure it is there in WinSCP. Go to WinSCP, go to home, not root, lab, data, right hand side. Not that, on the right hand side, lab, and then data. And the file was called as words. Okay, say file : // I've got a file called as words.
Okay, what do you want me to do? Sorry.
Minimize this. Yeah. File : / home / not root
home
/ not root / lab / data. Remove the input. That's it. Works. Yeah, now run this. What I'm wondering is, why is it not saying the file is there? That's what I was wondering. And let's try. Yeah, that's correct.
I think if I instead of giving Hadoop home, if I just give the whole path in there, in the path.
What path?
And okay. I don't know, has it to be set in class path or the path only?
Only the path variable. Not the class path, only the path variable.
So instead of this, if I give the whole path, I think sometimes in my system, this gets messed up.
Okay, give this. Edit. Yeah, okay. Okay. What is Node.js? Okay, that's fine.
No, the other variable.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah, say okay.
Okay.
And say okay.
And then I just restart my system.
Restart once and then try it out. And this one, Vishwanath, got the output, Vishwanath?
No, Venkat, can I share my?
Yeah, sure. I'll just check with her for once again. And what we can do is that in case if it doesn't work, what we'll have to do is we'll just take up a quick lunch for about half an hour. We can come back. I'm free primarily, so just don't want to extend it for the others, because 12:30 we'll have a dead stop, so that we can come back and then we can come back and check it once again. We'll try this one last time, Ashima. Okay?
Sure. Thank you.
Great. You're welcome. So yeah, Vishwanath, you can share your screen. Thank you. Okay.
So first of all, I made this probably wrong. I'm going to commented to roll back the other one.
No, that's okay. Yeah, scroll up. Did you put in that first line of go up still? Yeah, logger, you have kept it. Okay, so those things are okay. Now it is saying
No,
C colon.
let me run it again that way.
Okay. Yeah, it worked for you. Oh, hold on. Scroll up. The error that it's trying to tell you is that, hey, output directory already exists. That's right. You can give it a separate location. It will work. Make it as word count 2. That will work if you run it. So all set here. So no challenges in that. Okay. That's good. Scroll up. Okay, the same error like what she got. Go up. That's very surprising. So one of our colleagues had the same error. But what is the difference? Go up, go up, go up. Yeah, come down. Yeah. See? Same thing.
Venkat, it got resolved for me once I restarted my system. I restarted my system and my Adobe exe is pointed out, and after that it was working very well for me.
Okay, weird. Thank you, Mathai, because this is weird because it says that in the output wcon Java, it was not able to get that temporary file that was there. It was not getting that. So I think what you can do, Vishwanath, is just have that restarted and see what would happen. Weird, because Windows always have that weird thing. Because luckily for me, it didn't give me this error, at the time when I was running.
And one more thing, in the console, can Vishwa, can you please go a little up and see where the exe was pointed to? Can you scroll up again, more up to the top?
Right at the beginning?
Yeah, at the beginning, please. Yeah, here you give bin, so you have to make sure that under Hadoop, under bin, you have to have your exe. It was not there for me.
Because I mentioned in the diagram, right?
Yeah, so, you did, but I missed out. So maybe.
Okay. No worries. So Vishwanath, can we just see? Go down to your C drive. If you go down to your bin folder, do you have inside bin the bin vutils.exe? No. You also made the same mistake. There should be a bin, and inside bin you should keep that vutils. Yeah, bin. Yeah. Drag and drop vutils inside it. Yeah, that's all. This should work for you. Now run it directly. Thank you, Mathai, because I didn't. No, even now it could not find it. I think restarting Eclipse will stop that error. Hold on. See, now
restarting not only Eclipse, for me, I have to restart my system. Then only it worked for me.
Okay. So just try doing that, because although we changed it, even now it is saying that it could not find that file, right? So did you put that in the path? Can you show me your path and the Hadoop _home, Vishwanath? Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, your Hadoop _home. Yeah, C:/. Go to the path. Hadoop _home is correct. Yeah, go to the end of it. Yeah, that's right. So you said /bin, right? This is right. So just restart it once and see, because you are having the same thing what Mathai had. So just restart it and just check it up. What we will do is that we'll take up a break right now, friends, and we will come back again by 1:30. Sorry for spending a little bit more time, but then that was important for us to finish it. We will start again by 1:30. What I'll do is that by 1:20, hey, hi friends, and just starting just to check if some of the issues are still pending. Vishwanath, confirm his issue is resolved. Anybody else, you can ask me if you have got any questions here. We still have got about another 8 minutes to go.
Hey Venkat, I still have issues with the running after even rebooting.
Okay, so that's surprising, because first let me show you my code so that I'll give you the complete code so that you can see how it is running. I am running, taking it from a local file. and I'm writing to a file, and this is how the output is to be. So you restarted your machine, right, Ashima?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Let me just go back, because Vishwanath just mentioned it to me that even his issue was resolved after restarting, like how one of our other colleagues had that issue, right? So that was Mati. Even her issue was resolved. So let me just go back and look at your system. Let me stop sharing.
Sure.
Start sharing, please, so that we can have a look to see what is wrong.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, there we go.
Hold on. So it again says the same thing. I again created the file in the other folder.
Okay, no. Let's do one thing. Let's don't give it like this. Try giving it file : / and a file that is there in HDFS. File :
Yes, 5.
/ even that is giving the same error, right?
Yeah, that's what. Hold on, I don't remember the path though.
Home not root lab data. Home not root. Yeah.
Oh, not root.
Lab
Actually, double
data.
slash or single slash?
This should be single slash. Not root
Data.
lab data.
Data.
Yeah. / words. That's okay. Come down, copy, and then we will try to put
I
it in the
removed
locals.
the text here.
That's right. Copy that part, copy the whole thing, and put it. Yeah, and comment that line number 41 and paste the whole thing below. First paste it, because we copied it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Paste it. Yeah, and then copy the 41 again. Copy 41 again. Only till save as text file.
Oh, so okay, I got it.
Yeah. Okay, double brackets, double quotes. And in data, just say words 1. Comment that, words 1. Okay, let's run this.
All right.
Scroll up. Let's try to find out what is going wrong. It says input part does not exist. It's trying to look for file : okay, let me go to Google and try to Google out the same thing. Since we have got a little bit of a time, we can do that.
Yeah. So that's why if we are not using this in further class, then I mean, I can look at that later. I don't want you to really get late in
No,
others.
because no, this is MapR. Not this, my dear. Go to your this thing Eclipse. Just once again. I'm trying to look at my end. So let me see.
Shall I ping you this error?
Yeah, that will be helpful. It will help me in Googling. Only that much. Yep. And try to first paste it.
Why is it saying meeting controls? Oh.
On the top, you'll see Zoom or something.
How do I?
Once again, let me stop sharing so that you can. Send me. Now you'll see that. Put the path to me. Yeah, okay. And send me the other one also. File : / also.
Okay. So the whole.
Exactly. Just the other one. I've already pasted it in the search window.
Okay.
File : because I will search with that. That's the one. So I'm just going to see this and see what is the error. Why it is giving me something like this? Okay. Right. The input part does not exist. So, No idea. It's giving the exception. So can you start sharing, please, so that I need to actually check up your screen to see what is wrong, Ashima. Start sharing, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Not this. Yeah, come back here only. You're not doing anything wrong. Okay. So it says that it was trying to look for file colon. That means okay. It's not trying to find out that path. Let me say request remote control, and I'll say request. Can you accept it so that I can directly
Sure.
make the changes? Yeah, thank you. So, I will comment this. I'll copy this whole thing so that we don't have to worry about it. Okay. Now let me simply say C colon, and I think you already have that over here. Yeah, Ashima.
So I removed, I mean, there is inside as well, but I was just trying to change the location.
That's okay. So I will just say, and after that, I know that you have got its file over there. I think that was called as words.text. Okay. 2 slashes words.text. And I will just comment the last one. I don't want the last one to be there. Let's just fix one error. Okay. We'll save this. Let me try like this. Put it here. But then I don't know. That's why. Okay.
It says kind of stopped abstract or connect, but it's not going.
It says invalid. Why is it looking for a file in C colon? Whereas for me, okay. So do you have hold on, let me go into your system. Do you have no, you only have C drive. You don't have under drive. So let me try on my machine with C drive to see is it a problem with that, because that I feel is the only difference what is there.
Yeah, because everyone is putting into C drive. It shouldn't be the problem though, but
no, because others are, for others it's working.
yeah.
So for him it is saying I default it is looking at the input part. Okay, let me scroll down. And yeah, text file. Okay, hold on. Yes. Oh, one second. I don't remember the cases. Ah, you're using the wrong slash, my dear. I don't know, maybe I did it wrong. We are using the wrong slash. That's all. Oh, holy cow.
But
That's it. Trust me. That's it. I'll show my code to you.
oh my God.
You won't believe it. That's the reason. See? Hold on. Let's go back and check. What is it happening right now? Even now it says it's in file. That's weird. Because if I look at this, hold on, let's go back to this. That's what it is. So it is with D colon 2 slashes words.text. 2 slashes words.text. Very weird. So input part does not exist. Hold on, let me just copy this much. Okay. So right click, copy. Let me just directly check. Okay, I'm there in my system.
So Venkat, this is Vishnath. If you want to give forward slash, actually both are working for me, backward or forward slashes. We tried with both. So if it's forward, you have to just give 1 slash. In line number 31, if you want to use forward, just use 1.
Okay, because I use forward with 2.
Forward slash.
Forward.
Okay, this is a backward slash. Okay, you're saying the forward will be only. So for her, it is very okay. Let's try it. One second, C colon / I'll remove this. And I remove this because I'm breaking my head with her because let's try this. Because it's working for all of us. For her, why is it not working? Okay, let me try with this. Let's see what is going on. Okay. See?
Can you
Sorry.
go up?
Yeah, there it
The
is.
partition?
I think the file name is probably words.txt.txt.
Oh, once again, see, it's here. Let me go down to the system.
Verify the file, actual file name.
No, it is words.txt. See?
No, but you don't know. It could still be Windows hiding the extension.
Ah, I think so. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. That was a good one. Thank you, mate. So this should be the case. Wow. Thank you, Sean. That was, yeah. Oh my God.
Well, let's see if it works.
Yeah. I think that's the reason.
It went through. Yep,
See?
it went through. Thank you. Oh my God.
I don't know how to say thanks to you, Sean.
Oh
My
my
God.
God. Seriously, yeah. I have been thinking.
What has happened was that you didn't show the extension. So I think it is, I don't know, hidden files you will see. I understood because the insurance did not have a .pdf. So the moment he said that, I knew that that was the case. Okay. So even for this JSON, it is .json. Okay.
Yeah.
Be careful with this, dear.
Yeah.
Thank you, mate.
Yeah, I need to change the settings, I
You
think.
saved my afternoon, Sean. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Sean. And thanks, Venkat.
Anytime, buddy. Oh, that really was giving me nightmares. I was trying different things. Hey, anyway, so we are back, guys. So that's good that for all of them it's working. So what we need to do here is let's go back. So thanks, everybody. Let me close this. And in our current example, we had changed the set master to local star, and the file we had put it as a file in the local file system, and we have to change the logger information so that it doesn't give me a whole lot of info. Remember, we did our logging information in our log file the same way. So, and then the output file also, we will save it as d:\friend. So now let's go back and see the last example of submitting it as a Spark submit job. So this is just a rerun of the earlier example. It is just that we are going to put a file over here. We were trying to read from the local file system, whereas in the second example, we are going to take everything from HDFS. We have got a file called as input, so we are saving it into HDFS, and then I'm showing you how I can do a count by value and run. So let me walk you through this file. This is the last example of what we are seeing it in our HDFS. After that, we will run everything in our local. Hey, before I continue, just wanted to check with Sharat. Sharat, were you able to run the example, Sharat? You were trying to do it on a local system, dear?
Yes, Venkat, I am able to run it. Thank you.
Hey, fantastic. What were the changes that you did on your system? Anything specific?
Nothing actually in Maven. Actually, I had to put that dependency as as compile, not provided. I put provided, so I changed it. So.
Okay, that was the reason. Okay, so let me just make a note of this because Java errors. I typically specialize in Scala and in Python. Of course, I've been doing Java for almost about 11 years, but then these errors are all unique errors, so it's always get to know what the case was. So let's get on to this Maven error. And you said that you have put it as provided and not compiled, right?
Yeah, provided because when we run with the Spark submit, it's already provided. But here we're running without provided. So we have to make it compile. Scope as a compile for the dependency.
Okay. Just once again, this is for my personal understanding. Let me just go down to pom.xml.
It's same thing to do with even SBT and all that stuff. You need to have a scope as a compile there.
Okay. So I'll just put it over here. The scope in Maven should be. I think it should be compiled instead of provided, right?
Yeah. The dependency scope should be compiled instead of provided. you're running local. If you're running on the server environment, you don't need, because the libraries are already available. So that means it's provided basically.
Okay. If we are running it via Java locally in Windows. Okay, so this is something that I will take care of, something that I have to know. Good. Thanks. So that solves that problem also. So now let's focus on this to see the second example, because we have got a couple of other examples. Took a little bit more time in the example to test it. So what we did is, for a couple of others, we had created the Hadoop folder and they had put it directly in over there without giving the bin. So we have to specify the Hadoop, create a bin directory, put binutils.exe so that it will not give you the error that binutils.exe is not there. That's the first one. The second one that we did was, I have already mentioned it over here. We will have to specify the set master as local asterisk so that we create multiple files for you. Then we will have to set the logger level as 1 so that all the other info statements will not come, and the output location also we had given to a particular folder. So after running this in my system, you see that this is already done, and you see that it has already created a file for us in my Spark with Java inside my data. See word count2, and there were 2 part files that was there because I have got 2 codes. Okay, so that was the last example. Let me close that. So for all of us, it's running, and let's go down to the next project that we are going to do, and let me walk you through that. So in the next code that we're going to do, everything is going to be the same. The only difference here is I'm deliberately setting it as local again so that only 1 part file would be there. Sorry, this was the first example. Let me go down to the second example. In the second example, again, the logging level is there. I'm specifying the set master as local 2, so that because I've got 2 cores, either star or 2 should be okay. I am taking a file from HDFS so that we can see how we can take up the file from HDFS, then creating a Java RDD, doing a flat map based on spaces. After that, I am doing a count by value. Okay, so that it will give me a word count, and then putting it into a for loop and printing the key and the value. Okay, so this is the code that we have done, and to execute this, you will have to run the same Spark submit once again to see it. Hey, Sean, you had a question? Go ahead, Sean.
How does it know it's from HDFS again?
Okay, so see over here. So when I say text file, if I am pointing to a physical directory, it will be d:2/ and we can see by default, if I give a location like this, the Spark always by default points to HDFS. So it will look at the input directory. Remember, yesterday we created an input directory and put a words file over there. So we are going to do a word count on that words file. So this is what it means that it is from HDFS. It will always look at HDFS by default. If you're looking at your Linux, you have to say file : / and then the whole thing. If you're pointing to your local C drive, you'll have to say
is that a Spark thing, or is that a configuration?
Yes, the default configuration is that it will always look at HDFS. So either you can write it like this, or you can, actually speaking, this is what it will look at. If you give it like this, it will say HDFS : / the IP address. For me, it is localhost and then /. So I don't even have to say HDFS : / the IP address. I can directly give / input because it will by default look at the input directory. So that is the default location where it will look for the files. That's the point. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me, please.
Hey, this is Akhil. So I just want to see if any other Mac users were able to. So this binutil.exe doesn't work for Mac, right? So we have to download the entire Spark Hadoop and then run it, or how do you want to do it?
I think Sharat was looking for Sharat. Sharat, can you please come back?
Yeah, Akhil, actually, you can use the Maven form.xml actually.
Oh, so you include the dependency, yeah?
Yeah, it will download the dependency,
Okay.
and I can forward you the form.xml if you want.
Okay, sure.
I'll do that. Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, that's one thing, Sharat. Just from my understanding, so without pom.xml, and see, Akhil, the winutils is only to resolve the winutils error. So let the winutils error come. Even then, by providing the jar file, it should still be able to run, Akhil. You're not able
Okay.
to run it without that, Akhil. Let the error come in. The error will be on the top. So let the error come saying that the winutils is not there, but the other code will run, Akhil.
Okay.
Are you able
Okay.
to do that?
Okay. No, it was failing. So I was trying something else. Let me do this way. And let me see.
Yeah, let me try this way and see, and then try Sharat Singh also to download the XML within by making it as a Maven project. But before that, try with this. It should work. I don't think so there's any error.
Sure. Okay, no problem. You can continue.
Yeah, sure, buddy. So this is the second example wherein we are going to try this. So let's go ahead and copy this, create a new project. So what I'll do is last time we had kept something called as word counter, and here we are having something called as word count. Okay, so let's create a new project and make the second example run, friends. So we know all the different possibilities. So we had made these changes and seen that. So let's go ahead and try the second example by running it in our Spark mode. This is the last example of running it in Spark. After that, we will all come down to our local mode and we will start running. So let's do that. So first step, let me create a new project over here, the normal Java project. I'll call it as example 2 and I will say finish. This is JDK 1.8. Then I will create com.evenket, whatever is the package name that you want to give. And let me create the code. This is going to be word count. So I will say new class, call that as word count. Let me copy the dependencies, Control C, the necessary imports. After that, let me copy the code. From public static void main, I'll copy the whole thing. Yeah, Control C, put on the Eclipse, and paste it over here. That's good. Then I would need to add the jar files. So I will go down to properties, go down to the build path. I will say add external jars, the Spark jars that we had copied last time. The same set of jars. I will put it over here. I'll do a save so that everything is done over here. So I'm not saving the file. It is just going to print it in the output for me when I run this. Create a jar file. Export it as a jar file. And I will call it as Spark Java 1.jar. Finish. So that's already done. Hey, the error it's giving is I didn't close the Spark context. So I can say sc.close. That's why the error has come. So now everything is good. So let me create the jar once again. And I would say finish. Perfect. Go down to WinSCP, move the jar to my home, not root, lab programs. Spark 1.jar and run the code. So I'll say spark hyphen submit. Let me go back to the Java code and see, have I set it as local 2? Yes, I have done it. So I don't need the master command. Minus class counter event dot word count, not word counter. The name of the file was spark java 1.jar. Okay, so that's the way how I will run it. Just once again, I'll copy this, go ahead and put it, and that should be it. I'm not saving the file, just as a last trial run so that we can see how the file gets created and how we will be able to see. We have changed the info, so I won't see any info coming. And the difference here is I am looping through all the words and getting the key and the value. Once again, what was the error? Input path does not exist. That's surprising. I thought I had copied the file yesterday. So let me go back and check once again. Let me go to the IP address. It says the file is not there. So let me go back to my HDFS 50070. Go down to utilities, browse the file system, input. That's a great. Okay, we have put in transactions. We did not put in words. So let me copy the file again. So I will say HDFS DFS minus copy from local. I would say I'll come out of this programs. I'll go down to data. I'll copy the words and I'll put it inside my input. So yes, the file was not there in HDFS. So that's why it gave an error. So we need to run this file. Copy the file first. So I'll say it over here in the cheat sheet. Ensure that we have the words file in HDFS. There we go. Okay. And let me run the code once again. Let me do it clear. And that's it. And this is the code. I think I've already pasted it. Yep. Let me run this and it should all be done. Only the warn messages will come. Info will not come. We'll pick it from HDFS by default. And you can see how we can see the output, what we saw last time, what was the key and what was the value. Okay. So that's the purpose. We are not saving the file anywhere, but this is just to show you one more last example of HDFS. I'll just wait for maybe another 2 minutes or so that once you get this output, we are all done. There we go. Then we will go down to our example 3. That's another use case. So I'll just wait for you to finish this. This is example 2. Example 3. This is example 2. Okay, go ahead, Sean. You had a question?
Yeah, I'm just out of practice. How do I resolve these imports again?
Once again, I'll stop sharing. If you can just come back to me with the sharing so that I can see what imports you want. No issues. I'll help you out. Thank you. Started sharing. Okay, you need the jar files. So in Windows, you had a folder where Spark jars where you have copied everything, right? So right click on your example 2. The example, yeah, right click. Go to properties, the last one. Go to the Java build path. Go to the libraries, the third tab. The third tab on the top, libraries. Add external jars. The second one. And see, it will automatically point to the same thing, Spark jars. Control A, Control C. No. Inside Spark jars, Control A and say open. That's it. Yeah, and say apply and close. And you will see all the errors vanished. Just do a save, Control S. Because it's still not saved. That's good. Now let's create a jar file. Right click. Hold on. There's one error that is coming. Scroll down. Okay, one extra curly brace. What's over that? Yeah. Save the file. Control S. That's good. Yeah. Now right click on the project. Example 2. Right click on it. Export. Come down. Yeah. And jar next. You will save it as spark1.jar. We already had a file before. Say finish. That's it. Now go to WinSCP. We'll move the spark1.jar to lab programs. WinSCP. Perfect. Yeah, you can see spark1.jar on the bottom, the third. Go to lab and programs. One more level up. Here in Hadoop, one more up. Go to programs. From the left-hand side, drag and drop Spark 1.jar. Yeah, Java jar. Yeah, drag and drop it. Very good. Now go to your putty and we will run this.
And why do I have to copy it over to lab programs? That part I don't get.
Okay, please see in the real.
Because it's running on.
That's my execution environment, Sean. So that's the reason.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the jar file's there. Okay, got it. All right, right. Okay.
Go to your putty. That's right. And now say Spark -submit. You can use an up arrow. The earlier code was there. Or you can type it also, Spark -submit. Yeah, that's it. Instead of Spark, just say one, Spark. I think the file was called as Spark 1._java.jar. Yeah. Press enter. And that's it.
Here I got the class right. Hold on.
Here, hold on. This should be. Can you go back to Eclipse? I want to see the name of the class. This is word count.
Right. Okay, good. So it's word count. So that looks right.
Okay. Looks to be okay. Yeah. You don't see any info messages. And you will see the output coming on your screen.
No.
I think go up. Let's see what the error is. Hold on. It says, oh, hey, the file was not there, right? So we need to put the file. Go down, go to lab data, scroll down. Okay, you can say HDFS, DFS. Minus copy from local. One more, yeah. F capital and L capital. Yeah. Then / data / words. W and tab should work. Yep. Space / input.
Like that?
That's it. Yep. Enter. You're copying the words into the input directory. And now user up arrow twice, the earlier Spark submit code.
But don't have to delete a directory or something?
No, nothing. One more up. Yep, press enter, and that's it. The directory that you're deleting was an existing directory where the files were stored. Here, I didn't save the file to HDFS, right? So we didn't have to delete the directory, friend. See? That's your code, my dear. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Ashima? Yeah, good. Thanks,
Yes.
Sean. Yep.
So, no, I got the output though, but it's like, I have a question. We all copied the words file from the local yesterday. Then
No. We copied the TXNS file. In all the examples of yesterday, we were referring to the file from the local system there.
TXT, okay.
Okay, that's perfect. So yeah, this was good. So the complete run of our example of how to do it from HDFS and how to do from the local file system, that is done. So yeah, go ahead, Ashima. You had another question, dear?
No, I just lowered my hand.
Okay. In fact, Prashmi, it says raised hand coming. So that's okay. So that's a small bug in the system. Yeah, you have lowered your hand. So I will just lower Sean's hand also. So in case if you raise it, it will come. It actually showed me a tooltip that Ashima Jain has raised the hand. So that's why, no issues.
I think, Venkat, there is some kind of a lag, few seconds lag between ours and the moment you get it. Some few seconds, like 1 or 2 seconds, there's a lag.
Okay.
So that's why.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. But then actually when you have lowered your hand, it should say lowered hand. It should not say raised hand, right? That's what I was worried, but that's okay. So yeah. So that's why in a couple of times I got confused because I really see the screen. I don't see the tools. So when somebody does raise a hand or something, it pops up for me on the top right-hand side corner. So that's what took me off. No worries. So let's go to the next example, a completely new one. So let's go back to the Word document. This is there. So this is a new example. The first thing is the content for this is a file called as word count underscore text. So let's look at that particular file. I've already shared it with you. So let me go down to my file that is called as word count underscore test. So that will be there in once again, day 2, and yeah, this is the file. So let me open that file. Okay, so this is a simple file which gives us the history of New York, a couple of statements that has been picked up, and I want to do something with this file to find out what the details are. So about 15 lines of content that is being shared. So let's see, this is the data file. So we have to move the data file into HDFS before we start with anything. Let's see what we are going to do. Again, this is going to be another word count example, but then let's go ahead and see what is the difference. Here, we are not taking it from your HDFS. We are not taking it from your local file system. We are taking a file from a folder called as in within your own project itself. Okay, so different variables is what I'm showing to you. Same thing, I'll have to set the error level. I will set the application name as word counts. And guys, I think I missed this particular step. So if you go back to your 18080, so you will see it over there. So I'll just copy this IP and go down to 18080 and press enter. And see, you see the application name over there. So whatever you wrote over there was nothing but application name. Okay, so that is what we are specifying in the code. So when you say set app name, that is application name, that's what I'm doing. And over here, I'm simply taking that particular file the same way. I am going ahead and doing a splitting of the line and calling it with an iterator, and going ahead and doing a count by value and then seeing how the value is going to be. So no difference from the earlier time, but the only difference over here is I don't want to run it in HDFS. I want to run it locally, friend. Okay, so I'm going to run this locally. So like the example we did before lunch, the only difference over here is we are having it in a folder within my file system. So I can see the in folder, and then we are running this. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward, but there are variations as to where the file is. So that's the point. So let's go ahead and create this particular new project. Let's go down to Eclipse. Let's close this. So the basic issues is all resolved. So, hey, tell me, Sean, you had a question? Sean, I saw that the hand was raised. It gave me a pop-up. So did you raise it
Sorry.
now, or was it?
No, I thought I unmuted. Where in the code does it specify that it's going locally instead of to Hadoop file system?
Oh, over here. So when I say it's going to be as in and words.txt, okay, so when I give this particular file, this is expecting it to be that the text file by default is going to point to an HDFS path if you give it something like this with a slash. Okay, if you are not saying it with a slash, that means it is going to look for it within the project itself. So where the file is, it all depends upon the way how you're putting it over here. If you put it with a slash, by default, it will be HDFS. If you don't put it with a slash with a particular folder name, by default, it will be within the scope of the project in your Eclipse itself. And if you say file : / like that's what we did before our lunch, that means it is there in your Linux. And if you say d : / it is there in your D drive. So there are actually 4 possibilities. Let me just make a note of it over here so that it will be very clear. So just once again, I'll remove the bold from here, Control B. What happened? Yeah, that's better. So the location of the file can be specified in the sc.txt file in this fashion. First step, by default, if we say / something, it will be HDFS. You have to say it like this, / input it will be treated as HDFS location. Then second option is if we only give if we do not give slash, and instead give a folder or a file name, it will be within the project. It will be taken from within the project. The third option is, why is this giving me an error? Or file name. Okay. The third option is if we give file : / that means it is from the local file system. And finally, if I say if we give D : // it means that it is from Windows. It is from Windows. So this is what we are trying to specify in our example. That's why I'm having different variations of it so that you will be able to get it on. Okay, that's what we are saying. Let's go back to this code over here. So again, the complete project, but create a folder called as in, and this word count.txt, which I have already given it to you. We will put it inside that in directory, and then we will run it. Absolutely no change, but this is what we are going to see. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this example 3 so that you'll be comfortable with it. Let me continue. File, new, I create a Java project. So now nothing to do with HDFS, friend. Let me call this as example 3. I will say finish.
I think Mattia has a question.
Yes.
Yeah. Please go ahead, Matt.
Yeah. Actually, my question is related to the job history, which we run it in our VM machine. We can able to see the job history. So when we try to run example 1 in our local system, is it possible to see the job history from our local as well?
No, you can't do that. So the job history server will come only when you are running it in your HDFS mode. That means only when we're running it in our actual system will I be able to see it. If you are running it locally, sorry, we can't see the job history, nor can we see the 4040 page that we are running. So to see that, we will have to run it on a daemon and on a server that is already there. So when we're running it in Windows, it is only for the local development we are doing, Mati. Whereas if you are doing it in a deployment mode, like that means after development, if you're going to go ahead and test it in actual mode, that is where we will run all those things.
So what is the meaning of that exe which we download? It's for Hadoop or Spark. So I'm not clear on that part as well.
The Win utils, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Win utils, see what happens is primarily the environment that is being set up is basically for your Hadoop environment and the Spark thing that was running. When we are doing it, since that was done on a Unix image, so we never have to do this. So in a typical environment, I really wouldn't be telling people to download this Win utils because you will not be doing it in a Eclipse kind of environment. So if you're a Java user, you would say that, hey, for testing applications in Java, we have always tested the applications locally, right? So you would want to run the applications locally and see what the output is. So in that situations, if you're running it, since it's on Windows, it will expect some minimum files of Hadoop to be there. And that files is what is called as winutils.exe.
Okay, so this is for Hadoop, HDFS, for a filing system.
That's correct. So it's just a mimic of that HDFS, and we just create a local path of it and then provide it. It's just 106 KB, and it'll resolve that particular issue.
But that's without any Spark installation in our system, how the Spark related APIs are running?
Hey, we copied all the jar files, right?
Okay, yeah, with that jar files it's running, but it doesn't require any environment. Only for physical storage we need Hadoop. That's why we are running that exe file.
That's correct.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So the whole point is that because we are running it in a Windows environment, so that's the reason why we need that. But then I don't know what is your dev environment. So some people are doing it on Mac and some people are doing it on Windows. So even for Java-based folks in the other banks where I've been involved in, with Java, they will be doing all the development in Windows, okay? And then they will create a jar file and then move it across to Linux. And in Linux is where Hadoop and Spark in a real life would be there. This is just for ensuring that our code runs in Windows and we are seeing all of that. So that's the reason why we're doing this here.
Okay. No, even for our local development, if we are involved in a project doing the local development, we have to do this just for running.
Yes. Because so that you can test it, I don't need a Hadoop environment. I don't need a Spark environment. As long as the jar files are there, I can write it in Java and I can test everything and make it work.
Yeah, partially, not fully.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is only for Java environment. But then if you're starting with Java 9, the Java REPL and all that, what we are talking about, the Java shell and all that.
Yeah.
So there will be a small challenge in that. For that, again, you would need to go down to a actual Linux environment and then test it out.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So the same thing goes back when you go to Java 9. But
Okay.
then till Java 8, this is what it is, dear.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, great, Sean. Really appreciate that because I didn't see the participant space to see who has raised the hands. So thanks for letting me know, dear. Let's continue. So this was what was the answer to what Sean was asking earlier. So now let's go ahead and create the project. So I created example 3. Let me create the package. Venkat. Create the class. I think it's called as word count only. Let me just go back. Yep, that's right. In fact, it's a mimic of the earlier code. New class. This was called as word count. I'll say finish. And let me copy the packages. The imports. Control C. And let me go back over here. Do a Control V. That's good. Let me copy the code. Starting with my public static void main. Control C. Control V. It is expecting a file with the infold once again. Okay, the dependencies are not there. So let me first fix that. So right click, properties, Java build path, add external jars, all the jar files that I had before. Apply, okay. Yeah, no errors. I need this directory called as in. So what I'll have to do is right click on the project and then say new directory or a folder. And I will call this as in. I will say finish. And I will need to copy the file that is called as wordcount.txt inside that in folder. Control V. So see, I've got that file and that's it. This is what I wanted to show. And then simply run it. Right click or directly I can click on this, run as, and then do it. Or I will directly do it from here. See that it is running. Wait for a couple of seconds. There we go. And you saw that it is actually giving me the word count of whatever we had done. Okay, so there's nothing new. Word counts, and then I'm reading the file. And just a second, Vishwanath. I'm reading the flat map. Then I'm doing the words.count by value, and I'm getting the occurrences of what all words are there. So in is there for 21 times. And the others are, some of them are there only for a couple of times, and became standard words are there multiple times. So please try this out. The only purpose was to show you how we can create a directory and how we can point to it. Tell me, Vishnu, you had a question?
Yes, Venkat. So the question is, I changed the logic a bit. I tried to use the logic we have used in the previous programs, wherein we read from the file, we flattened it using a map into singular array, then followed by map to pair and reduced by key. I got the same output as what you're seeing now, but the only difference I'm seeing is you have used one function called count by value, which is doing all map to pair and reduce by key in one shot.
Right. So the main purpose over here is the count by value, which will look at the key and the value. So earlier, what are we doing in the flat map is just separating it based on lines. And then when I did a count by value over here, it gives me this function. And the same thing is what I have done it in my second example also. If you look at the example 2 also, there also I did my count by value. Whereas in the first example, I did not say count by value. I did something called as map to pair, where I have converted that and gave a 1 and did a reduce by key. So what you're trying to say is you have used the same logic over here, and then you were getting the output, right?
Correct. Except the fact that there I added a space so that it will be by words instead of by lines. And the rest of it is the same. So I got the same output.
That's correct. So when I do this and convert that into a word and the value, and when I added this, it's going to give me the same thing. But then over here, when I print this out, it is going to give me, when I simply print that complete object, it will come in a bracket. So see, this is where the difference would be. If you see the last example, I don't think I have got the example. Yeah, I have the example. See here.
Yeah, I printed. Yeah.
Yeah, so it will come in the form of a tuple for you, whereas over here, since I have said that this is going to be separate values, you see the tuple is not going to be over here. So that is a difference, Vishwanath. We saw that as a tuple. A tuple is nothing but a object in Scala, which is going to be in the form of a key and a value, or it could be a key and a set of values also. So it could be anything. So over here, it is not a tuple. In the earlier case, it was a tuple, Vishwanath. So that was a difference, my dear. Make sense?
Yeah, when we recommend using that versus, because
the standard one. Yeah. So in true. So in case if you want to do a reduce by key and all of those things, and if you want to take it further, it is better to keep it in the form of a tuple. That means these are not two separate elements. This is actually one element, and I can look at the occurrences of these across. Of course, I'm getting the how to and you to and all those things. But if we want to do any further functions on how do you want to do it, I would want these things to be individual object. So when you want to do some further processing, it is better that you keep it as a combined object so that I can call some methods on it. So I'll go ahead with the first way of doing this. Or if you just want to do something further and you want to get the key and the value, you can do it in this fashion. So the first way is what is more preferable, so that you can use it in a lot of objects later on, and then you can use your other functions of Spark on it also. Here, what is happening is once you do it in this particular fashion, the only thing what we can do is we can simply get the key and what is the value. So see over here, I can just get the key and the value, and then I can do something further on that. You can specify what is going to be the delimiter, etc. Whereas in that example, by default, comma will be the delimiter, and everything will have brackets on both the sides because it is a tuple. So it depends upon what type of an object you're trying to get, Vishnu.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So I think that is important. We should just make that as a point over here. So the final output that we see here is, let me just go back, because if you talk about Scala and Python, we always talk about tuples. Okay, whereas over here we are getting this individual objects. So that is why we had this kind of a difference in the way how it was coming. So by default, it will be tuples in the other examples, whereas that is not the case over here. Of course, with the data file and all that, the word count and all that, that makes a difference. So we'll have to just look at it. So I'll just mention that, just the 5 elements. There were empty spaces. That was 7. So let me just copy this 3, 4, 5. I should just copy to here, and I will paste it over here as the output. Okay. Note the difference in the first code is that the first row is actually a object in the form of tuple, that's what is gathering of data types together, and it will have opening and closing brackets, opening and closing brackets. That is going to be like this. Okay, and let me close this. Whereas, just one second, I'll put an and word here. Whereas in the example 2 and 3, we did not have a tuple, and we simply printed the key and the value separately. Okay, so that's what we had done here. So that is what is the significance over here. Okay, good. Of course, the data file was different and all those things, but then that was the significance of doing this here. Cool.
Okay. Venkat, I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so in real world, right? We don't have. Do we really need to do this word count and everything what we are right now doing, or it's while doing the data migration, the Spark will take care of doing the word counts and splitting it and storing it in the flat files, right?
No, Spark won't do that, my dear. So what Spark will do is he'll read the data file, and anything that we want, that will be over here. The reason why we are saying the word count is crucial is because when we talk about our normal SQL kind of a job, what the ETL guys in the banks will do is they would still have to get this word count and try to look at this. The reason why we are emphasizing is, yes, because it's a simple example of doing a count, but then in the real world, like the example what I shown it to you, it is really important to look at what all are the words that is coming down. You might have a use case where we want to remove some set of common words, and other than those common words, what we're doing. So when we talk about Python, there is a lot of packages which is available, which is for the web spelling and all of those things. So that is where word count is important. A lot of people feel that hey, word count is just a hello world example, so that's what we're doing. That's really not the case. We really use it a lot to see how to do the analysis and further aspects of it. The system doesn't give it for us, Fred. So that's the point here.
Okay, so in real world also we do the word count of whatever the data. So if I have millions and millions of records, right? If I want to store it in a flat file, so this is my understanding. Please correct me if I am wrong. If we are migrating some data from one database to another database, and I have huge number of data. In that case, if I'm using Spark, do I need to write this word count and everything and do the data science or means data analysis on that one? Or where exactly this word count scenario fits in?
Okay. The first point is when you're having a huge file, until now we are talking of a database where everything is there in one location. So what we really need to understand is when we look at a big data as a solution, there wouldn't be a database. So everything is going to be a file system, and that file system is going to be distributed. It's going to be there in multiple places. So what will happen is that the selection of these words, let's assume that you have got a 400 MB file. So that will get broken down into 4 blocks, and it will be stored across multiple things. So what is important for us is to see that the files are all properly done. So that is the case where I still go ahead and do this word count to see, hey, whether all the words are properly done, whether the complete copying is happening. So this is just as a cross check that we go ahead and do this. You can do this word count for other purposes also. Hey, the file is distributed. I want to see how many words are there in each of the blocks what we are having when we talk about HDFS. So that is another place where we go ahead and do this word count. So when we are learning something, that is a stepping stone where we start with this various word count and the various options what we are having. Okay, so that's a point here.
Got it.
So I have a follow-up question on that, Venkat. So
yeah, please.
In the example Matthias provided, the target state is we have to read data from certain data source and load it to a target system. Let it be like NoSQL, some Cassandra or something. So in this case, the action that I want to perform through my Spark integration job is to load it into the target system with or without some minor transformations. I read it from files or some other database, like I said.
Okay.
So I will do the count just to validate, as you said, to make sure, okay, I'm supposed to get X number, so after distribution, it still is valid, it tallies properly.
Right.
But my target action, the end action I want to take is on my each block of data, let's say I have 100 records in the source, I distribute it with on a 4-node, 25 records each. My target is to write it to another database, right? That's the action I want to perform.
Okay, so that can be done. So when we're talking about our analysis, what we are learning over here is how to read the data, how to do the various transformations and actions. So right now we just started off with the various transformations. We'll see the flat map. We saw the reduce by key earlier. There are other further transformations what we will see. And when we're talking about storing into something, like for example, I also have got a code where you can store it into PostgreSQL from something so that the whole value will get stored over there. So we will have to see how the connectivity part of this will be there, because when we spoke to the team to see what is going to happen, you said about Mongo is going to be used a lot. I'm telling you what I was told, my dear. I don't know about your line of business. So I was told that Mongo will be used a lot, and we are seeing how the files will be stored into Mongo to see how that would happen. So whether it is Cassandra or Mongo, we saw that how the file is there. We saw how the file gets returned to a local file system. The same way with some changes, you can write it to a destination file system, and then we will do the word count at both the places to ensure that, hey, the file is properly copied. So that's the way how we look at it, Vishwanath. Make sense?
So which means in this case, the major benefit of this big data processing technology is because of the distribution of workload and more concurrent processing, you can process massive amount of data.
That is the biggest advantage, because the ability is that based on the number of nodes, like one of you asked me yesterday, based on some requirements, I want to scale up my systems. I'm doing everything in the cloud. You know that scale up and scale down is a capability that is very easily possible. So when I want to do some line of business on a Friday evening, I expect that Friday evening I would require it for the whole week to be done. So I will deploy all these things onto the cloud into AWS or GCP or into Azure, and run those components, and I will pay only as much as I go. So that is where people see the benefit of this happening is Vishwanath.
Okay, got it. Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, great.
Venkat,
So,
are we going to cover all the transformations, right? All the transformation.
we are going to cover as much as what we can. So my target is to finish off with this complete set today. So we are there with our step number 3. Then we have got some further use cases in step number 4. So till 3, it was pretty simple. In 4, we have got some use case. There are some details on it, and we have to get these things. So I'm going to give you some questions. See over here, and I'm showing you that from a data set, what all elements I have to take, and see if you're able to apply your logic and see that. Of course, I've given you solutions. Okay, I've given you solutions of your map, and we haven't seen filter, but filter is one of the ways how you can do that. So what I'm trying to do over here is give the use cases, understand what this thing is, so that at least you can start going ahead with it, Sharad. So that was the whole idea, mate.
Awesome.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, sure. So we had stopped till here. This is where we had seen all of us doing the examples, friend. But now I want you to go ahead and start seeing how we can really apply it on a business logic, friend. So this is what is the data that we are having. The source file is called as my airports.txt. This is what the file is. So let me open that with Notepad++. And you would see that I have got about 8,000 records over here. Okay, and I have got some fields also. So that is the reason why I have got this document, which will tell me what that fields is all about, friend. So let me just make it a little bit down and then go back. So you would see that you will have an airport ID. After that, you will have the name of the airport. Then we will have your ICAO code. Then you will have the city name. You will have the IATA FAA code, the latitude, the longitude, the latitude, the altitude. Then we have got what is going to be the time zone, what we are having. So if you look at this data file, we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 elements in one record. So see over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and once again, the first one is primarily going to be a index. Let me just check. Did I make a mistake over here? Okay, so we have got this airport ID. You have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you should have this in that particular format. You should ideally have 11 records over here. So let me be sure about this. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. So this should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So ignore the first part of it, and this is how the record is going to be. From this record, what I want to do over here is, so this is what is a use case. You have got this data file. Then we have to create a Spark program to read from the airport data from the airports.txt. So this is from the same example that what I did. You will put it inside the in folder, find all the airports which are located in United States, and output the airport's name and the city to the out directory that in a folder called as airports in USA.txt. Okay, and we are specifying each row of the input file contains these details. Okay, and the output what I want is only going to be the airport name and the city name, and this is what I want you to do. So see over here how we are getting only the relevant thing. The airport name and the city name is what I want to put into it. So based on the example what we have done until now, okay, go ahead and see how you can solve these things. So ideally, we will give about 15 minutes of time for you to look ahead. In case if you see that you're not able to do it, that's absolutely fine because you're starting with that. You can go back to the code over here and we have got the solution also given to you. But then put in some time to see how you can do that and see how that can be done. So the objective here is to resolve this complete thing, understand what is done, try to code it out and see where we are able to come out with a solution. Of course, after some period of time, when you feel that, okay, it's not going to be possible, we can, of course, look at the solution, friend. But then I want you to just give it a try to see to what extent we are able to do this. Okay, so that's what is the first use case that we have here. For people who finish with this first use case, you also have got the, see, I've given you the output and see how the files are there. Then you have got another problem statement that is airports by latitude kind of a use case. So what I want to find out is find all the airports whose latitude are bigger than 40. Okay, then output the airport's name and the airport's latitude to a particular file. So a follow-up to the earlier use case is what we are having over here. So just see if you can do this thing, to what extent you can do it on your own, friend. So it's about 2:25 right now. I'll give you 15 minutes, so till about 2:40 to see if you have gone ahead and try to see how we can go with that. If you're able to do that, well and good. Otherwise, what we can do is we can go ahead with the example and we will try to do it on our own, friend. Okay, so I just expect you to do one use case. The other use case, you can look at the solution because you will get an idea about how we can solve the problem with this particular use case. So the objective here is to try to do these things in about 15 minutes to see what we can do, friend. So look at your problem number 4. Okay, take a genuine bet on it for 15 minutes to see if you can resolve this thing. So over to you, friend. So it's about 2:25 right now. Till about 2:40, go ahead and see how you can try this solution. So I'll be available throughout the time over here on the phone. Any questions, feel free to be in touch with me and we can discuss this out. Okay, so all yours, friend, for about 13 minutes. And then we will have to try this example to see how this would work. I'm just going to mute myself. You can disturb me at any point of time, friend. Okay, thank you. Okay, what happened to this? Just once again, let me scroll down. The screen went away. I was surprised because of that. Okay, so just muting myself, guys. So please go ahead and try to solve this problem number 4. All yours. Thank you. Just muting myself. So guys, about 10 minutes have been shared. So wanted to give a broad outline as to how that can be done. Anybody, friend? Just to discuss what you have thought and how do you started coding. Akhil, Ashima, Sean, Brandon, anybody? Sharat? Yep.
Yeah, this is Sharat. So you have the uh, list of airports and all that details, attribute. I mean, all the other attributes. So airport ID is the first, second is the name of the airport, and then the country is the fourth actually. So I think the so you go one by one. So do the map first and
Okay.
put it, and then filter it by if the fourth row is USA, just filter all of them, and
Okay.
then do the map and then club those two, first one and airport ID and airport name, airport
Okay.
name and airport city, um, and those two, and then save it to the file.
Okay, okay. So it looks to be at a very high level. That's the way how we do it. So do it step by step and see how far you can reach. So good thing, Sharat, you have gone ahead with that. So what about you, Sean, Brandon, Igor? Started with it, dear?
Yeah, I'm just I'm able to read the file and everything. Now I'm just trying to figure out how to create the RDDs the way they should be.
Sure, sure. No worries. At least give it a try. No worries. What about you, Kalyan, Maki, and Vishuna?
Actually, I started with giving the files input and getting the output, but the logic which I am using right now is the word count logic, like split it based on comma, and I'm getting the list of words with the count. But the logic I had to write is have to filter based out of USA airport, right? So I'm looking for that kind of a logic.
Okay. Now, since we don't have to really look at that because since it's based on comma, what we can do ahead is so let's see what we are trying to do over here. We are trying to keep a particular utility file wherein I'm going to have it based on the comma delimiter. You can do it without this also. So as usual, I hope you have done the Spark conf. You would have created the Spark context. First thing is to load the text file. And once you do this, you can of course do a take of two and see if the complete row is coming. And then we will do a filter and check whether it is based of United States because we want the airports only in United States. And then we will talk about city and names wherein we will do the mapping of all of these things and then join the respective things over here with a comma. So that is what is the join operation will do. Fair enough, you have understood the, at least thought about what the options could be. So what we can do right now is to look at these options and see how far this is going to be valid. And once this is done, just save the file and see how the thing would be. So what I would say is just look at how the options was. So the most important thing was that we were looking at the comma delimiter, that is a regex that we are using over here. So I have already shared the comma delimiter as a regex for you over here. We can really use the utils.comma delimiter in a file and then try it out. So what I would suggest is, yes, you have given a thought to how that can be done. First step would be to pick up the United States and then look at the name and the city based on the index and array and specify it with a comma. We will be using the string utils join function wherein we will get the array and then see how the splits can be done with the help of a join. So just give it a try and see how would this work, friend. So with the complete actual data, try it out, friends. Okay. Sure, Mati. Thank you, friend. So this is what we should go ahead and see. At least you started off with it. That's the positive thing. So let's look at to see how the filter thing would happen here. So start with it and see how that can work out. So I'm just going to create this utility as a separate class inside my same package. And this kind of user-defined functions would be very helpful if we create a standard utility package. The other new thing what we are seeing over here is, earlier we were seeing a simple lambda expression, but right now within this lambda it can be a really 2 or 3 lines of code also. See here the map, and inside that we had line, and then we are having a whole function for the line. That is the another new thing what we are seeing in the code here. So folks don't want to spend too much of time on this. So you see here how I have executed based on this logic what we have defined, okay? And see how the part files are being stored because I've used the amount of 2 cores. So this is the way how it should come. So give it a try, friends, okay? And in case if you're trying to do it on your own, that's okay. But then for the time being, for the purpose of the time and other factors, run this code and see if you're getting the output, and try to understand what we are doing it over here and how would this work. So please go ahead and try to finish this. So it's about 250 your time, 248 to be precise. So please run this code and see. Once you're started with the basic steps, the rest of the part you can go ahead and see how we have done it in the code. It's hardly about 4 lines of code that will be there in addition to the basic files that you have loaded. So only from line number 18 to 26 it will be there, and out of that 2 lines are the curly braces. The others is where the business logic is. So please go ahead and try to see that it is fixed. Thank you. Igor, just checking up with you. The current example were you following, Igor, or need some help, my dear? I saw that you have unmuted your phone, but then I think you're still on mute, dear. I can't hear your voice. What about you, Kalyan?
Say that again.
No, were you able to execute the code, dear?
No, not yet. I'm still trying to build it.
Okay. So for the others also, what I would suggest is, Sharath, the logic what you had said first about using the filtering to do it, that is correct. And then we were doing the map on it. So that logic was right. Were you able to execute it at your end, Sharath?
Yeah, I'm able to execute both. Pretty much they are pretty much similar. So filter is different. That's it, right?
Yeah, that's all. Because mapping is
The
based
column.
on some parameters, how to take it there. That's all. So you're able to execute. That's
Yeah,
good, dear.
I'm able to execute. Yes,
Yeah, yeah, sure.
both of
Thank
them.
you. Sure. Thank you, friend. Ashima, what about you, Ashima? Were you able to try it with the example that has been given?
Yeah, Venkat, I did it. I'm not seeing the output as
Do a
yours. It
refresh.
runs, but
Do a refresh. So right click on example 4 and there's a refresh option. When you do that, you would see the output directory, the airports in USA text coming in there.
mhm. Okay, I'll do it again. Fresh. Nope. It ran somehow. It
Yeah,
distributed word wise. It didn't do the name and city wise. So
so
I don't
just
know.
look at
Did
the
some code wrong.
delimiter. Have you created the utils delimiter? Because I'm using the
Yeah.
delimiter and trying to find out the splitting, how the splitting would be done.
Yeah,
After that,
I'm gonna check the splitting. Yeah, is at 3. That's right.
yeah, so just check that and then check how it is giving me the values for it.
Sure.
Just try it out and then it should come there.
Yeah.
Please carry on, no worries. What about you, Maki, Vishwanath, and Venkatenatesan? Almost finished here, or any issues?
Yeah, able to finish it up.
Okay, that's good. So just have a look at the code because this is something new and this is the first time we are trying into something different. So have a look at the code. Would really appreciate that. Yeah. Vishwanath, any issues, Vishwanath? Brandon, how is it going? All good till now? Akhil?
Yes, all good.
Yeah, yeah. Good.
Okay, great, Brandon. And Akhil almost finished?
Yeah, almost done.
Okay. So guys, I'll give you about another minute's time and then this is how the actual example is and you will see the data in the folder. So please try this out and then we will go down to the next variation for people who have tried this. Try the next variation and we will tell that also. Yeah, go ahead, Kalyan. You had raised your hand.
What is that you have in your utils.java?
Hey, that is just to split it based on the comma delimited. So it's basically a regular expression that matches comma, but comma
Can you
within the
just
double
send that?
quotation should be ignored.
Yeah, just can you send that line, please? Just the static final.
Come back again. Didn't understand that.
Can you just just send the line 9, please?
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
8.
Sure, sure. So let me just copy this whole. You want me to just send it in the document? That's what you asked for?
Or in the chat. It's all the same.
Oh, okay, okay, great. So Control C.
So that I don't have to do that as an extra class.
Yeah, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, send it to everybody. You should have that here. And this is already there in the document here. So that's what I was wondering. So see over here, I've already kept this words.utilc. I've given you the solution.
Yeah, I
And that is
missed that.
where this is there.
Yeah, I missed that. Sorry.
Okay, sure. And once you're finished, you can go ahead with the next one, wherein we are seeing the next problem use case, that is to find out from the airports.txt the latitude bigger than 40 and then print out the details. So just give it a try also, friends. So that's what I'm going to do right now. That is going to be the next use case, friend. And once if you're able to do the first one, the second example would also be easy, because over there we have to filter it on a specific comma greater than 40. So you are doing that over right now.
There is one invalid value though, the NFTO or something in one of the lines. The sixth column does not, one of the lines has.
Once again here.
Yeah. The airport.txt, one of the lines, sixth column, NFTO, it says. Just search for NFTO, capital letter.
Okay, Control F. NFTO.
Yeah.
This one?
If you see, if you count, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sixth one is like not a number. You know what I'm saying?
But if you look at this one, I have got counted here instead of that. This is NF here. And okay, when you're running this, that is what you are getting the error.
I got the error actually at that line. Actually, it says like
okay.
There is a number format. So.
Okay. No, because that's why we removed this single quotes. Here, once again, this whole thing is one line, my dear. Angaka, then this single quote.
I think I
whole
didn't.
thing is one line.
I didn't use your util, I think. Okay, let me check.
That's why. You didn't use a util, so that's why it considered a separate line with a comma and all that. So that's the reason, friend. Once you use util, it should not give you the error here.
Gotcha.
So let's go back over here. I need the dependency files. Okay, so let's try. Let me say SC dot close. Okay.
One question.
Yeah,
So
please.
I think there is a meaning why you put utils in private at singleton, I guess. There
So I
must.
can call it directly with the name. That's the only reason.
Okay. Okay.
So no other reason. So I can directly call it with the static panel, because this is the standard comma delimiter that we'll be using. So over a period of time, what we have done in JP is we have created multiple utils. So in a practical thing, depending upon the use case, if you want a particular string to be validated, it's always better to put it as a static variable so that I can call it directly with a name. So follow the same idea, friend. That's all.
I'll just copy that variable, no problem. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's right. So, and then I have used this a lot in the other case, and since because I had developed this, it was easy for me to copy this, friend. So other codes we cannot copy it from the areas, right? So if it is our code, we can go ahead and do that. Otherwise, I would not have been able to do
Oh,
this. I have to think of some other way to do it, because we are all bounded by the legal agreements with the banks and all that, But
oh,
then the good thing is they're allowing me to work with multiple banks, because I told them I don't want to restrict to one particular place. So that is what the benefit that was there.
okay, okay, gotcha.
Okay, so coming back to this, let's run this. Yeah, tell me, Kalyan.
Can you actually that airports dot why is it text? Can you open that file for me, please?
Yeah,
Airports.txt.
there it is.
And I'm sorry, where is this file again? I kind of
I
lost my
have given
way.
it to the shared location, friend. So see here, in day two, once you extract the RAR file, you will get this txt file,
Uh,
the
just give me,
day2.rar, what I
no,
have
that,
shared, right?
yeah, I have it. Just give me 1 minute. I think I missed
Sure, sure,
something.
sure.
Oh, you know what? It's okay. I see it.
Yeah, either it could be a
Sorry
text or
about that.
txt.
Yeah,
I think
I
that's what
I
because
just browsed over it, but did not really look.
right. No worries. So I'll just refresh this project so that where the hell is it? Yeah, there we go. So that I can see the out also. Fantastic. So guys, this is what you should be seeing once you finish off with the example. I've did both the examples so that just understand the second one is just a built up on the first one, wherein we are looking at what all are the lines to do. The new thing over here was just how to use the comma delimiter, and some of the examples have got a single quote and all that. So how to work with that, friends. So our target should be to just finish off with these things. And if you look at the time, it's about 3-5 your time, guys. I'll give you about another 5 minutes so that after that we should take up our tea break and we should come back because after this we will have another set of examples. So try to see if you can finish off with the first one. If it is done, well and good. Try with the second one, friends, or else the second one you can do it at a later stage. If you just want to go ahead and understand the logic and run it, even that is okay with me, friend. So that's what I had done. So by tea time, we would have finished off with our first 6 examples. And then I'm showing you how to do it with the Maven project, post our various use cases. And I have mentioned it as comments over there, the Maven use case. Then we will go ahead and see the other examples of how to work with the Java RDDs, how to play around with that, and then some of the other methods we will test it out, friends. So please go ahead and try to finish it off. Thank you. So we are done till example number 6. I'll just wait for some time for any questions what we are having, and by 3:10 we will take up our break, friends, and we will come back by 3:25 here. Any questions? I'm always available here. I just lowered your hand, Kalyan, because that was answered. Sean, you were able to run the first example after the various steps that we have seen.
I'm running the 40 degrees latitude one right now.
Yeah, that's right. Airports in USA, and then by latitude is just an extension of it, so it should not be a challenge.
So my question is,
Yeah.
it doesn't actually create a file called.
It will create a file. You have to just refresh the project. If you have created the out directory, it will dump the file inside the out directory, friend. Just refresh the project.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it, but it's actually a part 0 and a part 1, right? The actual file.
No, we give the output folder name. That's it. So see here, we said latitudes by airports by latitude. There was no need for the text. You can just say airports because that's a folder it creates. And the number of part files is dependent upon the number of cores what we have set. And because we have got 2 cores and I have set it as local 2, that's the reason why it gave it in that fashion. I can rerun the example and show you how I can try with more cores.
I know that, but so we're just sort of skipping the part where we actually need to concatenate the files into a real file name, or is there a facility that?
No. You can only specify the output directory, Sean, because the number of files what will be there in the directory will depend upon the number of cores what that particular system would have. So that is the reason why only the output directory, very similar to what MapReduce does. It only allows you to specify the directory name and not the file name, Sean. So the file name will always be part-50 because you can have a maximum of 99,999 files in that, Sean. So that's the way how we look at it.
I know. So I'm getting at is, what's the facility to actually concatenate all the files into a single?
We don't have. So in case if you want to run all of these things separately and you want to do it, there is a method that we have called as Coalesce, COALESCE. So using Coalesce, what you'll do after doing parallel processing,
Coalesce, right?
That's right. So that's the function that we will do it at the last, so that we will coalesce that all into one file and you will get one file as an output. We'll do parallel processing for the others. And before we print it, we will just say coalesce and then put it into one file here.
Right. That way you don't have to create one giant file.
You'll create one giant file because it's not into multiple sub files, right? You'll create a very one big file. But that will be good for us because if you're expecting one file.
I'm also though wondering if I had sort of a chaining solution where I was chaining one output to another product's input, another solution's input. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so that is the approach what we had in MapReduce, wherein if you want to do 2 or 3 business logics, you can have one business logic chained to another, and that will be getting chained to the third one, so that the output of the first one will automatically be an input to the second one. So that is a facility what we had in MapReduce. But then in Spark, we don't have that facility because everything is going to be in memory. And it is going to be, you will get an individual input, you will have an output, you will have to physically store it in some location and then continue on with it. So we don't have the concept of chaining, but in MapReduce, we had that concept, Sean, but not in Spark.
Okay,
Let me go.
we should
Sorry.
move on to example 6 now.
Yeah, that's right. So what we can do is once we have reached till there, we can go ahead and take up a quick break. I didn't realize it's almost 3:10 your time. So let's take a break till about 3:25, and then we can go back and see the next example, because what we are having is we're trying with the Maven project. That's the next one. So we can take up a break and come back in about 15 minutes. All of us, if you can do that, that will be great. So it's about 3:11 your time. Let's take a break and come back by 3:25. And then the last 1.5 hours, we will see all the other examples. And there are some other operators also that I'm introducing. So that's what we will see once we come back after the break, friends. So let's take up a quick break right now. You can actually go ahead and run the examples as it is, friend. Okay, so understand what it is, and then we can continue. So let's do that. Let me just go back in the code. Example 3 is what you did. Then example 4 and 5 was exercises, and you should cover that. Example 4 and example 5 is from the same data set. And we will take a tea break and we'll return by, I think it should be 3:25. That's right. 3:25, and then continue. So folks, take up a quick 15 minutes break and come back refreshed so that we can see the last stretch wherein we are seeing the other functions, what we are having. Again, what I called about transformations and actions, we can see all of that and see the other things we have in plan for today. So thank you, everybody. So see you back in about 12 minutes. Thank you so much. Just putting myself on mute. Folks, I'm back again. In case if somebody wants any help, I can do that. Ashima, were you able to run these examples? So maybe she's not back.
Yes, Venkat, I was able to run both of them.
Both examples, great. So I'm going to try to do it on the second example. If you remember, Sean was asking that it can be changed the this thing to from 2 cores to 1, because we are having 2 output files, right? So what am I going to do here? This is an RDD, that is Java airport names. So I'm going to use a method called as Couse. See, and in which I am going to specify the number of partitions, Couse, and I will say 1, and I will put a semicolon. That should be it. And let me run this thing so that I can show that to him also, and tell him this is the way how we can use the Couse. So there you go. I'm running this. We should see another folder called as airports by latitude 1.txt being shown to us. One second, the job is running.
Oh, it might say because the latitude is already, oh, you changed the.
Yeah, I changed it. It's funny.
It should work.
No, it says terminated. Just give me 1 second here. Let me run it again. I'm surprised. There we go. So let's, okay, for the second time it is running, so folder is already there. So the first time it would have created that particular folder. Okay, so let me do a refresh. Right click and do a refresh. See, 1.txt. No, that's again 2. That's surprising. So the course did not work over here. Should work.
Also, it will be always like the data distributed between these two parts will always be random, right?
You got it. Got it. No. See, what happened is we had the. Remember, I told you RDDs are immutable and all
Right.
of those things.
Uh-huh.
So that is what had happened here. But then this RDD was already created. So let me assign it to another one. So I will just say test. Sorry, I have to say Java RDD, which is of type string, and I will just say test is equal to airports RDD so and so, and I should say, sorry, Control Z, and test.save as text file. I'll just say 2 because I already have got 1 here. Okay, so please remember the RDDs are immutable, right? Because this RDD was already created with 2 cores. Now I can't say that I should create it with 1 core, right? So I should
Right.
always assign it to another RDD. So that is what was missing last time. Let me run this. There we go. And I should, hey, did I change it to 2? Yeah, I changed it to 2. So
It's running, I guess.
yeah, it is finished. Right click. I will do a refresh and see over here, I got 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the point that I just wanted to show Sean. I'll just copy this. Control C, put it in the document. And I think time's up, so this should also come in. So in case if we want to reduce the number of, what should I say, partitions for a RDD, we can use the coalesce method. Okay, for an RDD, we can use the coalesce method, and this is the way how it works. And this is the way how it works. I'll just paste it over here.
So
Okay.
correct me, Venkat, over here. The understanding for RDD in my head was like once we create the RDD for any VM, it gets logged. So if
What do
we
you
have
mean logged? What do you
like
mean logged here?
so let's say we created 2 partitions, then that means they are like logged. We cannot touch it, which is true because that's why you created another RDD. But how many RDDs can we create though?
Any number as you want it. So in this example itself, I've created airports in USA, airports names and city names and test. I've created 4 RDDs here.
Okay. And does it really depends? Do we have to be watchful about the data? Because sometimes, let's say, right now we know how big is the data, but if the data is too large and we don't know about it, then is it, I mean,
No,
how
you
do
don't have
we?
to worry. You don't have to worry about it, because what would happen is that the scope of the RDD is only going to be there in the current function, right? So once this gets finished, all the RDDs are eligible for garbage collection.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, because I've closed the started the Spark context, Java Spark context, and line number 27, I've closed it, right? So the
Right.
moment I close it, it's eligible for garbage collection.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, so that's the reason. So frankly speaking, in any project, you will not be worried about the number of RDDs or how that would work, friend. So it is all going to be individual, and that's the way how you look at it. Okay.
All right. All right. Thanks.
Great. So Sean, are you back, Sean? Just wanted to show you what we had done to see the coalesce method. So
Yes.
this is the way.
Yep, I saw it. Thanks.
Hey, great. So this is the way how I will do coalesce. We are going to see some of the other functions. So depending upon the use case, so my idea was to show you the different functionalities, and we're going to go look at more of these things. So depending upon the use case, you should just look at the broad set of functions that is available and know that, hey, this is possible. Okay, so we will be trying most of them, but some of them we might not be trying also. So depending upon your use case, you'll go ahead and try that. So great, guys. So let's continue with our stuff, friend. So we saw both of these examples, and this was just to show how we can create the coalesce so that it will get stored in as with 1 partition. Okay, so in all the others, we had created 2 partitions, and please remember the coalesce always returns a new RDD. Okay, and once the RDD is created, you cannot change it. So first thing I did it like this. without writing the test RDD. And then I suddenly remembered, hey, RDDs cannot be changed. So even though I did coalesce, it didn't give me a compile time error, but then its contents cannot be changed because RDDs are immutable. And that's the reason I assigned it to a new Java RDD, and that is the way how to do it. Fantastic. So let me just say, let me close this and minimize all of these things. So we have seen the first 6 set of examples to see the various things. Now we are going to try with the Maven project. So some of you have already worked with it, like how Sharad had already started with the Maven project. So what we are going to do over here is take up a simple example, and I have got it over here. So I'm not reading from a file. I have got the list, input data as a list, and I'm putting some elements into it. I'm doing the same stuff like what I did last time. I've got the logger so that the log info logs will be removed. I create a Spark conf. Then I created a Spark context, and then a new method I'm showing over here called as parallelize. So when we are doing testing, you can always use the parallelize method so that you avoid the IO input output overhead of reading from a particular file. So I'm parallelizing the list of integers what I have kept, and this will be distributed into multiple cores as what we will see in the code. We have got 2 cores in our example. Then I am calling my reduce function. Okay, so reduce is the way how you will actually reduce the values of something. So what we can do here is I wanted to get the final count of all of those things. Okay, so I'm using a function that is called as reduce. So it will pick up any 2 values and add up the 2 values, and it will go on till the time it adds up all the set of values, and that is what will be the output of this. Then I want to find out the square root of the values in the RDD. So again, I convert that into another RDD because RDDs are immutable. I do a map function and I call the square root, and that is what is assigned to another RDD. So again, see over here how I can print it out by printing out the value of the final thing. That is the final value. And then I am printing out my, in case if you want to print if you want to print the square RDD, there's a way of printing in Java 8. So you will just say system.out and put in 2 semicolons and then do println. It'll print the complete value of it. Okay, so this is a Java 8 way of RDD. In case if you have multiple code, then you might get an exception called as it should not be code, it should be core. So sorry about that, dear. So in case if you have got multiple cores, okay, then you might get an exception. That means you're running it on multiple systems, not on one system. You might get an exception called as not serializable exception. So in that case, you will have to just collect the whole answer and you can print it out. Now, if you want to see how many elements we have in our square RDD, we can just use it using your map and your reduce. So see over here how I'm creating one more RDD called a single integer RDD. I am setting the value for it as 1L. And then I'm doing a reduce like what we did earlier, how to add it up. I get the count of it, and then I print out the result and I close it. So this is what I have got in my main class. That is in example 7. Now I'm not going to copy the jar file. So we are going to create it as a Maven project, and in pom.xml, this is what is the default 1.8 values that I have kept. So you can copy all this pom.xml and you will see how the whole execution would happen. So the example 7 is to try other variations of our code, as well as to see how we work with pom.xml. So guys, every example has got a specific purpose, friend. So once you understand the example and the purpose behind it, that will solve the issue. So let's go ahead and create a Maven project. So Sean, I think you will have to follow with me so that you will understand how to do that, because what was told to me is that most of the people, in fact, all the people who will be there in the training would be Java guys. So that is what my assumption, but that's okay. So since you don't know Java, so Maven and all those things might be a little bit of a challenge for you. So let's go ahead and
Just
create
rusty. Just rusty.
that's okay. So no worries on it. So that's okay. I won't quote it in that fashion. So because if you haven't tried this for a long time, it will be something new. So let's go back and see how we can work with this. So let me try doing with the Maven project. And I think what I will do is it okay with you? Can I do this example with you so that we can go ahead and copy the necessary things and see how to create a project? Would that be okay with you, Sean?
Yep, great.
Okay, so let me stop sharing. Others, you can go ahead and create a Maven project in which we are having a class main and simply execute this. Okay, so that's what we are going to see. Let me stop sharing. So if we can start sharing, Sean, and I'll walk you through how do we go ahead. It's pretty simple and straightforward. Okay, so now let's create file new. We are going to create a Maven project, file new, and click on the other. Last one. Okay, scroll down, you will see Maven. There it is. Expand it and say Maven project, the last one. And say next. So it is creating the template for you. We need to click the first checkbox. Let's wait. It is coming up. There we go. Create a simple project, the first one. Click that. Yeah, click on next. And now we will have to give the group ID. Let's call it your company name. Let's say ABC Inc. Inc. Put in any name and just say ABC. Put in any name, my dear. That's it. So that's the name of the, yep, that's good. Artifact, let's call it as example 6. Because that is what will come for you. Example, no space, no space. That's okay. And group ID. Okay, you cannot contain spaces. Ink should be in one line. You cannot contain spaces. That's it. And then say finish. That's all. So the artifact would be it's creating a new project. Look at the bottom corner. You see 0%. Will take some time to create a project for you. That's okay. And it will create all the folder structure after it's finished. Even right now it is 0%. Couple of seconds, that's okay. Yep, 75% finished. It's still doing. And once it's finished, it will create multiple folders. And the target folder is a deployment folder, 99%. That's good. Let's wait. And finish. Okay, now go to src main Java. The first one, No. Yeah, right click and say new package. Yep, give in your package name, whatever is a package name, com dot your first name. Yep, finish. That's good. And now we will create the Java code. So right click on com.sean. And the name of the file is called as just main. We'll create Java class, the fourth option. And we'll just call it as main. M capital AIN. That's it. Finish. Good. Yeah. And now go back to my Word document because we need to copy paste something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go to my Word document. Yeah, there it is. Thank you. Come down. Yeah. This is also done. Yeah. This is also done. Hold on there. Yeah. Copy all the import statements. That's it. And we will paste it in the second line. Yep, that's it. Now go back to the Word document. We'll copy from public static void main. Yep, that's it. One below. That's it. Perfect. And put it in between the, yeah, you already done that. Scroll up. And yeah, everything is perfect. Just say Control S. Of course, it will give an error because we don't have the pom.xml. You'll see pom.xml over there. Just double click on the left hand side, the last file, double click. Good. Let's wait. Yeah. Now control A and delete. Delete all this contents. Okay. And go back to the Word document. I've got the complete contents over there. Yeah. Copy all that. It's a little bit lengthy. That's it. Copy all those contents and put it in over here. Save that. And we have got it ready. Okay. So you see at the bottom, it is saying building the workspace. So it's getting those things ready. Wait for a couple of seconds. Let the workspace get built completely. Now, I don't know what is that Zoom idea. That's okay. Fantastic background, Sean. Still 75%. Still building the workspace. In the meantime, what we can do is select example 6, right click on the left hand side in the package explorer, right click, go to Maven, come down, Maven, yeah, and click on update project. That's it. And say okay, so that the error that is there in the SRC folder and all those things will go away. Yeah, it is still building. That's why it's taking some time. So that would be it. Let's wait a couple of seconds. And then we can do a Maven, I think it's a Maven install or Maven run. You'll have to just check that. Run as Maven install, so that inside the target directory, you would see that getting completed if you want to deploy it. So let's wait and see. Now select the project, select example 6, select example 6. Yeah, and then right click, run as. Still not completed. Yeah, it'll come. And say Maven clean and Maven install. You can't do it because it's still downloading the sources, my dear. And this will be for one time. It's not always. Yeah, good.
Right. Yeah.
So it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be for the first time. So next time when you do a Maven, it will be pretty fast because all these things will be there, and you might not face this challenge in future because you have got a centralized Maven from where you're getting everything. Just a couple of seconds. You see the error was in the SRC earlier, that has gone. Now it is downloading the sources and the Java doc. I wanted it to be finished. You will do a Maven clean that and then Maven install. That would be it.
Okay.
Yeah. So let that happen. In the meantime, I will also do this. So I'll just stop sharing here. So at any time you can refer that. So let me create a new project like what I did for Sean. So new Java. Oh, sorry. I want to create a new Maven project. Other, let me go down to Maven project. Next, create a simple project. I'll call this as, do I have, yeah, I've got a group ID called as Spark. And I'll call this as example 6. Finish. So it's creating the example 6 project. You can see even for me, the same thing. Only thing is a little bit faster for me. That's all. Yep, done. Then right click, new package, farm.evenket. I want to create a class that is going to be called as main. Go back to Eclipse, right click, new class main, no spaces. Let me do the necessary imports. Control C, Control V. That's perfect. Then copy paste the code, public static void main, till the end of it. Control C. Paste it inside main. Okay. Now in pom.xml, let's go back here and save this file. I'll go to pom.xml. I'll copy paste the other code and put it over here. Scroll down. Yeah, that would be it. Control C. And I will remove all these things and put it. So that's it. I'll say save. See, it is building the workspace. And after once this is finished, I would see no errors coming down over here. I'll wait for a couple of seconds. Mine 63% is done. Yet. See, Maven dependencies are getting downloaded and it's finished. Now this error will go away once you update your Maven project. Okay, so it's updating the Maven project. The errors what you have in main.java and src should vanish once it's updated. Yeah, almost done. Yeah, building the workspace, everything good. It happened fast because I've already compiled it. I mean, it's already there. It has already downloaded all those things, so that's the reason. So now let me say run as Maven clean. Yep, there we go. And now I will say right click, run as Maven. I think it's Maven install, but will it create a jar file or can I directly run this? So I'll just say Maven install so that the third-party libraries will be downloaded and it will be finished. It's already there. See, compiling the file. Because if you look at it, it's almost 3 years since I've stopped working in Java. We have totally moved on to Scala and Python, my dear, because everything is in that fashion. So see how it's downloading everything. Mine is already done, so I don't know why it's still downloading it. That's why it's pretty fast. So once it's finished, it will be done. About 27 MB it has to download.
I'm not so lucky.
Yeah, it'll take some time, dear, because you're doing it for the first time. Yep.
I got an error message saying that compilation failure, no compilers provided in this environment. Perhaps you're running on a JRE rather than a JDK.
Okay, we can fix that. I'll tell you what you have to do. So let me stop sharing while mine is getting downloaded. Just start sharing a screen. I'll fix it for you. So you require a JRE library. So this is good that it's there in the recording. Go down to your window menu. On the top, you see window menu, run and then window. Yeah, go down to preferences. No, not this. Say cancel. I'm sorry. I want to get right click on the project and go to properties. Example 6 project. Go to properties. And left hand side, you'll see Java compiler. Compiler. Yeah. Once again, oh, holy cow. Guys, Java guys, I need your help. Where will I get this JRE, friend? I'm forgetting that. Go to Java build path.
On the build path.
Yeah, it is in build path. Thank you, friends. I completely forgot. Yeah. So what is given to you is this JRE. So click on add once again, add library. That's right. On the right hand side, you'll see add library, the fourth one. Yeah, select server runtime. Sorry, JRE library. No, JRE. What should I select here? Okay, click on next. And click on the execution.
No,
just go to the alternate JRE.
Yeah.
And then locate it, go to the installed one. And
install JREs. And yeah, click on add. You got a JDK, so it require, sorry, you got a JRE, you require JDK. Say add, you're right. Yeah, standard VM, next. Yeah, that's right, next. And click on the directory. and go to the place. I think in C drive, you should have Java folder. Go to your C drive.
C programs inside that.
No, directly C. Yeah, okay. Scroll down. No.
I think in
Come
program
down.
files, he will find it. Yeah. Go to program files in Java.
Java should be there. Yeah, very good. Select the JDK, the first one, and say select folder. No, go back. Select that folder. Just say select folder, select folder. Yeah, that's it. Once again, everything will get loaded. Just say finish. And now select the first one, the checkbox, select the first one. That's it. And say apply and close. Brilliant. Finish. And say apply and close. One more thing, Ashima, should I remove the JRE or let it also be there? Is that okay? Or should I remove
Yeah,
the
it
JRE?
should be okay. I mean,
It should be okay. Okay. Yeah.
oh, from here, yeah, he can remove it actually.
No, from that location.
From the
Right
location,
click.
it is fine. If it is unchecked, that is fine.
That is okay. Okay. So I see two things, right? That's why I was confused. I was not sure.
I mean,
I think it's better.
Yeah, just
better to
remove it from here. Even if he removes it here, he can add it back. So
Yeah. No, the second one.
yeah,
click
just
on
remove it.
Yeah. That's right. Perfect. Say apply and close. And now when you run it, it will work fine. So right click, run as. Come on. Yeah. Maven clean. Yep. And then Maven install. Since you already downloaded it, it won't download it again for you. It will be fast. Yep. See, good. Now do Maven install. Run as Maven install. That's right. So we'll take a little bit of a time for you getting the downloads. I think for me it's done. 104 MB, not 26. It took me about 2 minutes.
Same error message.
Once again, no, something went wrong.
It didn't select the JDK, it selected the JRE. Then you right click, go to properties
right click.
again.
Okay.
Right.
Properties. You deleted JRE by mistake. Just say, yeah, okay. Go to, click on environment, alternate JRE,
This one.
Click on install JREs. I need the JDK. Yeah. Apply and close. Say finish. Delete the JRE. Yeah, the first one. Yeah, that's right. Remove. Apply and close. That's good. To be very frank, I didn't see that. Okay, so now say run as Maven clean. Yeah, this should work. Yep, good. Now Maven install. But this might take some time because you have to download 204 megabytes of data. Yeah, it's compiling. So that's what it will do. So no worries, it will take some time. So let me go ahead and do a share on my system. For me, it is already done. So let's go back to Eclipse. So that is already done. And I'll do a refresh so that I have got the jar file that is there. Friends, how do I run this from here itself? Java guys?
Just run it. There is a run button up there, right?
Oh, okay. The same way. Okay, sorry. I thought it was a jar. My apologies. It's been quite some time since I've got into this. Okay, so not doing Java for the last 3 years. So suddenly forgot with a lot of changes that's happening. The same way. Okay, I have to just run this and then it should come down. Let's wait. Okay, once again, what went wrong? It says output directory. Hey. Are we doing the same example? No, I'm doing this list.
Can you just go to the main file and then run it? Like go to the source and main. Sometimes it just takes the other project.
Okay.
Yeah, just right click here and then run as application. No.
Yeah, run application. Okay, sorry about that. run as, and yeah, Java application. That's here. Okay. Yeah, good. Now it's running, and I should see the various options what we have. See, fantastic. So you will have to just go back and look at what are the various options. I have deliberately commented some of them. So what we're doing is, first step, we have got some list of integers. I set the logging level. I have set the spark and the conf, same thing like what we have done last time. The new thing is I'm parallelizing the data. Then I am calling the reduce function on the result. I'm finding the square root, and I am printing out the sysout. So let me go ahead and comment the other unnecessary ones. So that, let me comment this. I'll uncomment those things as we go ahead. So that's all I have. Hey, once again, Matai, you had raised your hand here. What was that?
Yeah. So I don't understand the reduce function. Sorry, I missed earlier.
That's okay. I'll explain. So let me go back over here. So when we look at Spark, there are two things what we have in Spark. Something called as transformations and something called as actions. So Matai, can you just tell me what is transformations and what is actions, dear?
Yeah, it creates only RDD, it's a space, and the action is the
Exactly.
one exactly.
Exactly. So that means there is lazy evaluations. Transformations
Yeah.
are functions which just returns a new RDD to us, and note it is lazy evaluation. Whereas actions are something that will execute the thing. This
Yeah.
will execute and will return a final RDD. Okay, so
Yeah.
what am I going to do is, when we did this course, I did this almost in 2010 with the Databricks. So they have given some material to us. I'll share that with you right now. So I showed it to you yesterday also. One of you asked me something about, I don't remember. Somebody has asked me a question. So I had gone down to this particular place. Let me open that once again. Let me go down to my Spark Storm material, go down to 2019, and this lovely transformations. So this is what I will give you a link right now. So this contains the exhaustive set of transformations, but please note, this is only for Scala and Python. They don't have Java, unfortunately. And even when we did the official training with them, they don't do it much on Java. They focus a lot on Scala and Python. So that's the reason why I did not share it with you till now. So let me share that stuff
So
with
in
you.
that case, if we are going for Spark with Java, right, we might be missing a lot of Spark's functionality. Is that true or?
No, to be very frank, that is what the case is. It's not the functionality wise. First thing, you're missing the REPL. That means the interactive way of doing it. Second thing, you're missing the notebook way of doing it. Remember, I told you there are three ways of doing it. So we don't have a notebook. So you're missing these two things. All that is possible in Java is to run it in the form of a batch mode. You can't do it in a real-time mode or in an interactive mode at all. I'm sorry, but then that's what the fact is. So that is what the challenge is, my dear. Whereas in Scala or Python, you can do it in both. You can do it in an interactive mode also, and you can do it in a notebook way also. So when I explained this to a team, they said that, okay, just show them how the interactive mode is working, and that is what we have got planned for tomorrow, the Zeppelin notebook, and just show you how the interactive way it will be done. Because just to let me know, because like I told you, I almost lost touch with Java. So do you have an interactive way of doing it right now in Java, Matai, or anybody else, dear?
No, you
Do you have
mentioned
some?
right, Java 9 has it.
No, Java 9 only have got a console way of doing it. But the Java is still a way behind on the interactive function. Let me show that to you. Just give me 1 second. Let me go down to jupyter.org. So this is where the Jupyter site is, and they have got a free link of it. So try it in your browser. Just 1 second, I'll show something to you. I want to try the basic Jupyter lab. There's so many options. I'll just try the Jupyter lab. Okay, it is coming up. Yeah, it's opening with a binder. Sometimes a lot of people will be trying this. It will say too many people, it won't allow me. But let's see. It's starting with a Jupyter lab. Just give me 1 second. Let it run. It starts, it's well and good. So this is what we do for the, yeah, I think it's ready. That's good. It's starting. Okay. And let the page come and you will see that. So in the other languages, what happens is you can, and the fact of the matter is a lot of people are, once again, what the hell is this? Once again, friend. So I thought the Jupyter Labs, the basic Jupyter Lab will come. It is giving me some examples. Where is my lab? Just once again, dear. Keep on changing this. Holy cow. I think this, once again, let me just say back. So let me just say back again. Back. Okay, I'm there in Jupyter. That's what I want. Oh, once again, what the hell is this?
Scroll down.
Once again. Oh.
Jupyter Notebook.
Ah, there it is. Sorry. I think I clicked on this by mistake. They have created some next generation interface here, guys. Let me click on this notebook. This one, right, friend? The friend who helped me now?
Yeah,
This link?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So let me click on this link. Okay. And I'll try with this one only. I won't. Yeah.
And the classic notebook.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll try this. Okay. Hey, the Jupyter Lab would be something different. Okay. We keep on updating this, guys. It's yeah, this is what I want. IPYNB. That stands for IPython Notebook. That is what is IPYNB. Yeah, it is starting with my page. The moment, yeah, that's it. This is what I want. Okay, so I'll create a new one. File, new notebook of Python 3. So I don't have anything on my machine, but then I can set up a Jupyter notebook like this. The beauty of this thing is I don't have anything with me. I can just say 10 plus 10, okay? And I will do a shift and a enter, and it will run on the server and give me the output. This is the beauty of the notebook. So you can run everything on the notebook, and this is what the Python developers, and if you look at machine learning and the other aspects, of course, that might not be there in your current organization, but then if you look at ML and data science and all that, this is what we primarily do. Okay, so this is what is the capability of a notebook. Even for, there's something called as Zeppelin, what I said you'll be doing. So since we're talking about it, I'll just show that to you. Just one second. Let me scroll up because the top portion was hidden. So that's the reason I minimized it. So go down to Zeppelin. There we go, Zeppelin. And you'll be amazed to see the kind of graph that it creates. We take so much of effort in creating a graph. In Zeppelin, those graphs are already there. And hold on to your chairs. You can do it in 13 separate languages. Tomorrow I'll show this to you. You can do all of those things in Zeppelin. You can try with a lot of different stuff. See, you can do a lot of data ingestion, data discovery, visualization, and a lot of things can be done. And I'll be giving you a notebook that we'll be working on. This is what we'll be doing tomorrow. So these are the notebooks what we have in our other languages. Unfortunately, in our Java, we don't have it, friend. So that is where the challenge lies. And to be very frank with you, we are doing it in Java. I am myself doing it after a couple of years because all the people, even Java guys, are moving on to Scala because that is what is the next logical extension of moving on to it and how do we work. And if you are in, there's one more language. 1 second, what is that? Starts with Z. Hold on, friend. Zealand? No. Just once again, let me just go back to YouTube. There is one more new language that Citibank is using, okay, and that is used a lot. So, guys, anybody can help me? It starts with Z. I don't remember the name. It's not CEO. I'll tell you tomorrow, friends. I don't remember it right now. Okay, so it starts with Z. No, frankly, got no idea, friend. So that is what they're using. So this is what, one second, I can see what is alternative to Java. What is the alternative to Java now? So there are, in that, hopefully I will get it. Give me 1 second. Sorry, it's I'm on a wild goose chase, so leave it. So I'll just check in my records and I'll tell you that. So just to summarize what we were saying, friend. So this is what is happening. So if you look at the market and if you look at the SQL guys won't want to work in Java because the moment you say Java, they say, oh my God, this is a new language. How do we work with it? But you guys are working in Java. So that's what the background, Mathai, is. So if you look at, there are Spark can be done in multiple different languages, but then the fact of the matter is, since we are there in Java, that's what we are working on.
Okay, got it. Yeah, it makes sense. But my question was like, in the Java class, we are using rdd.reduce, right? So I just want to understand that terms.
Reduce is another. Okay, coming back to this, friend. So reduce is an action. Okay, so we saw all the different transformations, right? So reduce is one of the actions. Okay, and I'll show that to you. Give me a minute, dear. I was about to open that file. Sorry, too many things. I lost track of it. Just one second, dear. I want to give this file to you. Let me do that. So let me go down to drive.google.com. Sorry about that, because one talk leads to another and we lose track, you know. So let me just go and give you that file. I know it is there in my Google Drive. Just one second. Let me go down to my Spark page. It's still in H. Yeah, N. It's still scrolling. Couple of seconds, guys. There we go. And Spark. And come on, friends. Go down to 2019. Go down to my part 2. And so this is what is the stuff primarily for the Python and Scala way of doing it. So just to let you know, just once again, I'll just open up my calendar and show you last month in City what all things we had done, and next month what all things we have. So I am in October, sorry, not in October. I have to go down to September. So see here. So I did a City Hadoop for them. I did a City Spark, City Kafka. Back-to-back sessions was there for City. That was in September. In October, this month I'm there with you, friends. Next week I'm going back to City. I'm doing Spark for them. I'm doing a Storm for them. And then again, the week after that, I'm doing it with you folks. Okay, so this is what is there for October. November, again, City has got a lot of contents. So all the banks are deep dive into all of these things and getting into it. Just as an FYI for you friends, what is happening in the world. Now I need to copy this, right click, go down to get shareable link and Control C. And I'll open it for you also. I'm just giving you the link of it. The lovely transformations.pdf. This is what is the link of it. You can download that link. In the meantime, I'll open that link and then go to your reduce function. And Sean, you had asked me about Couse also, right? So Couse is also here. So when we start with this, there are various transformations and actions, and we are trying with everyone. This is what I had shown yesterday. Somebody asked me about narrow and wide, right? So this is where I was yesterday. And we are talking about transformations. We see map, we see filter. We did both of them. We saw flat map. We have done that also. Then there is something called as group by. See, for every example, they tell us whether it is wide or narrow, and then they give us the code. They give us the code both in Python and in Scala. Unfortunately, Java is not there, friend. So that's the reason I didn't even open this document for you folks.
But the functionalities can be done in Java as well. There are APIs available. We just need to look for it, right?
See, what would happen is we will have to, yes, the group by, to some extent I'm doing it, but then the interactive way of doing it like this is a small piece of code. I can never try the small piece of code, right? I can start with a REPL and try the small piece of code and see how it works. In Java, what I have to do is I have to start with all my necessary imports. The joke that we have in the market right now, don't take me wrong, is by the time we finish our import statements, my Python code is finished. That is the reality. It's such a small snippet of code. See, you can see it for yourself. It's just a small snippet of code I will try and I'll be able to do this. Whereas in Java, I have to do this imports. I have to try with these 2 lines are mandatory. These 3 lines are mandatory in every code, friend. Okay, and then try to talk about the what the things are. So that's the practical difficulty. So let me go down to my function, reduce function. Let me go down and see here. This is what is a coalesce that was asked by Sean earlier. So see here. Coalesce is to return a new RDD which is reduced to a smaller number of partitions. In our example, it was 2. I've reduced it to 1. So I showed you how coalesce can be done. I'm sure all these things will work, but then we will have to see how it works. If it crashes, what are the nuisances? And that's a challenge. But I came here for reduce. Let me go down. That's an action. And this is the reduce action. See, what does reduce do is it aggregates all the elements of the RDD by applying a user-defined functions to the elements and the results, and it returns a result to the driver. So look at this. So we parallelize. In my parallelize, I have got 4 elements, and I simply add it. So 2 plus 1 is 3, plus 3 is 6, and plus 10. So when I do my lambda in this way, it gives me X and Y. The Y is not an RDD. Okay, so that's why I just print Y, because Y is the final result that I can see from there. So that is the answer to your question, Mathai, that reduce
got
is...
It's really useful. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Venkat, one question. What
Yeah,
is parallelize?
Okay, parallelize. See, there are multiple ways of loading data into an RDD. Multiple ways of loading data into an RDD. First one is called as text file. That means in the text file, we are loading the data from a source. The source can be either a local source or it can be HDFS. I've shown both to you.
Right.
The second way is called as parallelize. This is to pass the data to be loaded within the parallelize function. Okay, so you can pass it in the form of a list and it will be loaded. So it reduces the disk read IO. It reduces the disk read IO. So that is what is parallelized. Tomorrow we will see one more aspect of it. That is called as, once again, there are 2 more ways of doing it. So let me just go back and check. I don't remember right now. Spark.apache.org, then docs. There is, yeah, there it is. This is our link. Okay. And let me go here. Yeah, accumulators and broadcast variables. So tomorrow we will see there is also the third way of loading it using Spark contest is called as accumulator. And the fourth one is called as broadcast variable. So there are 4 ways how this can be done. This is something that we'll be seeing tomorrow. So there are, this is multiple ways of loading the data into an RDD frame. Make sense?
So how does it reduce the disk read? Could you please elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. So when we do a parallelize, I will pass the value that I want to pass directly into the function. So I don't need to have the input-output overhead of reading from a file, loading the data, and then putting into memory, right? Here I'm directly putting these values into memory. So that's the benefit.
Yeah, okay.
Perfect. So let me close this. Yeah, sure, no worries. So this document I've shared with you, you can have a look at this, no worries. And let me close this. Sorry, we are doing this example. So let me just go back. So I lost track, my dear. So did a lot of things, but then these are the different ways of loading. I've shared the transformations.pdf. That is what is the reduce action. Let's go back to what the code is doing, my dear. Let me go back to the code just once again. Yeah, there we go. So I have loaded a list of values, and that is what is I am parallelizing. And then I call my reduce. What will reduce do is that it will sum up all the values. That's what I'm doing here, and it will store. And see here, once again, who was that? Marty. So see here, I'm not storing the results into an RDD. I'm storing the results into an integer because this is the result of something.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a action that I'm doing. So I get this. In all other cases, you see that I'm capturing the results into another RDD because it will return an RDD and the data will be stored here. I cannot change the data. because once it's stored into an RDD, I cannot change it.
Mm.
So I call reduce, then I did a square feet so that I got into an RDD, then I printed the value of the square feet, and that's it. And then how many elements are there in the square feet? I can do a count function, which will return me the number of elements in the RDD. And then I'm showing you how to do your map and your reduce also over here. So this is what you should do. Try to do these things one by one, once it's out, and see what the code is doing, friend. Okay. So there are multiple things that this example 6 is doing. So let's go back and see what are the things that it does. The first thing that I want to check is the result. So am I doing a sysout somewhere? Nowhere. So let me write a sysout over here to show that first. So I'm going to say sysout, and I will say the result is plus result. So I just want to see what is the result of this. So this should be 35 plus 17, that is 47. 47 plus 110 is 157. So I should see the answer as 157 over here. Let's run this. I'm commenting all the other sysouts. Yep, good. And okay, let me run this now. There we go. Request is to test something. And it will show me the answer over here. Yeah, thank you. Once again, what is happening? Did I write? Okay, okay. So let's see what is happening over here is, once again, the result of that. Once again, dear. Oh, okay. So this is the first one. There was one more sysout. I said 157, right? So it is not formatted in the right way. So this is the first sysout. Then somewhere else I've got a sysout also. Ah, there we go. So this was the second one. I don't need it. Control S. I'll just run this so that we will get only one output. So this is what you should do step by step. Go back and check what we are doing and see how the answer would be. So this is what is 157. I still have got some other sysouts, but we can ignore that. So that was the first one. Then I'm finding the square root of the values of the RDD. This is stored into a RDD, okay? And then I want to print out the square root. Hey, there was this collect is what it was coming from. So let me comment that. And let me try line number 35, where I am doing a for each. Okay, so it can show me what is the individual value of the square roots. Okay, so see here, I'm getting the square root of the values. So let's run this and see what would happen here. Save this file and let me run this. The first one will be there. We are just seeing the next one. See, these are all the square roots of what we are seeing. So how many elements we have in our RDD? We have 4 elements, and you see there are 4 outputs over here. So this is what is the square root of the values. Okay, so let me, you can also, instead of doing it like this, you can try it in this way also. So let me save this and run this. So just let me know, guys, when you're printing out something, have you, because this was something new to me, guys, the : print. So are you really using this somewhere, or this is the first time you're seeing this, friends? Java users, this : print, friend?
This is Java 8.
Yeah, that's just the functional way of calling.
That's right.
System out
but then,
print.
Yeah, but are you using it somewhere in the code? Have you actually used it, friends?
Yeah, we use it.
Yeah.
Okay. So because
so for
I
all
have not
cloud
used
native applications, that's the preferred way.
That's correct, right. So this is one way of doing it. Then, like I said, this is the Java way of doing it. And then you can go ahead and do a collect of it also. Guys, what does collect do? I suddenly forgot. We saw what is map, reduce, and everything. Yesterday we did a collect, right? If I want to display all
It will display
all the elements, exactly. So let's do this collect, and let's run this. There we go. It should show me the values, and then I'm saying for each. See, once again, yeah, this is the collect, because I did a for each, so that's why it's showing me the values. If I want to see how many elements are there, I can just print the count. So let me save this and print it out. Later on, you can actually go ahead and see this. Right now, we are actually running this. So you saw the output. So you would see how this would work. So there were 4 elements. It gave me the count of it. And after that, I'm just going to use a simple map and a reduce function to get the values of it. So what am I doing over here? I am just saying that simple integer RDD, whatever is a value, I'm keeping it as 1L because the Java RDD is of type long, and then I reduce it and I change all the, add up all the values, and then I go ahead and print it out. So just getting you the count of it, and you can actually get the result. Did I have result before? Just one second. Just hold on. This result I would have printed out earlier. Let me just go back and see where I have got the result. I think, yeah, that's the very first one. So I'm printing it over here. There was no need. I'll just print out the count, 47 count, to see what it is doing. Let me run this. So that was the purpose of this example, using pom.xml and with the various other options also. Okay, see over here. So one way is I can directly go ahead and use that particular count. Other way is I simply convert every value into 1L and then keep on adding all the values and then printing out what is this long count all about here. Okay, so various use cases of what we saw. So this was the 6th example, what we saw, friends. Let's go back to the code and see what is the next one. So we did this. In the next example, we are again seeing the same way of putting in as a list, and we are parallelizing that. Then I'm showing you how we can do a map to pair. Remember, we did a map to pair earlier in the very first example. Okay, when we want to convert into a tuple. So see over here how we can split based on the colon, converting that into a paired kind of a thing. Look at the data. So I'm keeping the first one as what is the different log levels. I have got 2 wants, I have got 2 errors and 1 fatal, and then of course some date and time also. So I'm separating all of that, splitting it up and putting that into different columns, and then converting that into a tuple2. So remember, tuple2 is a Scala way of doing this. Tuple is primarily a Scala object. So you can give the level and the date. Okay, the tuple2 string arguments takes 2 string arguments. Okay, and you can parameterize it. We are creating the second element, the Java paired RDD, as a string. So this is what is for the paired RDD. That means a tuple, you should save it as a paired RDD. Then there is another way of writing it. So we are saying again map to pair. We are converting that into a string and a long, a different way of doing it. I have commented that. Then I say reduce by key, what we did in the very first example, friend. Okay, just showing you what is the value that the tuple has and how many instances are there. So I showed it using multiple RDDs, but then when you go ahead with your project, you would want to keep everything into one. So you can pass it in the form of a chained manner. Remember, Sean was asking about how do I pass it in the form of a chain. So the whole object can be done with parallelize, with dot map to pair, with the same reduce by key. Instead of creating multiple RDDs, I am creating it in one go like this. Okay, so that is what this option is. Then there is also something called as group by key. So just wanted to check with you, what would be the difference between reduce by key and group by key, friend? Reduce, reduce by key, not group. Reduce by key and group by key, friends. If you have tried with Spark, that should be okay. You should be able to tell. Otherwise, let me go ahead and tell that. Any idea, guys? When will I use my reduce by key and when will I use my group by key business logic, friend? Anybody?
So we use reduce by key when we have to check how many instances of that particular word were there in the file.
Okay. Not only that, if there are two errors, okay, what it will do is that it will sum up the values of the error,
Yeah.
two errors, and give me the output. So that is what is reduced by key. I will not use it for summing up something. So please remember, whenever you see the by key as a method, that means it is going to be always applicable on a paired RDD. Okay, Ashima? So that's the first thing we'll have to do. This can be only applied on a tuple or on a paired RDD. Tuple or a paired RDD. That means you will have key and value. Because I
Right.
said reduce by key, right? Okay. Then group by key is typically done when I want to group the elements. And so what will be the output of reduce by key? It will be a key and it will be the total of the values. That will be the output of the reduce by key function. Whereas, what will be the output of the group by key, friends?
A list of values, a key and a list of values.
Exactly. So this is going to give you a key, comma, and it is going to give you the complete list of all the values. So depending upon the use case, sorry, I should remove the key over here. It is paired. I think it's pair RDD. That's right. So group by key always gives you a list. So please remember, when you go ahead with group by key, sorry, here, when you go ahead with group by key, it has got a lot of issues in performance. So as far as possible, we will not try to use that group by key functionality because it has got a lot of what you call shuffling that happens between the data. It is not optimized primarily. Okay, so the thumb rule is for a big data, you will try to avoid this group by key, but this is what the group by key does. It will give you a list of values. Okay, now just wanted to bring in another aspect over here. So, you know, yesterday we discussed about the phases of MapReduce, what we had. I just want to bring that up to understand or to explain to you what is this reduce by key, friend. So let me go back to this example. Okay, I'll maximize this. That's okay, even though the top header is not seen. So this is what the business logic is. So when we do this example, friends, if there are lot of similar keys, like in my current example, I have got car 1 and car 1. Is there something that we can do to optimize this kind of similar keys at my mapping phase, friends? I'm talking about Spark. And it takes the advantage of what we have in our MapReduce. It takes the same business use case. So just want to check with everybody. So do we have anything by which instead of repeating this keys multiple times when we are mapping it, is there something which will automatically give it as car 2 for me? Or that is not possible, friends? Anybody? Okay, no answers. So there is something called as a combiner function. So what does a combiner do is it will combine all the similar keys, and see over here, there are 2 times that this car 1 and car 1 goes to the shuffling phase. And imagine if we have got 10,000 of these cars, it's a royal wastage of time, right? So what combiner does it aggregates all the similar keys, and that is what is the benefit of using it, friend. Okay, so this is what is the real benefit of doing it. Let me scroll down and let me write that for you, friends. So when we say reduce by key, this automatically uses the combiner function in the MapReduce. Okay, so when we do a reduce by key, it will optimize the function by calling the combiner automatically. So that is what is the benefit of this reduce by key. In a group by key, it will only give you a key and a list of values. So try to avoid this as much as possible. Avoid this as it will give a lot of performance issues at runtime. Okay, so this was already there earlier, but then when we go ahead with our coding, they say that try to convert this into another RDD and then avoid this group by key because it will involve a lot of shuffling. Because if your elements are scattered across and multiple things, remember yesterday we were talking about how the elements moves. I gave you some document to read today, right, friends? So that is what you should look at to see why this group by key should be avoided. Okay. That's it. So let's go back to the example. So that is what we are seeing. And and in case if you want to run this, they have got a way how you can actually do that also. So there is a function called as iterables.size, and iterables would be there in a new API. This is called as Google has provided a common collector library in which there is an iterables class. Don't know whether you guys have been using this iterables for any reason, friend, but then there's a lot of links that is there which will tell how to use this Google iterable class. Let's go ahead and see this Google iterable. Yeah, I'll just press enter and see there is a new library. I forgot the name of the library. It's called as Gawa. Okay, so this is what is Google provided with a lot of ways how this Gawa library will help you to go ahead with this iterables. Okay, so that's something that we are using it in our this example. That is on example 8. So let's please go ahead and run this example and see how that will run. I'm going to do it myself, but then please try this out, friends. I'll give you about 5-7 minutes. Just create a new project, copy this project and see step by step how this thing would be running. Okay, so let's please go ahead with it. I'm just going to take a 2 minutes quick break, friends. I'll come back. In the meantime, you can just go ahead and try this. Of course, I will run it on my Windows and show it to you also. Okay, so just excuse me for a couple of minutes, guys. Thank you so much. Hey guys, back again. Got something in the chat. Just once again. Hey, friend, I was just there in a small break. So we are trying the example number 8, my dear. So I think that's what we had missed. Hey, great. Thank you, Ashima. And thank you, Ben. That's fantastic. Okay, let's continue. So example 8 is what we need to run. So let me go back and run that. What was example 7? So I think we ran example 7, right? Okay, we did 6 and 7, so that's why. So I think the numbering is something that I have to be careful. This was example 6, where we did Maven. Let me create new. Okay, the first thing was an example of the Maven. Now I'll create a normal project, my dear, because that is of course faster. So Java project, I'll say example 7. I'll say finish. Let me create a package. Right click, new package, com.evenket. Let me create the class. And the class is again going to be simple main. Oh, sorry, 7 was the main project. Let me go down to 8. Main 1. Control C. Let me go ahead and new class. Call it as main 1. That's perfect. Do the necessary imports. I'll close my Gawa library just to show that the iterables was a special case what is there in that library. Let me import all the necessary things, including the Google Common Collect iterables class. Control C. Go back and import that. That's done. Of course, I'm importing my tuple2 also from Scala. Let me go down and get the code then. I'll include the suppress warnings also because it will give me a warning error. So let me go back and run this. There we go. Control C. Control V. That's perfect. Let me maximize this. Of course, we need the dependency files. So I'll copy the jar. New. Let's go to properties. Go to external jars, copy all the jars, and that should be it. Apply, and okay, that's perfect. Okay, so in this code, what I'm trying to do over here, friends, is directly running the parallelize and map to pair and simply printing out the value. So let's test this for output once, so that will tell me tuple one has how many instances. And I have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements. So let me run this. There we go. Yep, so it is starting with the code. Hey, I didn't put that line over here to remove. See here, it tells me error has 2 instances, fatal has 1, and one has 1. Let me go back. Yeah, I put the logger. I thought that I didn't put the logger. So just 1 second, friends. Yes, info was handled already, but then I see this info coming again back over here. So Java guys, can you tell me why some of the infos are coming and why some of the infos are not coming, friends? Because I'm dead sure when I tried this earlier, it was hiding this infos also. So right now when I'm running, you see that the infos are being shown. So any idea why it is being shown, dear?
Because the level is set 1 actually. So
Once again, what is wrong, dear?
yeah.
One of the types, okay.
No, no.
But where is
in the code actually the logging level.
okay. No, that's okay. So
if it is 1, you give all the things that are
no. It is you can try this with error also. Let me just try that.
If you give error, you won't get info. Yes.
Okay.
Because that's the level below 1.
Below that, all these things should come. Once again. Okay, let me just confirm that. Then what you're saying is, no, see, even with error, I see this info coming. Whereas if I remove this, you'll see a lot of these messages coming here.
The package that you mentioned is org Apache, right? So the package that it is showing is different.
Thank you, friend. I got it now. Because yeah. So this will come only from that. Suppose if I want to put in everything, what should I do? Okay, let me find that out. I think you give me the answer. Because of this particular package, I'm setting it. That's why we are seeing it. Okay, I'll find out the way. There is a way. So I was just wondering, because when I ran it, it ensured that all these errors would go away. But then I was surprised to see some of the errors coming in. Fair enough. So you see that when I run this, it gave me the output of error as 2 instances, fatal and 1. But I wanted you to check up the other things also, friend. So what are we doing? I am checking up the parallelize, that is this, and then I am checking up with the Java RDD. Just once again, let me remove the code from here. Let me comment this. Okay, and
remove the Apache so that it won't show anything. Or is good enough, I think. In the logger, sorry.
Yeah, in the logger, I should just remove this.
Just
or remove the complete get logger.
Just keep the org.
You can
remove the Apache. Yeah.
Okay, just this much.
No, even if you remove org, it will give you everything. Yeah.
Okay, so if you remove, okay, that's what you're saying. So it will give you all the things. I thought that if I just give a set level, it should give me that. But then let's check. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, so if I remove this whole thing, I'll check it out. So if I remove this whole thing, what would happen? One last time, friends. Control X. Of course, that will give me an error because you have to get the logger and then set the level. Okay, fair enough. So this is the decent, because I don't want other unnecessary errors to come. That's okay. So now we will see what is this going to give me, and let me check this. Okay, Java paired RDT. I've got a pair, and it will remove. It will give me 2 string arguments. will give me the tuple, and then I'm just doing a reduce by key, and I am printing the values. Okay, so like what we did in the last time itself, I'm creating multiple separate RDDs to do that, and then in parallelize, see how I'm creating everything into one. Okay, so that is what is the code that we are testing over here. So let me just remove this and remove this too. Okay, and I think I have to change that. Yeah, that's it. And let me run this. Okay, I'll keep this as okay because the same variable is what is being used. So I'll just comment this for the time being, and I will run this pair variable and show you how it will give me the values. So let me run this here. I'll just say okay. So the objective is to just try out these codes to see what all are the individual levels. I'm showing you the reduce by key, and then see here. Hey, that's because I had this also as an output. So you can ignore this. So I did. You can get this instances details by creating a Java paired RDD and then running it. Or you can do it in one go itself. So the last line number 60 to 64 is you're trying it in one go. And earlier, I'm showing you how you can do individual steps and you are seeing the values. Okay, so that is what is the objective. Let me comment this and let me comment this, sorry, star and slash, and let me uncomment the earlier one. There we go, because that also was something that I had tried. So let's go back and see what it is doing. Let me run the values. The last three things we will skip it because we have already done the last three values earlier. Okay, so here I didn't print anything. Okay, so it just said how I can convert that into a Java paired RDD, and then we are actually seeing how to do the reduce by key and then trying it out. In case if you want to put everything into one line, this is what the code, line number 53 to 56 is one line of code instead of creating multiple RDDs. And this is something that I told you we should avoid. That is what is the group by key. Okay, so group by key, and then I again put it into a for each, and then saying iterables dot size and get how many instances are there. Okay, so that was this example that we had seen. Let's continue. So there are two more examples what we have in the code, friends, and this is something I'll quickly walk you through that, and you can actually go ahead and try this out. Okay, so we still have got about another 15 minutes, so you can try it out. Again, the same thing. Let's see what is new over here. What we are seeing, we are trying out with the filter example. How do we go ahead with filter greater than 1? Okay, again the same thing. So here I'm showing you how you can do this using multiple RDDs. See, I created a sentences, then I created words, and then I filtered out the words. If I want to do it in one go, I can do it with a flat map. The same thing, I can do it with a filter, okay, and I can do a for each. So that is what we are doing in our example number 9. But the main thing is you should be able to write this code, friend. Okay, so that is the objective. So please try and look at the example to see what we are doing. We are trying to do a flat map on the values like what we did in our count earlier. And then I'm using my filter as a transformation because that is returning me a RDD. So how do I understand between transformations and actions? Transformations always returns a new RDD, whereas actions will return the end result of it. Okay, so that was our example number 9. Then for example number 10, I have got a file called as sample1.txt. Let's have a look at that file, friend. Let me go down to my code. Let me go down to data, sample1.txt. Let me open this with Notepad++. So this is some data what we are having, and I want to pick up the values from the data. So let's see what we are doing. first step, we have got this input file is going to be sample1.txt. And then I'm again showing you the way how we can do some filtering. So see here how I am creating a RDD, sample1.txt, and then I am calling a filter. The objective of this thing is to show that the output of what we are having, it could be there in multiple lines. That is what is the objective. So first I split it based on comma. So if I do that, you will see that this will be one value, this will be the second value, and this will be the third value. Okay, I split it up based on comma. Then I check up if the two, that is 0, 1, and 2 is having port 27, then I will return true, or else I will return false. And then I will simply loop through that and print out the value. And then I'm trying to show you how to do a count and how to do a take. Take will take some number of records, whereas count will tell me what is the final count of it, friend. Okay. And then I'm showing you what is collect. Collect will print out all the records for you. Okay. So that is what is the output of the example number 10. Please try it out, all these examples, so that you will understand how it would be running. Then in the next example, we are trying out with sample2 and sample3.txt. So let's look at sample2.txt. Okay, some values, then sample3.txt, some values. Okay, so see here, so some values, only ABC is common in them, and I want to show you the different transformations. That's what we have in this example. So we are trying to show you what is a distinct, we are trying to show what is a union, how does intersection work, how does subtract work, and how does Cartesian work. Okay, so the different transformations, the 5 transformations, we are seeing it with one example. So as usual, we will load both the RDDs, RDD and RDD2. Okay, then I call my distinct on them to see what is distinct. How do I do a union on both of them? How do I do an intersection? How do I do a subtract on those RDDs? Because all these things are transformations. Collect is what is an action, and you are seeing the whole thing. So look at these things to see how the values would be set, my dear. Then as a last example, we have got our sample4.txt. Let me open up this particular file, and this is how the data is. Almost similar to what we did last time. Last time I just showed you till here, but then we are again having some further elements over here. So having 4 elements in my data set, and let's see what we are doing in the code, friend. So loading all the values, again calling a map to pair. Okay, that means I'm going to create it in the form of a tuple. See over here, and return new tuple. I will split it based on comma. I'll pick up the 0th element and pick up X, what is a value that I have other than that also. So because it's going to take up some values, then I will call my filter. Again, check based on the further commas if the 4th index is greater than 200. So let's go back and see which is the 4th index. So 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, and this is 4. So 100, 200, 300, 400 is what I'm having. So what we are doing in the code over here is greater than 200. So that means I will see only 300 and 400 coming, friend. Okay, so that's what we are doing over here. Again, putting a loop and printing out the key and the values. Okay, so there is also one more function that we have to show here. That is what is called as map values. Okay, so we saw the map function. Whenever there is a key value, you can get only the values, and I'm not interested in the key. So Spark provides the values. So when we're working with pairs, if you only want to access value, you can use the map values function. So see over here how we are using the map value function and returning that. And then I'm doing a collect, and I'm simply printing out the values of it, my dear. Okay, so that is what is the last code doing. So the objective of the 3 codes, what I haven't run until now, that is example 12, your example 11 and your example 10 was, give you some sample data set and see how you can do the various transformations, guys. So this was the most common transformations that you'll be using. Tomorrow we will be starting with the extension of what is this transformations and actions, that is what is accumulators, broadcast variables, and we will slowly get into the Spark SQL also. So unfortunately, we don't have really a SQL way of doing it. We will all be doing it using our Java code only, friend. Okay, but that is the way how we will have to understand how the things would be happening, friend. Okay, so please try out all these examples to see what the things are and understand this. So I have properly explained till your example 7. So the last 3 examples is something that you will have to please go ahead and then try that out. And whatever doubts are there, I can help you out. So what am I going to do is, let me quickly try with some of these examples by putting the data files into the proper locations. So see over here, I am putting it directly with a D drive, one of the ways of how do I load it. Okay, so this is something that you have to do. So before I go ahead with this, just wanted to check with the others, understood the basic aspect of what we are covering, or if there is any doubt, my dear. Ashima, then we have got Sean, and yeah. So yeah, tell me, Maki, you had a question?
Oh, no. I was not talking. Someone else
Okay.
was.
No, that was, yeah. So no, the hand was raised, my dear, so I got confused with that. So no worries. So Ashima, all clear with what we have been done till now, friend?
Yeah, as of now, yes. But
yeah.
I might have questions tomorrow regarding this.
Yeah, please. So whenever you're trying this, if you have any questions, please let me know, friend. So how are things moving, Brandon, Igor, and Kalyan? Brandon?
Yeah, it's fine.
That's good. Thank you, Kalyan.
So is there any API document? Sorry, like the Spark APIs, right? You have shared the transformation document.
Yeah,
This
you
is
have the
really
complete
good.
API. Yeah, there's a complete Java doc for it. Just one second here. I'll show you where that is. So go down to docs, and yeah, this is 2.3.0. And if you look at the API docs, look at the Java API docs. So let me just put it for you so that you would know from where I can look at that. So hold on, press enter. The Java API docs can be found at this particular link. Okay, and then move to the API section, and for every language we have got their docs for it. So let me go down to Java. There we go, and welcome. The standard documentation is what you're having. But in case if we don't know what we are looking at, we tend to get lost in all of these things. But then this is the standard documentation, like what we have for Java. It's available for us. No issues on that. So if you're over here, I think what you should go ahead is try to do the, go down to the RDD class. So that is from where you will start with. Let me just go back and search for RDD. Let me go to the next one. There we go. org.apache.spark.rdd. So I click on that particular class, and then go down to the RDD, the package RDD, go down to the RDD class, and this is from where we will start. Okay, see, everything is an RDD, and you can understand what it is. Remember, I told you there are multiple ways of working with RDDs, right? So this is where you'll see everything. This is the base abstraction in Spark and how you can go ahead with it. You can look at what all are the various functions and then play around with it. Okay?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so this is something that you will have to look at. Let me just go back to the others. Okay, so Sharath and Vishwanath and Venkatanatesan, all good till now, dear?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to go
Thank
through
you,
this.
friends.
by tomorrow, so that we'll have some questions.
Yeah, that's right, Sharad. So what all are these examples? So just give it a try and see these things. So the idea was to cover up the various ways how you can do this. And what you had mentioned earlier, Mathai, that is also very much applicable. So if you go down to the this one, what you call lovely transformations, look at the various ways what they have given. So I am trying to create a document and I will open source it. So the moment I open source it, I can share it with you also. So what this complete Java is, but I'm in the process of doing it right now, my dear.
Got it.
So yeah, so once I do that, I'll share that with you. Also a part of Databricks to see what they're doing, and already there in the API documentation for the others also. So Java is something that was strong earlier, but then right now totally moved out of it. But this is what I felt when I started with it. A document is something that will really help me out. So
Got it.
working on that. Once it's ready, I'll share it with you friends.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So this is what we have to do. So try to finish off all these things, and whatever doubts are there, you can ask me. So tomorrow we are going to start with our accumulators, broadcast variables, and then we will move on with our Spark SQL. Unfortunately, there is no real SQL kind of a thing because everything has to be there in a Java program, friend. So we will continue with that. And then day after tomorrow, we will go down a little bit into the streaming way. What is streaming? And on the last day, talk about a little bit of machine learning and then continue with the SQL and the streaming part of it. So that's what my plan of action is. So like this, you will have a document for tomorrow also what you should go ahead and then work out with it.
One
So
question.
before we wrap up, sorry, go ahead, Sharad.
Inside the tuple 2, is there any tuple with variable number of variable?
See, there is something called as tuple 2. We have got tuple 3. We have got tuple 4. You have till tuple 22 also we have got. So typically tuples is where you can dynamically put the elements. So if you have got a collection where there are multiple tuples, ideally in Java, the number of elements has to be the same, right? But in tuples, you can have multiple number of elements. So look over here. If we said something called as tuple 2. So similar to tuple 2, we have got multiple other tuples also. So when we go ahead to import Scala dot, I'll just say Scala dot, and see over here, we have got tuple 2, and then see here, tuple 22, tuple 21, tuple 19.
Tuple 22. So 22 is the max, I think. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. So there are multiple elements what you can have inside that. So they have kept it in this is basically for working with the various number of elements, my dear. So they have kept it in that way.
Okay, cool. No problem. The reason I asked was like, we had like 50 elements in a file. So I did not know where to put. So tuple only supported only 22. So that's why I asked, is there anything?
Okay. What you can do is that if you have got some set of elements, you can put it into a group and you can still put it. Because I think 22 is the maximum number of tuples what you can have. Yeah, there we go. I think 22 is the maximum. Beyond that, we don't have that. So you'll have to ensure that you can convert that into key value. You can have a tuple inside a tuple. So that should be a roadmap of seeing how we can put it into our collection there.
Okay.
Good. So let me just finish this by saying tuple 2 semicolon, so that this particular code is all done. Okay, that's great. So I think that will be it for today, my dear friends. So, hey, great. No worries, Sean. So thank you, everybody. So please cover up all these examples. And then, as always, if you have any questions, let me know tomorrow also. So 3 examples is what I haven't executed. The last 3 examples, your 10, 11, and 12. Let me just be sure. Yeah, I did till 9. So 10, 11, and 12 is something that we will have to go ahead and execute that. Please try it out. And whatever questions you can ask me tomorrow. I think that will be end of it for today. Thank you so much, friends.